Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Midnight's Edge in the morning. It's Friday, right? We made it through another week alive. So welcome to the program. Andre's here. How you doing, Andre?
I'm doing good. Happy end of the week, everyone. Except for Disney,
Indeed.
it's not too happy for them, but we'll get into that.
Yeah, and Andre's the man with the scoop on Conan this week.
Ooh.
I don't know if anybody caught that video. It surely doesn't look like YouTube is letting anybody know we had a video from the view numbers, but
But we do have a follow-up where we break down exactly why Conan failed at Netflix. I think that one might be a little bit more algorithm friendly.
indeed, and somebody who may or may not know something about that is Mr. Script Doctor.
Hey, I believe there's a holiday weekend up in Canada, Victoria Day weekend. This is coming up. So, to all my Canadian friends, if that's again, I'm very bad at paying attention to holidays. So, but yeah, I'm happy to be here with you guys to end the week and kick off the weekend.
Yes, indeed. And also joining us, Mr. Culture Casino. How you doing?
I'm fantastic, and I'm I have time for holidays. I pay attention to them, so yeah, that's the only difference between me and Script, though.
Holiday.
I was going to sing Holiday in Cambodia, but all right, that's fair enough.
If it's time
anyway, everybody.
Madonna's more American.
Wait, what? Okay.
Yeah. I said it.
Are you sure?
I did. Well, let's see what the audience is saying. How about that? Hyperguyver sent us in 2 super chats right off the bat. And he saw that photo I posted yesterday that's making the rounds. Says that photo of RDJ looking like stage 4 cancer patient is such a glowing endorsement for wokeism and veganism. Look, yeah. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose for the role.
Oh no, he's got a heavily makeup job film that he's
doing. So like again, I don't want to go jump into too many conclusions here, but
yeah, he had to lose weight, shave his head for the prosthetics. Because if you saw a recent video that he put out regarding his recent birthday, he looks fine.
Yeah,
he looked really good actually.
Yeah, he has the money to look really good. So I would hope that that recent picture making the rounds is for a role, which it appears to be.
Yeah, I saw him with the makeup and all that business on too, but he's definitely not looking really great without it, let's say.
Yeah.
And then Hyperguyver 2 says India is failing early. The Star Cruiser is closing early, and the SAG has voted to strike. Things are about to get very interesting. Oh, there's more to it than this. It's like every week now, and I think Mikey pointed this out last night on Mead, is like every week now is like at least 2-3 things or more that go wrong with Disney, and some days it's like piled on top of things.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
We had like this joke a few weeks ago after we had like called the Friday stream Disney's Week of Hell 3 weeks in a row. It was like, okay, you know what? Every week is Disney's Week of Hell now, so you might as well come up with a different name for the Friday streams, because this is like the new normal, that every week is Week of Hell.
We'll just call it Disney Friday, but we'll emphasize the fry.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
Fry with
we'll
a Y.
Spell it F-R-Y. Yeah, exactly. Friday. Yeah. And we're going to talk about Indiana Jones here in just a couple minutes. Callum Lyle says, how many of you think Dove soap know what a video game is? Well, first of all, the soap itself is an inanimate object, and it has no clue that it's being used and abused. But
that's true.
No, we really think that that's a completely tone deaf ad. We talked about it at length on Wednesday. I think the only person
figured if they were promoting, heavy people, it's just to sell more soap, because heavy people have more surface area and therefore go through more soap.
Paul already did that joke script.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I figured.
Yeah, stole it.
Yeah, they're like, and when I looked at that commercial, the way that like that gamer chick was like stretching arms, we had her head and everything, I was like thinking they're kind of like implying that gamers don't smell really well, and Dove can fix that, at least use it often enough. So yeah.
Whoa.
No, and here's the problem with Dove, and that's the thing. Each one of these companies, this is what I was talking about that one day, they're always trying to fix their image. I'm sure we'll get a talk about this at some point where they say like, yeah, we're trying to fix Dove's image from being your grandma's soap, right? That'll be their big thing, and they're trying to make it for young women and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, well, you're not doing a very good job. So we'll have to see how that pans out for them too, because that's kind of one of the, Bud Light and all those are very male-driven products. Dove, on the other hand, already was more female-driven products. So I'd be curious to see how women react to this kind of a advertising campaign. But yeah. Callum Lyle says, I'm glad that the Yennefer actress spoke defending Henry Cavill.
Yes.
Because she and the Siri girl said they have a huge crush on the guy. I'm assuming this is about the Witcher stuff.
Yeah, Cultured, you have the story. Bring us up to speed.
On the Yennefer thing,
Yeah.
the actress actually did come out and spoke in defense of Henry, kind of knocking them completely off of their narrative. You have to remember there was a unified effort to try to paint Cavill as the bad guy here, and then he was difficult to work on set, difficult to work with.
Him and Jenna Ortega, evidently.
Yeah, very, very difficult to work with on set, and very demeaning to the ladies around him. I would imagine that, when they were covering the rap, this was part of the commentary that was made by the Yennefer actress, that this was terrible. We lost somebody that we absolutely adore and, was really making the show work. And I would have to say that kind of puts, I would call it the death knell in this particular season 4 that they're trying to get off the ground with Liam Hemsworth. But I could be wrong. But yeah, it was the way that they could try to get out from underneath this. But Netflix has not been doing very well with any of these programs when they hand them over to these ideologues. So, but I thought it was very good that this came out the way it did. So.
They really tried to claim that Henry Cavill was mistreating women on the set.
Yes. Yeah. That it's, again, she knocked it out of the park. Essentially saying, look, that's not true. He was the driving force for the show, and she loved working with him. He was wonderful to work with.
Considering half the women are probably abused me, Mr. Cavill.
Maybe. Like I said, I mean, you're going to get one story from the people that work with others, and yeah, exactly. They actually care, indeed. I'm assuming that's Michelle, but
probably.
Yeah, I like I said, it was wonderful to have that. Vindication of sorts, somebody that was legitimately working with him. I imagine, they'll probably work together again in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, look, it speaks to this.
Paul's here.
It speaks to this conversation that Johnny Depp was having recently. He doesn't need Hollywood anymore. He just needs the people. And Johnny Depp has the people. I would say Henry Cavill has the people. The truth always comes out in the end.
There you go. And good morning, Paul. How are you doing?
I'm good. Yourselves?
Good.
We're doing okay. And Script already stole your joke yesterday about Dove soap.
I didn't know. I didn't hear it. I just was thinking the same way.
You guys are just typical Canadians.
Oh, the amount of surface area?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You guys made the exact same joke. Yes.
And everybody else has been copying it. I think I was the first because I debuted it on your show.
Yes.
And my video on Dove has done extremely well.
Well, good for your video because that's a good news because ours has not been doing too well on Conan, sadly. But Callum Lyle says, and she admitted she enjoyed the bath scene. Yeah. I would imagine most women did that were straight, or at least bi and straight, and probably most of the lesbians.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Henry Cavill in the bath in the first season of Witcher.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mandatory. Well, that's also
his co-stars came out to defend him.
Yeah. I mean, he's not difficult to look at. So I'm just saying.
Neither is Yennefer.
No. I mean, if Henry was here, I'd probably have to question my sexuality too.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah.
And then Waltman says, so Bud Light boycott a full success. Well, I don't know about a full success, but they surely did notice.
I think the business world noticed.
So much so that I think Miller was like just trying to sweep that whole thing under the rug quietly, and it didn't happen.
It didn't work.
And not that we're going to boycott Epic, but Epic, I think, stepped into it with the Dove thing.
They really did.
Wait a second. You're telling us not to play the games that we like? Why don't you just get together with the girls and Dove? Why doesn't Dove finance a video game?
Good.
Go make your own fucking game.
Good question.
I mean, the other part too is that a lot of video games, especially the multiplayer ones, have skin options and custom character creation, which means that you can literally make yourself into the game if you want. And you don't see a whole lot of people that look like the people in that commercial unless it's for a gag.
It's because none of the people in the commercial play games.
True story.
Well, and I'm sure if Dove made a game, it would be right up with there with the greatest of games, like the Burger King Sneaky King game and the 7-Up Spot game,
And an awful lot of games
Pepsi
made
Man.
by women
called
have a
suds.
fashion angle.
No, it's just anytime any company has ever gotten involved in any game, it has been crap.
Well, and if Dove did it, they'd have to be careful of the prison soap game.
Yeah, don't drop the
Oh,
Dove.
no.
No, I think actually that'd be cool. You just have an anthropomorphic bar of soap, and they travel from point to point cleaning things, and all of a sudden they get arrested and are thrown in jail, and now it's a survival game.
That's right. And I'm the Dove bar of soap, and it's suddenly gotten very dark here. Where am I? Whew.
2 male.
No, sorry.
The bar of soap is already white. We don't need it being male too, Paul.
Oh,
It's got to be a chick.
I can't
Yeah,
do it.
yeah.
In a men's prison, and it's
Paul,
going
you
through all
need
the
to have
crevices.
Men's prison.
you need to have a Bud Light with jokes like that.
The only women I can
Lord.
imitate are the smoking the women who smoke, who are in their 50s, who like their bourbon. I love it.
That's why I
Hey,
have a voice box.
No, but I don't need it. See, I have met women who sound exactly like this.
I know.
Yeah, you sound like
Yeah.
Sheila, Dr. Mrs. the girl, the monarch.
Yeah.
You look
From
like a
Venture
nice
Brothers.
young man. Why don't you come over?
Yeah. And then Professor Haitian has been a member for 25 months and says, trying a new thing, a video all about book covers. Interesting.
Oh,
Support small creators and read comics. Let Disney die. Kill it if you have to. Yes. Indeed. Captain Fandom Nerd has been here for 23 months. Thank you so much. 200-watt studio says, spoiler! If you saw how Han and Leia's marriage turned out in Force Awakens, then you know how Indian Marion's marriage turned out in Dial of Destiny.
God dang.
Yeah. This is probably an astute observation. I've heard she's mentioned it, and that's it.
Ugh.
Well, you just have to remember, with Kathleen Kennedy, the hero doesn't get the girl in the end. He gets the
Well,
dog.
I think 200 watts definitely onto something here. Not that I didn't already figure this myself. He's living in a rundown apartment by himself, basically, at the beginning of the film. They kind of already
That's a nice
telegraphed
house.
that.
I guess he lost his nice house in the divorce.
Guess so. In the divorce, probably. Yeah.
Divorces are expensive.
They are.
But worth it.
Cheaper to keep her. That's what the song says.
Isn't Harrison still with the Q-tip?
Yes.
Callista Flockhart, yes.
Yes, we ran into Callista Flockhart in Paris, actually, on the subway.
Yeah. And she's a brunette
wife
now,
might.
so she's no longer cute.
I've heard if you breathe too hard in her direction, she falls over.
She's tiny.
Yeah.
Well, I
So,
was
so
gonna say,
Paul, you met her randomly in Paris. I just always thought that that's so amazing how you have like these two superstar actors and stuff like that, and they just or a studio executive or network executive in this case, and then hugely popular actors just ran into each other in some random location of the world. It's like,
Well, she was
that
on
is-
the metro, and we were behind her, and some French person who spoke extremely good English, but with a Parisian accent, was telling her she wanted to know where her hotel was off the Champs-Élysées. And he was telling her, and she was like staring at him, and he had to get off. And then he got off, and I could see from her body language that she has no idea what he said.
Oh,
Even
no.
though he spoke like this, and it was very easy to understand what he was saying. And I poked my wife, who speaks French. I said, I don't think Callista understood a single thing he said. So we went over and said, you didn't understand a single thing he said, did you? Didn't you? No. Okay, so you need to get off at the such and such stop. And And she went, thank you. It was the slightest of accent, and she couldn't understand his English. I thought that was pretty funny. But she was nice and tiny, and I thought she was actually the subway pole for a second, and the grab
see,
handle.
when you said you bumped into her, I was terrified because you could break her very easily.
I wasted her with Krav Maga.
Krav Maga. Oh wow. Okay.
I
fancy-
breathed on her.
Yeah.
No, she was very nice, but kind of dumb.
Okay.
High price there.
I don't like tourists that are in another country that think the country should be run like Disney World. You run into tourists who go, well, where's all the amenities? No, the city is made for the Parisians. They're not for you. You're just an interloper, and you're just enjoying what other Parisians enjoy. The Pompidou Museum was not made for you. That was made for Parisians. You just happen to enjoy it.
It's
Well,
not
hold
a
on to
small
that
world
thought.
ride.
Yeah. Say, well, hold on to that thought because we're going to get into that business too, I think, this morning
No.
when it comes to Disney and all that. Dr. Long Dongler sent us a thumbs up. If you haven't hit that thumbs up yet, please do. Then he also has been a member for 18 months. Thank you so much, Dr. Long Dongler. And Shadow Dancer the Red Mage says Dave can keep their unreal reality. Okay, I have a PS3 in Lara Croft library. I'm good until the end of time. Who's Dave?
Dove. It says Dove here.
Dove.
Oh, why
I
am
don't
I
know how
reading
you're
it,
getting
Dave?
Dove's not here, man.
Yeah, I don't know where I got it either. I'm half awake. I've literally had like 2 hours
Now,
of sleep.
isn't it
feels like.
interesting that we're dealing with the coalescence of Dove and Dial of Destiny? We've got a soap connection here now suddenly.
Dial? Yeah.
Dial and Dove. There's something going on here.
It's very
John
hygienic.
Apocalypse has a very hot take here. Indy 5 will make less money than Solo. Wow, that would be interesting if it does happen. I have a feeling that Indy's going to probably make almost as much money as Solo did in its entire run in its first weekend, though.
I mean, like making profit or just taking ticket sales?
Just in take, yeah. Like, because like Solo did what, like 250 million altogether, if that, 200 million, somewhere in that region. I think Indy's going to make close to that in its opening weekend. Whether or not it has staying power or not, that's the topic of question. The topic of at hand this morning, because even the critics can't give this movie a good rating despite it being uber woke, from what it sounds like. So we're going to get into that here. Just a moment.
Actually, on that real quickly, which critics are the ones that have given this the reviews? Are these only? Are these like the critic reviews? Are they from the premiere in Cannes?
Yes.
Because then they will be French reviewers.
Well, Variety.
No, there's a lot of Americans over there.
There's a lot of Americans, but it's not just Americans. There's
no, but like
more.
Like all them big reviewers like Owen Gleiberman and stuff like that, all the for the Variety and all that stuff, have all seen it. Yeah, and it's not looking.
Don't they have terrible taste? So if it's bad, would that not mean it's good?
I don't know. That's the weird thing. I'm at like a weird. It's below 50% now. With 18 reviews. I know what you're saying.
Take a look at who's reviewing it, right?
Okay, well, here's the thing. Let's look at the actual reviews. See, because I think those are more telling in this case. Because that's what I'm saying is they can't even stick up for this crap anymore because they know they're going to get called out, right? Because normally this would be exactly what they want. Fleabag, all that kind of business. But you've got like a lot of these critics are bitching about the de-aging. That's one thing that comes up right away. Obviously, spoilers. We can kind of understand what the Dial of Destiny is all about. I mean, basically all the leaks are true. Let's just put it that way.
Or time travel stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Almost all of it is true.
Well, the big question, because where the leaks are concerned, spoiler, is Indy erased from history and replaced by Fleabag?
That doesn't seem to be the case because if you remember, they reshot the ending.
Yeah,
which people are calling nonsensical. I've seen that.
Yes, because people are saying, and one of the reviews, I believe it was Owen Gleiberman's review, where he flat out said the movie feels like it's leading up for her to take over the mantle, but don't get too worried about that or get your hopes up or something to that effect.
Well,
don't get their hopes up. That's what they wanted.
Hokum is he's the one who said that it was hokum. Yeah,
hokum, which means nonsense, but that's been I've seen that being overused greatly on Twitter this morning. It's like, oh, okay, here we go. We've got the new word of the day.
So let's look at a few of these reviews though. The de-aging and other CGI manipulation of Ford's body only serve to demonstrate that Dial of Destiny just wants to turn back the clock instead of doing anything new. And actually, that is almost exactly what Owen said too. Here's a positive review from Ben Ralph, and he looks like he's 12. Says, Harrison Ford finds a fitting end to one of cinema's great action heroes and one of the most iconic roles of his career. With this film, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is thrilling, action-packed, swan song for the iconic character. That's about as generic as you can get on that, really. According to this Collider critic here, it's a step up from Crystal Skull. While it's not perfect, uneven storytelling.
Is it Steve Weintraub that?
No, actually, it looks like a chick, Teresa Laxon. Robert Daniels of the Playlist says it's sad and safe ending for the series once prided itself on big escapades and larger than life emotions. Dial of Destiny shows that some relics should stay buried. Ooh. And then you got a positive review from Matt Naglia. Sorry. Indiana Jones and Dial of Destiny may not be the finest film of the franchise, but it's far from the worst. It's solid entertainment with a legendary character riding off into the sunset one final time. Slash Film gave it a positive review, saying Dial of Destiny is bold, bright, and blazingly fun reunion with our favorite hero. David Jenkins, though, did not like it. Says it's an improvement on the execrable, I think that's the word, Crystal Skull, but James Mangold's exhumation of Spielberg's adventure series is both tame and unnecessary. Yeah. Nicholas Barber says the jokes and zest and exuberance just aren't there. So instead of a joyous send-off for our beloved hero, we get a depressing reminder of how much livelier his past adventures were. This is a big bombastic movie, says David Rooney of Hollywood Reporter, that goes through the motions but never finds much joy in the process. Despite John Williams' hard-working score, continuously pushing our nostalgia button and trying to convince us that we're on a wild ride. And see, that's the feeling I got from that clip, right? And I saw it felt so fake. And that was one thing that, in that one review we read yesterday was also pointing out is how, this franchise was built on these, build upon action sequences. And the beauty of it is that they were all practical up until Crystal Skull, right? So all those, the tank scene, for instance, in the first one and stuff like all that stuff was done with real stuntmen. All the chases, all that stuff was done in real time. And I'm watching this chase in this new movie, and I know it's all done in front of a green screen, and some of it's just, a stuntman with Harrison's face over top of it and stuff like that. It just feels so unreal. It does not feel like I'm really watching anything that's happening. It's gotten to that point now, and it's really taken me out of a lot of movies lately. Is anybody else getting that, or is it just me?
You know what I get from it? Two things. One, it sounds like Doomcock's rumors were 100% true at one point in time, and this was also reported by the Daily Mail, I believe, afterwards. The movie was absolutely intended to have Fleabag replace Indiana Jones for all history, but they changed that in reshoots. And because of that, you have two things going on. One is that you have a movie where the payoff for the build-up isn't there because they reshot it away, and a movie which is just boring and meandering because it doesn't have the payoff the whole thing was building towards. Meaning the whole movie is pointless. That's what I get from these reviews.
Mm-hmm. And then we've got Owen Gleiberman here, as I brought out earlier. Indiana Jones and Dial of Destiny is delightfully eager, but ultimately rather joyless piece of nostalgic hokum. Yes.
Cultured, your thoughts on these reviews?
I'm unsurprised.
Tom and I are onto something with what the issues with the movie might be.
Oh, I think you are. I think it speaks volumes as to just how much of the early stuff was accurate that came out about this film. Regarding its synopsis, its plot, breaking it all down. I think a lot of what was presented early on was definitely part of this film. I think anytime films have to go through extensive reshoots because the reception early on to them is favorable, you're going to have a very disjointed film at the end unless you have some really quality folks involved in fixing that, which again they clearly don't. And a lot of people were standing up for James Mangold all along the way. I don't know how you could possibly now, but I fully expect that this will be another one of the films that I will go in and watch, so other people don't have to, and I'll give my honest opinion at that point, and I'll be completely unfettered. I think you guys are on to not more than just onto something. I think you're directly over the target. I think this film was bad. It was always going to be bad, and the fixes didn't make it better. So it's interesting that this is aligning with the sensibilities of the audience early on. So,
well, one thing that I have noticed from the reviews is that all the easy stuff, so to speak, with regards to directing, cinematography, editing, and whatnot, is all relatively praised. It's the actual story itself that just doesn't have any meaning. And this is a project that had 4 screenwriters on it, including the director. And David Koepp, who wrote Jurassic Park and a bunch of other Spielberg films, and also the Crystal Skull. Rumor has it that he was not really part of any of the follow-up drafts of this. So he only has a credit for starting the story, and it's the brothers that took full reins on the rewrites and development of it. And based on these reviews, you can kind of tell that it's not an experienced veteran screenwriter working on this project. It's some younger, well, I mean, they've been around for about 25 years or so. So they do have some behind them, but not very notable credits of worth behind them. I think that says a lot. It's like these 2 guys had been around for a while, and they just needed that one big hit, and they probably fit right into the pocket that Kathleen Kennedy needs, which is, I've got these experienced writers, but they're very flexible, very malleable, and they can do what I need to with regards to this movie. And Mangold is a guy who does have a very positive track record, and I think his own power and ability was not enough to battle whatever mandates were required for this film when it came to the production side of things.
Fair enough.
Which just goes to show how influential a woman like Kathleen Kennedy is, because again, she's been around since the late 70s, early 80s, and has probably made more careers outside of all the normal stuff that you'd hear of than anyone else in the industry, and has therefore a lot of favor and support for whatever decision she wants to make now.
At the same time, though, this movie is going to underperform. Like, this is
absolutely.
obvious from these reviews right here. And what we're getting here is that another common thing I am getting is, why does this movie exist? That this movie, through its story, wasn't able to justify its own existence, which should be something fairly basic for any movie to do. And James Mangold, he's a great director if left to his own devices. If someone told him, no one is going to give you any notes or anything, just being you, go and do an Indiana Jones movie, he probably would have done something all right, but he didn't get to do that. He did this under the auspices of Kathleen Kennedy. And the industry is now behind closed doors, at least, Gript. I'm sure you can validate that behind closed doors, it is now wide agreement that Kathleen Kennedy screwed up Lucasfilm and she messed up Star Wars and everything like that. And here is now just yet another project that she has made, or that she has overseen, now with a director who's won Oscars and what have you. And suddenly here now he delivers some kind of meandering stuff. I'm sure many people, although they won't admit it out loud behind closed doors, they all know that it wasn't Mangold that screwed up here.
Yeah, the concept is that Kathleen Kennedy is a very good facilitating producer, but not a leader, but not someone in a leadership role. That's just the fact of the game. Like, you will get a lot of people that will say, if you hire her as a producer to get things done for your production, she's one of the best. But we've seen now over her tenure as president of Lucasfilm that when she's leading the charge, she is not capable of
if she doesn't have one of her boys, like Spielberg or Zemeckis,
Well, even then, like when she's working with them, she's not the leader of that project. She is
but she can get everything done, though. Yeah.
I feel like I think the most distressing thing about all the comments made by the reviewers so far, and Andre, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think or script or anybody, but I think when somebody uses the word to describe your project as lifeless, you have a problem.
Exactly, that's like my point. This is
especially when you're spending Avatar money on it. Yeah, sorry.
Its existence.
Yeah.
And yeah, something that fails to justify its own existence with the cost of Avatar, yeah, that's bad.
Yeah. Wow.
If you're watching it and you're like, what the hell am I watching this? What's the point? Why did this have to be made? And something is wrong.
And someone in the chat said, get ready to fall in love with Crystal Skull. And I'm thinking this may actually make that film look much, much better. So
I think it's going to be just like the prequels all over again. The sequel trilogy retroactively made the prequels better.
I don't, because the difference there is that the prequels actually had some redeeming values in them. Crystal Skull is one of the worst fucking movies ever made.
Well, it has a beautiful nuclear explosion. I mean, there's that.
That's about it. Like at that point, the movie literally nukes the fridge. Like it took away that like one of the most famous sayings in history and replaced it. Right?
The use of the Wilhelm screen in it. I mean, I'm reaching at straws here, but
yeah, you're grasping real hard. Crystal Skull is like one of the worst movies ever made. In fact, I even posited at the time it came out that George managed to make a character that was worse than Jar Jar Binks with that fucking Mac dude, the guy who can't figure out what side he's on. Like one of the most annoying characters in history, in my opinion. Because by the end, I'm just like, die already, just so we can get you off the fucking screen. Because I don't care what side you're on at this point. Like that's how bad that movie was. And Shia LaBeouf swinging with the monkeys and shit. Do I need to remind everybody? Exactly, Hiller. It had Shia LaBeouf in it. He's Indiana Jones Jr.
Right.
How does those two people make that guy?
And he's never seen or heard from again in this movie, I'm sure.
Sorry for the rant there, but I don't know if anything can fix Crystal Skull, and I don't think this is going to be any better, no. But
I like Crystal Skull.
Whoa, it was nice knowing you, Paul.
The BBC actually called the film gloomy and depressing.
Ouch. That's something an Indiana Jones movie hasn't been since Temple of Doom.
Man.
Now, that was the second one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that one I hated.
See, most people love that now.
I love the first one and the third one.
Malaram.
I thought the second one was
everybody loves
too scary for kids.
It was perfect. I was 4 years old when that movie came out. I loved the hell out of it.
I liked Club Obi-Wan a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. I love Temple of Doom has aged like a fine wine.
Okay.
It has, yeah.
Last Crusade, on the other hand, has started to sour in some people's. I mean, it's good, but that used to be the one that everybody was like, "Oh, that's the best one." It's like now everybody's like, "Yeah."
Well, it has a great father-son relationship, which is what
makes
that movie wonderful. It does ruin the character of Marcus, makes him a buffoon.
The problem with the third film is that is exactly what Crystal Skull became. It's the same kind of story. It's just just with Indy Jr. and Harrison Ford taking over the fatherly role, really.
I like Kate Blanchett though, just too much.
She was all right as a bad guy, but she fit in that hammy kind of Indiana Jones way that I'm not so sure Mads Mikkelsen is going to. I don't know, because he's been getting some bad reviews too.
He's a Von Braun type of guy. Only he decided he still loved where he came from, so to speak.
That's what it sounds like, though. Is he's way too hammy, and if he's hammier than she was, that might be too over the top. But we'll have to see on that. Speaking of Crystal Skull, Kevin Marr says, good news is it's not as poor as Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. The bad news is it's not much better. And I think a lot of people are giving this movie a decent review because of the opening scene. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody. Okay, I guess I'll tell you. It's basically it's a flashback scene.
Oh,
so
well,
you get CGI Indiana Jones going after the what the hell's the name of the spear that stabbed Jesus in the side? I can't remember now.
The
The
one that was
ouchie
in
spear?
Constant-
That one.
Yeah, the one that was in Constantine, the movie as well.
Yes.
The
yes.
Spear of Destiny, isn't it?
Something. No, they actually say the specific name of it, and I can't think of it offhand. But
Yahweh butter knife.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's.
I'm pretty good with that stuff.
Yes, it is the Spear of Destiny, but they have another name for it in the movie, I guess, since it's also the Dial of Destiny. So I'm sure they didn't want two things of destiny in the movie.
Destiny's Children.
Yes, Beyonce.
Yeah, Beyonce. She makes a surprise visit.
The Spear of Beyonce.
We got a couple of the Destiny's children, just not Beyonce.
You know what? It would be really cool if she was wearing the Dial of Destiny with fake. They bring back Destiny's Children, and then Indy takes it from her neck.
No,
And then give
Flavor
it to
Flav
Lizzo.
would be the one that would wear the Dial of Destiny. That's
Who
his
would?
Flavor Flav.
Yeah, but
Oh.
I think awarding it to Lizzo like during the film would make a lot of sense.
Ah!
At that point. Just saying.
I think that would be the.
Well, on that note, Ben asks, "Is Lizzo in it?" I don't know.
I mean, I think that would be the weight scale of destiny.
Oh my. Wow. There you go.
But someone had to go there.
No, it was brilliant. Well done.
So yeah. Anyway, but so for the first part of the movie, that's when everybody's sounding like, oh, it's like a classic Indiana Jones kind of bit in the intro, and then it goes downhill from there, from what it sounds like.
Chad is just killing it.
Yeah, they are. The flavor of destiny.
The flavor.
The Axe body spray of destiny.
Tom's jokes finally killed Andres'
which
shoe.
is a Unilever product, I just like to tell you.
Oh,
The Holy Lance. That's what I thought. Thank you, Six. I was trying to
Oh.
think of that word. But yeah. So, and I wonder if that's maybe what David Kep wrote script,
Probably.
right? Like, yeah, like that's probably from a script from like 20 years ago or some shit like that.
Or
Just
it'd be when
repurposed
they
it.
were still working on doing the follow up to Crystal Skull.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Or one of the scripts that never got used. Cause they did like, that was the thing with Crystal Skull was George was adamant about using that story. And Steven was just like, nah, I'm done with aliens. And then George is like, well, they're not aliens. They're interdimensional beings. Steven's like, all right, fine, fuck it, whatever.
That part.
He's like, whatever. And you can tell just during the whole movie, he's just like, whatever. Like, whatever George wants.
They're trying to do like a parallel with the Sputnik type of thing of the new Cold War age. And
Yeah.
I don't think they nailed it. Sadly.
No, they didn't.
No, it was a complete misstep. And that's where I'm not so sure that
the themes with regards to Indiana Jones, at least on the feature films, is that every artifact that he's going after, that the central artifact is based in a religion
of some type. Yes.
And
that's what bothered me too. Yeah.
It was a shame that they didn't do that for the fourth one. And it appears like they're not doing that for this one either.
Yeah. The MacGuffin is terrible in the fourth one. I mean,
it's as bad as that one, if you ask me, because once you add aliens and time travel in, it really futzes with the first three films, because that's kind of the whole point, is that Indy's a bit of an agnostic of sorts. I mean, he was
raised religiously, but he's more
he
into
doesn't necessarily
history.
Yeah, he's not so much like, oh, I believe in, I just want the item, right? And then he comes to find out that item is actually what it is. And so that's kind of that whole, like, the gimmick of the films. Script's right. I agree. Like, once they took the step away from that with the aliens and now time travel, to me, that is not what Indiana Jones is about.
Yep.
Like, I understood what George was trying to do with trying to set it in the 50s and do this sci-fi kind of thing, because that was what was going on. And like you said, the Cold War and all that business, it doesn't work for Indiana Jones. That's not where he works.
I think given the time, like in the 50s, there could have been a great Israel type of story for Indiana Jones to explore, because of what was going on in that nation at that time, that new nation at that time. And that would have fit right in with regards to, the religious artifacts and what's the value and what people are fighting over and the contention there and what's going on and the fallout with, you still have, those people from a German political party on the run, fleeing and still trying to recover from their defeat. There are stories that, people did hide in Israel before making the way to Argentina and all that stuff. There's things that India could have explored at that period that they decided, no, let's go with the flavor of the month, which was there's a video game, oddly enough, that came out that was Destroy All Humans. That was a 1950s style thing, and that kind of was popular, and that kind of influenced a lot of things going around in Hollywood at the same time, because they co-released it, I think, with Plan 9 from Outer Space DVD, I think, at the same time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a gimmick, a fad at that moment. And I think Indiana Jones was susceptible to that and fell for it because that was, but it was basically
the problem was the Ark of the Covenant was the perfect MacGuffin. And I don't know how you top that. Like, what is more
the Holy Grail, basically?
What?
The Holy Grail, basically.
It's the Holy Grail. Those are the only two.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Those are the only two, I guess, in Western canon.
Basically, I agree with you guys. The only thing they could have done with this movie that I think could have been poignant and actually done something with, especially with Harrison's age, is had it been the search for the Fountain of Youth. And
the Conquistador one. Yeah.
And in the search for the Fountain of Youth, at the end, he finds out that either A, it doesn't exist, or he has to use it like he did in part 3 to save somebody's life, so he doesn't actually get to benefit from the whole
jump religions, because there are some real mystic things in Hindu and also in the Quran. There's some mystic stuff in there too. I don't see why he couldn't have done that. There's some great Confucian stuff.
Hey, we got Gary in the chat.
Oh yeah,
Atlantis.
Oh, Atlantis. Yes, exactly. That was the video game. That's
yeah.
But no, I figured, because Temple of Doom was dealing with like a Middle East religion of sorts. I can't remember the details of that because it's been over a decade since I've seen Temple of Doom. But you had the Christian, you had Jewish and Catholicism in Ark and Crusade. Yes, doing something from the Quran would have been great, or doing something from any of the other religions would have been very much in line.
There's so much more to explore, right?
I would have liked to have had the movie start with him lecturing that Cleopatra was in fact black.
Cleopatra was black.
That would have been some Netflix tie over. See,
that would also have been a great way to make some money off of Netflix.
See, this is the mind of a network executive who's looking for crossover opportunities.
That's right.
Yeah.
Cross-dressing.
Find the
cross-dressing. Yes.
Find the corpse of the snake that killed Cleopatra. That's what they're after.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It'd been turned into some sort of relic, like bronzed or something at that time, because it was so valuable by those that despised her.
Yeah, I mean that one German guy. Oh, what was his name? Who did the movie about the pyramids? Not time traveling one. Oh God, can't remember. Anyways, yeah, that was pretty much explored by him. SG-1, Stargate was.
I was about to say
Roland
Stargate,
Emmerich.
but I was like, yeah,
Roland Emmerich, right?
Roland Emmerich. There you go.
But like, no, he can't mean Stargate.
You're wondering what the hell are you referring to now? But
I was like, no, Stargate's too easy. He can't be thinking of Stargate. Was what I was thinking.
My brain works in mysterious ways. I'll go, okay, what was the name of the dog Asta in that movie? And that dog,
sadly,
my brain dog, and that white dog was with Gina Lollobrigida in. I can only do the weird connections to get.
I do that too. That's where I understand that, Paul. I do that all the damn time. Justin B says, "Hail all! Harrison Ford looks like Freddy Krueger in that thumbnail." Ooh. Also, shameless plug.
Yeah,
but I have a new X-Files video dropping at 5 p.m. Eastern. Oh,
cool.
I wonder if that's about the new reboot.
And
then what's your first thought? Says, I hope when KK heard all of those French people making fun of the film and mocking how boring it was, that she knows it's not just them, it's everyone everywhere all the time. Hail Midnight's Edge, have a great weekend. Yeah, what's your first thought is referring to here is some of the reviews were pointing out that the French audience just wasn't all that into the movie.
Yeah. Apparently they only clapped for like 2 minutes or something. And
it got a very...
That's really bad.
That's because Jerry Lewis wasn't in it.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I think Phoebe Waller-Bridge needed more Jerry Lewisisms.
They said it got a soft 5-minute standing ovation at the end, mainly for Harrison Ford, is what it sounded like.
A Toronto critic who I like very much, but I find him very soporific. just loved Phoebe Waller. Says that she's the one that holds the entire movie together. So we shall see.
Oh
Well-
Lord, considering she gets like most of the bad reviews of the film, like, ooh, that's not good.
Well, they also surprised Harrison Ford with a surprise Palme d'Or.
Right.
Yeah,
Mhm.
last night. So
Yep, and they gave him a standing ovation for that, and certainly he deserves it. I'll tell you, you tweet something, you never know what's going to come of it. I just casually tweeted, I feel sorry for Harrison Ford, and that exploded. And
Oh,
I
boy.
would say that the vast majority disagreed with that sentiment. But that one simple line, I can't tell you, it's still churning through my account. It's amazing.
I don't know if this is true, but this would also make sense why they would do such a long, soft applause at the end of the film if they were playing like a greatest hits reel at the end. That would make sense.
Oh, I see.
I did not read that.
Depeche
but-
Mode.
It's like-
They were just playing Depeche Mode, and they're applauding to that.
Yeah, because you're saying, Tom, that there's like some kind of like Nightmare on Elm Street Part 6, Freddy's Dead.
That would make sense.
And seeing end credit stuff with like clips from the earlier movies. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. If that's the case, I can see that. And then Nerd Alert says, why do woke activists have such terrible taste in fashion? It's a good question. It's a good question.
Well, because their brain is wired to see beauty and the natural order differently.
And I mean, was it you and I, Paul, that were having this discussion one night on the wrap up where we were basically talking about like all this like transitioning woke business stuff is like the new getting yourself a mohawk or your ear pierced and pissing your parents off?
Yep.
You mean a fad?
Yeah.
It's the thing. Yep. I think pronouns are the shoulder pads of the 1980s.
Ouch. There was a lot of big shoulder pads in the 80s.
20s.
Sorry, what was that, Andre?
Yeah. No, like, or rather the shoulder pads of the 2020s.
Yes, sorry, they're the shoulder. Yes, sorry. Yes, they're. Yeah, thank you for correcting.
The shoulder pads of today.
Yep, they're the shoulder pads of today. I just wanted to make, people who did not live through. I had a jacket with shoulder pads, and you roll up your sleeves.
Like Miami Vice.
Yes,
Yes.
very Miami Vice. Hey, stay down, down, boy.
You're getting excited over there, Paul.
Yeah, my microphone got excited.
Dark King says culture is like DC's Lobo, the main man.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Badass.
I think culture would make a great Lobo.
Yeah.
I would need to lose weight and gain muscle. But sure.
The Walt Man says it's so weird that outlets who would side with KK are not defending her after Star Wars Celebration. The Star Cruiser and now Indy 5, unless the hit order came through, Lucasfilm is having a bad day. Yeah, this is the thing that sticks out most to me.
Yeah.
Is I'm not so sure because like everybody's first reaction is, well, of course, if the critics hate it, that means the movie might actually be good. In this case, I'm not so sure. What I'm seeing is this right here. To me, this is the equivalent of that Entertainment Weekly review of Clarice.
Yeah.
It has gotten to the point where they can no longer protect her.
Or they
that's
found
the
no value
thing, sir,
in
because
And no value in protecting her, right? Because this is probably her final shebang anyway.
Also, when it comes to like reading reviews and stuff like that, because you can't just jump to, oh, the critics don't like it, so I will. Well, you have to see why the critics don't like it. Do they like it because it's or do they not like it because it's problematic? Do they not like it because it isn't diverse enough? Then yeah, probably you will like it. But if they point to purely structural and story issues without going to any kind of detail, because if it was woke stuff, they would go into detail about how problematic it was. If they don't do that, but they still point to purely structural issues, and that's what they're doing right here, then woke or not, it's just not a good movie.
I'd go as far as to say,
sorry, and just like Rings of Power, as you said, Tom, they can't cover for this because it's their own credibility on the line.
yeah. And I was going to say, you also kind of look at it from like the best they can muster is a roughly 50% out of 100 score, right? And that even though it hits all those notes, it has Fleabag all over it. They can't even just like they're giving the bad reviews to the stuff we've been pointing out for the last 5 years. They can't even use that as an excuse to say, yeah, it's good. That's what I'm getting at. Is that because a lot of the reviews are just pointing out how her shit just kind of didn't land. And I could tell from that clip, she is an annoying character. She might even give Willie a run for her money.
Or even Captain Marvel, maybe.
I don't know if I'd go to that far yet, but we'll see. Maybe. I don't know. I can't stand Fleabag.
It's like dying in the comics right now.
Oh, man.
Nobody cares.
Look, I knew this was going to be a problem when they teabagged us with Fleabag. But
right.
I feel like, this is a little vindication for calling out just how one trick pony she is. So,
well, what's interesting is my wife and I just didn't like Fleabag. We went, okay, what's going on here? But the Hollywood cognoscenti just adored it. And I went, okay, I get it. I totally get why they love this show. And that's a real litmus test, that show. In the same way we use Mystery Men. If a new couple comes over to our house, we play them the Rottles and Mystery Men. If they don't like either of those movies, well then fuck it, they're out of the house.
I love that.
We don't give them dinner.
I love that, Paul, and I would pass that with flying colors because Mystery Men is.
I'm not surprised. That's why we get
underscored gem. Like that is a wonderful film, and I say it all the time. Like that movie was released like 2 years too early. If they had waited closer to the Avengers, I bet you that movie would have done so well. Oh, Paul Rubens is great in that.
Oh my God.
I like Greg Kinnear and the jokes like,
yes.
He wears glasses. If he takes them off, he can't see.
I just love the absurdity of the film. Yes.
I love the Sphinx, and I actually found Garofalo funny. I mean, it's
one of her best roles.
Movie.
Yes,
but that was before she became an unlikable person. I think
she was actually pretty good in Big Trouble.
She has a few good roles here and there. She was also. She's not too bad in that cat movie too. Or You Must Love Dogs. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, she's not too bad in that one.
Truth About Cats and Dogs.
Truth About Cats and Dogs. That's it.
Anyway, she was great in this. The Sphinx is brilliant.
Yes, but yes, no, that's a good litmus test.
Everything backwards.
Well, I mean,
all you
the
need
thing
is
with
cash.
Fleabag is that its opening joke is basically a 5-minute monologue questioning the size of her butthole.
Yep, it's a very unhappy show.
Yeah.
What is it with these fuckers and their obsession with buttholes? Isn't that what got Leslie Headland famous?
I think they like to watch a lot of OnlyFans.
Or wasn't that her who wrote the story about who's that?
That was not Leslie Headland. That was the chick who became a dude who did Red Sonja.
Oh, that's right. I get them all so screwed up. There's so many of them.
yeah, I know. That individual, that was like Joey Soloway.
Joey Soloway, yes.
Joey Soloway was the one whose claim to fame was the short story Courtney Cox's Butthole. That's what.
And we know Amy Schumer has done half of her show dedicated to like her butt and her vagina. So
and
yeah,
I
what
would
is
just
it?
like to say only Midnight's Edge covers buttholes.
Well, no, but seriously though, Paul, think about it for a minute. A lot of these female comedians come out and it's all like my vagina, my butthole. But if a man come out and did those kind of jokes, like I remember they used to give Eddie Murphy so much shit, and he even has that bit in his thing. He's like, I do manage to put some jokes in between the curses, like,
well,
I don't come out and just go filth, flour, and Phil.
Well, I mean, speaking of sensitivity, the Oxford University in the UK, famous for Monty Python and a bunch of other things, are now having sensitivity training for their comedians and their sketch artists.
Jesus Christ.
So they don't offend anybody with their sketches.
And this is where John Cleese will tell them to go fuck themselves, basically.
Yeah, I mean, that's almost a sketch of it in itself. You think, okay, that's the premise of a sketch. No, they're really doing it.
It would be brilliant if the comedian, the sketch troupe over at Oxford would write a sketch about the absurdity of such a premise. I mean, that would show brilliance.
They would be canceled.
Well, the thing is, could they write it so well that by the time they get to the main punchline toward the end of the sketch, that nobody realized what they were doing?
I don't know. Comedy's in trouble in so many places. We need people like Bill Burr to stay alive longer.
Lord.
Call,
Yeah.
call this stuff out. But it's tough to be a new comedian. Anyway, yeah, keep going.
Yeah. Dark King says the worst week Disney has had since last week. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
That is the headline.
Just to get into that, I believe this week was like when the Star Cruise line shut down or something.
Oh, yes. That happened while Kathleen Kennedy was in the premiere. What is it with them fuckers trying to do shit to people while they're in a premiere or a concert? You ever notice that? They fired Chapek while he was at Elton John, and they shut down and announced this about
Star Cruiser, yeah.
Star Cruiser while she was in the premiere at Cannes.
Yep.
I believe this must be like some kind of like Disney culture. Like, okay, like the boss is going to be so angry and prevent us if we give some kind of advance warning, and we have to do this. So we're going to do it now when we know they're busy.
When they have no
Like
access to their cell phone to kill it, because please turn off your phones before entering the concert or movie theater.
Exactly.
About their audience member.
Exactly. I mean, you could like try to do it while they're on a bathroom break, but they might bring their cell phones to that. You don't do that during Elton John or like.
Well, we all know that Trump used to do it on the toilet all the time.
Yeah.
So confefe.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no, we're going to get into that in just a moment here. Hillis Mallory says, off subject, Ice Pirates is the greatest movie. You know, that movie keeps coming up in my life.
I need to see that at some point.
You've never seen Ice Pirates?
Nope.
I don't know if we could hold up to the hype.
Probably not.
I've never seen it. Who's in it?
God, I'm trying to remember the main character, but it's got like a very young Hellboy in it.
Ron Perlman.
Ron Perlman.
Oh.
It's got Bruce Valanche in it.
Oh,
it's
a B movie.
It is. Oh, you actually, Paul, you'll dig it.
Oh.
Andre, on the other hand, might go. It was somewhere between Star Wars and Spaceballs, I guess, because it was kind of Spaceballs before Spaceballs, Andre. And it's weird because the movie we talked about it a couple times now because it was a movie that it was one of my first memories of seeing a movie in the theater, but I could never remember what the movie was. And one day on TBS when I was like 13, 14 years old, it was on, and I was sitting there trying to figure out what the movie was, and I finally figured it out, and it was Ice Pirates.
Yeah.
But the movie is
Robert Urich.
Yeah, Robert Urich. That's who the main guy is. Yes.
Yep.
And he
is,
plays like your Han Solo type.
It is so good. I loved that movie so much. In fact, Ice Pirates and Showgirls are competing for the best movie ever made.
Well, I can agree with Ice Pirates.
Mars Needs Women is up there.
No, it's close.
Mars Needs Women. Not to be confused with Mars Needs Moms, of course.
No, they Mars Needs Women. There's no mandatory viewing for anybody from Hungary.
But yes, Ice Pirates is quite the film. Brian W. says, the Dial of Destiny we want to see. Imagine red dial phone, Iger calls and fires KK. Post-credit scene, the red phone rings and Iger fired too. The end.
That sounds
I
great.
like that. You know what? I want to watch Iger go down with the company at this point.
He is.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's like the captain of the ship. It's like, you got back on the ship. You were off.
Yeah.
Well, technically, he's never been off the ship, though. That's the thing. But we have a lot of super chats here, and that's a good problem to have.
I can't believe that they actually selected Dial of Destiny.
I don't know.
Like, it's, keep your crappy movie, but at least make a decent title.
It doesn't even sound Indiana Jonesy.
Jonesy? I like it. Indiana Jonesy.
It doesn't sound Indiana Jonesy at all. I mean, you think it does at first glance, but it doesn't. It's like the Crystal Skull. It just doesn't fit. You know, it'd be like if they called Raiders. You know, Raiders of the Lost Ark is kind of like it works in a weird way because it sounds like one of those old serial kind of movies. Temple of Doom, same kind of thing.
Yeah, that's good. Temple of Doom.
The Last Crusade makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, lazy.
That's the location.
Isle of Destiny, lazy. And yeah, like Script just said, it's the location. Yeah.
I mean, listen, I don't think Temple of Doom is that great either. But again, it's not as, it's a more vague thing because it's got some ambiguity to it. But the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, that seems kind of specific and therefore a location. Dial of Destiny is very much specific. thing. Raiders of the Lost Ark, that's kind of vague because Ark could be many things. So you have to actually watch the movie to feel what arc they're discussing. The Last Crusade, that's like a last adventure, a last thing, and it's
a play on all of that. Yeah,
it's a play. There's other meanings to it.
Exactly. Same thing with Temple of Doom. Even though that's probably the weakest of the three, I agree with you. It still is open ended to where it can mean a lot of different things.
I think spinny ancient time thingy would have been a better.
Yes, it almost would have been, Paul. As bad as that sounds, it just makes no sense.
That device reminds me so much of the device, I think, from the fourth. Oh God damn it! I'll remember the movie. You guys keep talking.
It's the fourth in a series of films.
Yeah,
video games.
Oh, video games.
Oh,
okay.
video game. Then we're definitely not going to get it. Probably
Uncharted. The device looks like it comes right out of Uncharted. I saw it. I went, "Wow, that's out of Uncharted."
Yeah. So I see what you're saying. I played all 4 of those games.
Aren't they great?
That was before Naughty Dog got broken.
Yes.
Yeah.
Naughty Dog.
Now it's a bad dog.
It's very bad dog.
Ray Young 74 says, I feel conflicted about Indy. I want it to be good. However, I also hope it bombs worse than a 10-ton Grand Slam and acts as the straw that finally breaks the camel that is the franchise killer, KK.
You might want to reduce your expectations a little bit. It's probably going to underperform. But if you are hoping for it to bomb that way, you just might be disappointed, even if it does bomb.
Because that's the thing is, I keep saying and reminding people, Indiana Jones and Star Wars, though they have some crossover, they're not the same audience. Indiana Jones has more in common with Top Gun's audience. Like, this is the kind of movie that's going to get your grandpa out to the theater. Because they don't give a shit about, they don't pay attention to the stuff we do. They just saw a trailer during the Super Bowl and they know Indiana Jones and Harrison Ford are back. Because that was the buzz that I got from my normie friends and family after the Super Bowl was Michael Keaton and Indiana Jones are back. Basically, that was the talk of the town in my world. They didn't give a shit about the story. They didn't care about all the other ins and outs that we do. They never do. And I can tell them some of that stuff sometimes. And you know what I get out of that? Oh, you're just a fucking nerd. I don't care about that. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of people who are not going to pay attention to this crap. And Indiana Jones is going to have a very good opening. Now, I think Andre's right, though. I think it will underperform at the end of the day because word of mouth is going to get out about how this movie is. And it didn't help Crystal Skull either. It took a little longer for Crystal Skull word to get around.
Just for comparison, The Last Crusade, it brought in $474 million, and Crystal Skull doubled that.
Well,
but there also is a how many year gap in between there? Yeah.
How much of that is price hikes and inflation?
I'm just
saying.
Again, Indiana Jones also benefited from the hype, like the prequels and the sequels did of Star Wars, in that it had been that long since we had one. And I don't know if it even had any competition because everybody tried to steer clear of Crystal Skull. Like they were scared.
The closest thing to it was actually the Incredible Hulk.
I was going to say, I don't remember anything else. Yeah, there was nothing that wanted to compete with Crystal Skull at that point.
I'm just surprised that The Last Crusade was so low.
Adjusted for inflation.
Yeah, but still you had
89 was one of the most.
89
was the biggest year of the 80s movies. You got to remember that, Paul. The fact that Indiana Jones did that well.
There was a lot of competition,
it opened up against Batman.
Yeah.
Back to the Future.
A lot of films.
Well, Back to the Future was a little later in the year. Ghostbusters 2, Batman, Indiana Jones, all opened up within like 3 weeks of each other, I think.
Yeah. And that was back when you could go to 3 different movies on a weekend.
Oh, and Lethal Weapon 2.
Yeah. I loved the fact that there was good movies to go to every single weekend day.
And people reminded me License to Kill was also a pretty big Bond film at that time too. Yeah.
I mean, it's true. You have to
89 was a packed year for the 80s. Yes.
Temple of Doom was 333 million. So in today's dollars, would that be?
Well, and Temple of Doom also opened up against some pretty stiff competition with Ghostbusters and Gremlins.
Oh yeah, but this was back when they actually had movies.
Right. Well, you see, and that's one of the weirdest things ever because right before we went into the lockdown, we were at a pace of releasing films. They had almost eclipsed 1,000 films per year.
Really?
Yeah, it was one of the biggest cinema years. Nobody talks about this, but here domestically, we were looking at consistently from 13, 14, 15, somewhere in there, consistently looking at 800 plus films per year. Now those numbers are not accurate. You're looking more like 100, and I'm talking about cinematic theatrical releases
of like 2019.
2018, 2019. I think that puts it right. It's like 993.
Sorry, did you ask me a question? My bad.
No.
Oh, that sounds about right. So
the top movies that year in 2019 were Avengers Endgame, The Lion King, Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker, Frozen 2, Toy Story 4, Captain Marvel, Spider-Man: Far From Home, which I didn't like, Aladdin, Joker, and Jumanji: The Next Level.
Overall, Disney's year then.
Yep. Oh yeah, no, they set
contrast right now.
Yeah, they had 2 consecutive years of dominating the box office. Nobody else was even in the top 5 films with them to compete. It was a weird time. I mean, you were looking at almost $12 billion just in domestic earnings alone, right? And they had been earning consistently about $11 billion since about 2015 onward. So,
but
and
this is not a great slate though compared to 1984.
No,
like in terms of like the quality of movies, this is shit.
Yeah. Well, sheer volume was what they were doing volume and spectacle.
That's where, I always argue 84 was the best year of film in the 80s, and then 89 was the most pile drive year. Because even that summer, you had the flops that you even had, like Karate Kid 3 and UHF. And I mean, there was a lot of big movies. Friday the 13th. You mean
in 2019, you never heard of Dragged Across Concrete?
It was great.
I have.
But were you joking there? Are you joking?
Me?
Yeah.
No, neither one of us were joking.
I never heard of it.
Yeah, that is oh gosh, he's done 3 incredible films. The director of that.
It has Mel Gibson in it, Vince Vaughn.
I'm trying to think now. You got me because I always I always get him and Taylor Sheridan's movies flip-flopped for the longest time there.
The director writer he's got his first, it's like a first initial like C
S. Craig Zahler.
Craig Zahler. X Craig Zahler.
Bone Tomahawk, that was his other one.
Bone Tomahawk is amazing with Kurt Russell. You haven't seen these, Paul?
No.
Go get this movie. These are good movies.
My God, here I was trying to be funny, and
I get this guy confused with Taylor Sheridan's movies all the time. Like,
and Dumbo came out that year, which was a complete bomb.
Oh, Trash Fire!
Terrible movie.
Oh,
Tim Burton is not perfect.
Live action remake, garbage,
terrible movie.
I love how we call it live action remake when it's basically just CG animation.
What's funny is I think 89 is the only year that Sly and Schwarzenegger didn't have a movie out. I don't think.
Well, when Dumbo came out,
wait, 89 was the year that Rocky 5 came out, wasn't it?
When was
that
Running
90?
Man? Was that 90?
No, that was 88. I think because that's the thing is I think he took like a year, like each one would do like every other year. It felt like
they were kind of that was really weird.
The first Hellboy came out that year. That was
Tango
good.
and Cash did come out. That's right. Tango and Cash was the last movie released in the 80s. I totally forgot.
And that's it was so good.
Anyway, we got way off topic here. Let's get back on. Tennille says, I'm too jaded to fully let myself hope KK will be booted, but in the interest of keeping balance, this is different. The trades aren't covering her. And that's what I think it's kind of come to is it's like the end of the road. Not only that, another thing kind of stuck in my mind, and I'm not trying to like start some conspiracy bullshit. Disney's fucking broke. They don't have the money right now to be spreading out and getting like, whether it's through goodie packages and other things like that. Because I'm not going to say they're going to directly bribe anybody. But I wonder if that's a big part of it too, is they haven't been able to buy the influence they used to.
Well, let's just say that are in trouble are in greater need of their ESG
you just
credit
stole
lines now than ever.
Andre, you stole what I was going to say, you bum.
Oh, sorry about that. But you were only going to say it because of me.
Correct. My proximity to you. Yeah, they are more desperate for ESG funds now than any other time.
Yeah, they are.
They need bridge financing.
Because that's kind of like the irony. They have gone completely woke as a requirement of having BlackRock and Vanguard as their biggest investors, and they've gotten access to more ESG credit lines because of that wokeness. But now the irony is they're losing their audience, and you lose your audience first a little bit, and then all at once.
Yep.
And that's where they are right now. Now is when they desperately need that stuff.
Yep. And Kathleen Kennedy is the type of person who's going to help bring in ESG money too. That's another reason that.
Oh, she's a requirement. I mean, BlackRock, they love having her there. She does so much for the cause.
Interesting.
I mean, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Well, where do you think all this forces female stuff come from, Paul?
Well,
it's not.
I've now discovered where it came from. Nike.
Exactly.
Not from her. I did my research.
Are we talking about the,
but it's
the shirt? Yeah.
The shirt came from Nike, and according to her, she had never heard of it until Nike brought out the shirts.
Yeah, but she was pretty quick to adopt it afterwards.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, she didn't start it.
Yeah, no, we know the story behind the shirts. But certainly this movie not doing well isn't going to be well for her. But yeah, she has more lives than a cockroach and a cat and what have you. So let's not get ahead of ourselves there. But we have plenty more super chats to go through. So Tom, let's go through some of them.
All right. We have also here Mr. Big Large McHuge, who says, since Vita games are looking like they might get bigger in Hollywood, I highly recommend Skill Up for weekly professional news updates and Spawn Wave for the more normie updates. Very non-political. Well, thank you for the suggestions.
Yeah, and thanks for the $9.99 super chat.
To advertise for them. You must enjoy them quite a bit.
Yeah. Or even work for them.
Yeah, that could be. Mario Trulio says, has been here for 5 months. Thank you so much, Mario. We appreciate that. And we got Bamagrad in the house who says, hail to all. Generally, the shill media holds their nose while still praising sad, bad movies. What changed? Did Iger give approval for negative press? No, I don't think they have. I think this answers what I said a few minutes ago answers this. I think, right?
And I'm going with your gut reaction because it's logical. They're having cash flow problems. The governor of Florida pointed it out recently, and he's not wrong. I mean, they're pulling back everywhere. They're writing things down. I think you're right, Tom. I do.
They don't have the money to spread out some goodwill.
Yeah.
And also the individual reporters and the trades, all of them are suffering reduced viewership. They have to retain some level of credibility. They can't just outright lie about stuff that people aren't responding to anymore.
Right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. And then we've got Stian Monstad, who sends us 19 Norwegian krona, I believe that is. And it is a thumbs up. If you haven't hit that thumbs up, there's over 2,000 of you watching right now. Please hit that thumbs up.
Wow.
2,130 to be precise.
Thumbs up.
Please smash that like and get us to 1,000 likes.
The Maverick Christian says 7-Up cool game spot for Sega Genesis was cool. I know.
It was.
But I was listing off all the games. Some of them were pretty bad, like the Sneaky King game and some of the others were pretty bad.
There were two games for the Sega Mega Drive which were sponsored games.
They had a Noid game too, didn't they?
Yeah, it was a cool spot. That was very good game. Second one, not so much, but the first one is brilliant. And here's one you will never, ever guess was good. Ronald McDonald in the McDonald's game.
Really?
You would never think so, but it was made by Treasure, who went on to make Gunstar Heroes. It's an amazing game.
I loved Gunstar Heroes.
Yeah, the same people made the Ronald McDonald game.
And then Professor Haitian wants to prove me wrong and says, Tom is wrong. Chex Quest existed. Great product game. There's a few of them. I'm not going to lie. I was making a bad joke. I'll get it.
Wasn't there like a Fruit of the Loom?
I believe so. Well, that's what I'm saying. There's some that were pretty bad that we forgot about.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a period of time where everyone was doing CD-ROMs and
yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember that era.
Yep.
I
you
think,
get a
I think
free
the
CD
Fruit of the
run
Looms game required someone to reach into someone's pants and go cough, please. I think that was
Terrible joke. But that sounds like a modern game to me now.
Yeah. Mario Trillo says, funny enough, Henry got his popularity from how he treated The Witcher. Let's remember, he was not an overnight success. The man paid his dues. Well, this part is true. The latter, especially, like, of all the naturally created, like, what you could consider as close to being a movie star anymore, Henry is probably one of the last natural ones, aside from maybe Chris Pratt in a weird way, because they weren't forced on us.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, do you remember Army Hammer?
Yeah.
He was
Try to forget about him because I think
he's
going to eat my toes in my sleep.
Right, but he was manufactured. That's an example of manufacturing.
Yeah, and we always go with
the baking soda company.
Right.
He's a spoiled, creepy person.
Yeah. And there's the same thing with like Sam Worthington and who's the guy who played Boomerang?
Jai Courtney.
Jai Courtney is another one they tried making happen. Yeah. I mean, the more recent one, of course, is Jonathan Majors.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing with Henry is he's built a fan base. That is one thing you cannot deny. Now, is that fan base big enough to sustain him as a box office draw?
Maybe.
Has yet to be seen.
That's right.
I like The Man from U.N.C.L.E. I think he was really good in that.
No. He's got to get a hit, though. He's got to have a couple of hits to where he can.
That's not an IP dependent property. That's the telling nature of a movie star is when they can bring people into an original IP.
I agree with you.
Yep. Joe Pat 87 says Pepsi for TV game. LOL, Pepsi Man. Yes, he heard me bring up Pepsi Man.
Pepsi Man.
Pilgrim Media says we need Martin Short. Give me a C and a bouncy C. Yes. Isn't he a fellow Canadian of your guys'?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
I even wrote for him.
Yes. Wow. Oh, really? Cool. Yep. I can see that. Your humor I can see that.
Actually, no, we did not mix well. We was, and I don't mean to say that in a bad way. We was doing something for TVO, our government-run education network, and he wasn't a star certainly at that time. And they hired my friend Rick Green and I to write for him, and we were just a bit too jokey, and he loves the star impressions and long-winded like bits that didn't really have lots of like classic jokes in it. So we tried writing for him. It didn't work out, but that was just a mutual incongruity. Nice guy.
Oh yeah, he's a delight. He's very much into the over dramatics of comedy angles.
Yeah.
I didn't really get that from some of his characters, but okay.
Well, although I did one bit on Second SCTV. I was brought on board, and he specifically came over and he said, "Don't hold back, just absolutely go for it." And I'm not a shy actor, and I did, and my scene was cut because apparently I was funnier than anyone else in the scene.
Uh-oh. You'll have that.
Well, he told me to go for it, so I did.
Well, strike.
We're not hiring this guy onto the cast. It's big enough as it is.
Yeah, right. Strike. Burn it all down says. So what's happening with the strikes? Both of them. Well, we're looking at a handful of them at this point, right, Script Doctor?
Yes. So SAG-AFTRA
give us the update. What's going on?
Right now, SAG-AFTRA, which is the president of that union, is Fran Drescher from The Nanny and Spinal Tap. Has basically encouraged the guild members to vote yes on strike if a deal cannot be reached by the end date, which I can't remember what the exact date is, but it is coming up soon. And also on top of that, the DGA is still in negotiations with the Alliance for movie and television producers, which expires in 11 days, I believe, or 12. And so there is a quite big possibility that by mid-June, all three of the pillar unions for actors, directors, and writers will be on strike. And then the Teamsters and other quote-unquote below-the-line people are in negotiations as well. So the whole industry could shut down Hollywood And the longer it goes, the more of a delay with regards to scheduling of programs and films will start to have an impact on the studio system. So
I didn't know Saga was on strike. What happens to Sonic?
Not Saga.
Oh, sorry.
SAG-AFTRA, yeah.
Never mind.
The Film Actors
Guild. No, and basically what you're saying then, Script, in a nutshell, is that each one of these guilds is more, each one that's shut down means that there's less and less and less and less that Hollywood's going to be able to get away with doing. Because as of right now, they're still able to shoot, but they can't rewrite anything.
Correct.
Right, so they can shoot with whatever is written, and that's why some of these productions have been able to
kind
rush
of
ahead.
move.
Yeah.
People are already accusing I think it's Tony Gilroy of scabbing right now because he's trying to do Andor, and everybody knows the complexities of a show like that does need adjustments and rewrites. So he's trying to lie, and people are holding him to the fire, and it looks like he might face some penalties.
Wow.
Interesting.
As a result, that's the rumors, because his excuses.
Well, that's funny because I've heard similar things about Kurtzman and the whole Section 31 business too. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, no, you're right. The thing is, but the other part too is that Gilroy and Kurtzman, they do have a lot of clout behind them, so they could probably skate by. But anyone that's working with him underneath probably won't be saved, and they might be thrown in under the bus to rescue those.
But either one of the film or the directors guilds goes down, like everything's going to shut down. Everything.
Yes. Well, once SAG-AFTRA strikes, they can't film anything at all because they don't have actors.
Exactly my point. Like if one or the other or both, you're done.
Miam Bialik has left Jeopardy.
Even though they already wrote all the episodes prior to the strike. Right. Well, the questions at least, yeah. But she left in solidarity.
No. Script Doctor, you have to answer that in the form of a question.
Oh my!
Did they write the questions?
These questions, the
answer is Miam Bialik.
Yeah, the answer is Miam Bialik. Yeah.
Well, then everybody's going after that one dude who's scabbing now. What's his name? The biggest winner of all time. That was.
Ken Jennings.
But he's not part of the unions.
Yeah, so everybody's giving him shit, but he's like, "Yeah, I ain't part of the fucking unions."
Yeah,
like,
Will Wheaton threatened him.
Like that. Will Wheaton can't threaten anybody.
Will Wheaton couldn't threaten my lunch.
He's not masculine enough to father a child.
Oh, hey.
No,
that's true.
Oh, Script, I've never heard you. That's
why do I have a feeling that Script Doctor and Will Wheaton have crossed paths?
Yeah.
No comment.
So Script is channeling Don Rickles, and I'm channeling Norm Crosby with malapropism.
He pleads the fifth. That means he did.
Wow.
Oh, I hope you smacked him up. Doug1985 says, so the Indy 5 beginning is supposed to be like the beginning of Die Hard 3 with John McClane alone, drunk, and back in New York after Die Hard 2 happy ending. Was KK trying to be funny? Okay, I see where you're coming. This is a yes. Yes, you're not wrong, I guess. But it also starts out with a flashback. But yeah, he's not an alcoholic, but he is kind of like alone and
I think he's approaching retirement age.
Yeah, he's retiring. Yeah.
He's going to get his watch.
I want to watch.
Yeah, so basically they undid his happy ending. Nice going. That's
obviously he's not living with Mary, or she's either going to be dead or they're divorced. Yes, that's what's going to be.
How do you put that toothpaste back in the tube?
That's a tough one.
Ask Superman. He's the only one who can turn back time.
Mm-hmm. Well, you don't make the movie. That's how you do that. Simple as that.
And I mean, I get where, like, see, here's the thing, and I think Die Hard with a Vengeance has the more logical opening. Die Hard 2 is the fantasy of this whole thing. There is no way those two were ever going to wind up together. I've made this argument time and time again about John McClane and Holly.
So cynical, Tom.
They are too narcissistic to be together. She is so concerned with her shit. She moved her and her kids on the other side of the fucking country from him. And he is so hung up on his job that he couldn't fucking leave. So to me, the logicalness of it is the way it starts out in Die Hard 3. That's the way it would be. As he says, I'm working on basically becoming an alcoholic, and she's off being successful. But at the end of the day, John is still a hero. That's all that matters. I like Die Hard 3,
He
though.
made me sad.
I'm sorry, Die Hard 2, he says it himself. How can the same shit happen to the same guy on Christmas twice?
Which is the one that was in the subway?
That would have been 3.
Three. Okay.
That's one more people like anyway. But that's where
I didn't
John
mind that one.
McTiernan came back. And also as Samuel Jackson. Him and Samuel Jackson are brilliant in that together.
I enjoyed the first 3.
And well, yeah, I like 2, but it's not as good as the first one and third one is all I'm saying. Anyway, Daryl Brewer says, I am so effing glad that Arnold didn't get King Druss movie. Really looking forward to seeing how the Conan movie progresses that you reported about. Well, Andre, you have a update coming soon, don't you?
Yeah, I'm working on an update right now with a little bit more detail on the final version of Legend of Conan, which will never be made. Script informed me that that's something that went through some stages, and Arnold may not have been happy with how it ended up. But you know, that King Conan movie that Arnold wants to make, what he calls Conan's Unforgiven, he would have been more honest to call it Conan's Last Jedi, because there's definitely some shades of that. Now, he didn't go full Jake Skywalker, but there's definitely some shades. And the script, of course, informed me that that was a trope in Hollywood at the time. And thinking about it, yeah.
And
that
it
you
was
have
most,
a hero be an old, miserable miser and loser.
yeah. And I don't think that, even though the premise of Conan wanting to leave the responsibility of the kingdom and go on his own was something that Arnold wanted, I don't think he wanted the loser dwelling in a cave somewhere waiting to die aspect of it, because that's boring. I mean, it's a movie. It's Conan. He's not supposed to be passive.
Yeah.
And being a king is kind of can appear as a passive aspect to a character, because they have to rule. They have to be in a localized place and make decisions and whatnot. And even though the act of it is active, it's not the same as what Conan would actually be doing, which would be traveling and, seducing women, fighting monsters and rivals and whatnot, and attaining glory. That's not something easily done for a king, because their position is so valuable. They have to be protected, and Conan is not the person that needs protecting. He's the protector. And I think because some of the people that contributed to those scripts and tried to write something different, it was one of the reasons why those scripts never came to full development, because it didn't jive with what the actor wanted, and I think it didn't even jive with some of the rights holders wanted at the time.
Yeah, but we will of course get more into that
Absolutely.
in an upcoming video, where we also break down exactly what happened at Netflix and why it fell apart there.
Yes.
So more on that later. But now we have many more super chats to go through,
Yes.
so let's do that.
But of course, we are the place to go for all your Conan news needs. That's right. Thomas Payne says, Indy 5, National Treasure, open with Indy telling a story to his grandchildren, male and female. They grow up to fill their grandpa's last wish, a treasure he never found. Thoughts?
Well, it's better than the Pick of Destiny, which we're getting. I mean, I'd take that story any day over like time-traveling Yahtzees.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I'm still I'm in the boat of you can just keep recasting Indiana Jones like 007. He was initially thought of like that kind of a character. Like that was the reason Steven Spielberg got involved in the first place, is because he's like, I want to make a 007 movie, but they won't let me. And George is like, I got something better. So that, to me, they could have just kept recasting it. I get where Harrison's so hung up on being Indiana Jones for his entire, that's his thing. But a lot of people felt the same way about Sean Connery, I bet, when he was recast the first time too.
Oh yeah. But,
and there's more than enough candidates that I could have said would have filled the role just well enough.
Especially in the 90s.
Oh yeah. But even then, at that point, he was still young enough to carry it off. I'm talking post
I mean,
2000.
he was getting in his 50s. I mean, remember, he was
Yeah,
39
but he
when
could
he
still
started at Star Wars.
Yeah, I know. Like, yeah, at least at that point, he could still look close to what he looked like. But at the end of the day, look, I don't think anybody can argue with it. You had a trilogy of films, and they literally end the third film with them riding off into the sunset on purpose. That was Steven Spielberg's design. Why even mess with it at this point? Either just leave it alone or recast. That's where I'm at with it.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is that when they finished doing Temple of Doom, George Lucas convinced Harrison Ford that he had a total of 5 Indiana Jones stories to do. And even though Spielberg was trying
George says a lot of things.
But, well, the thing is that that's actually the case. I mean, this was also reaffirmed when they were doing the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. George wanted 5 movies for Indiana Jones overall. And I think the fallout with regards to Crystal Skull, even though it did a lot of money, is critical reception probably had an impact on him not wanting to do another one. And shortly thereafter, he sold Lucasfilm. So, but Harrison Ford always wanted to do more Indiana Jones films. He really loves that character.
Yeah.
I just don't like to see some of my favorite characters age. It's always disappointing.
Well, and that's kind of it. He never had to, and he never had to leave that era. That's my point, is you could have always kept... They could have done what Bond never was smart enough to do, because Bond would have been smarter to keep Bond in the 60s from then on out. You could have always kept Indiana Jones in that 1940s, 30s time period and never had to deviate. As long as you just keep recasting, keep telling stories in that same era. I mean, because that's what that...
They had the same issue as what Marvel has, is that every movie has got to be gigantic and bombastic. And they kind of forgot the mentality of what the serials were all about.
Exactly.
They were cheaper, faster, and
more intense.
And then they just got them out. And I think as a moviegoer, wow, I would have been happy to see 10 Indiana Joneses that were compact, interesting stories. They didn't all have to be massive movies, but that just seems to be the disease.
Well, we don't need the Unforgiven of every damn character too. I'm getting tired of it. Going back to the whole Conan thing, right? Look, we've got Unforgiven. We've got Logan.
Right.
We've gotten how many of these movies now? It's been done. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over. Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
But anyway, speaking of doing the same thing over and over again, I constantly am not getting enough sleep, as STR Red Wolf points out here. No, I did not sleep well last night, and thank you for pointing that out, STR Red Wolf. And yes, 6 is helping in the background as always, and we thank her for it. We need to get some black blood of the earth to Tom stat. Yeah, something. I don't drink coffee, but I am just so blah today. I apologize, kids. Then we got Brandon, the anime guy in the house, who says isekai is life. Literally, Tom knows what I'm talking about. No, I really don't. Watching hashtag Duck Fisney burning like they are fills this old heart with some satisfaction. Then he goes on to say, plus, I have anime forever. Of course you do. And cheers, gentlemen. Well, cheers to you, Brandon. And then we've got 200 Watt who says, 200 Watt Studios who says, releasing the Dial of Destiny at Cannes was a terrible miscalculation. Now word of mouth has over a month to deplete box office excitement for June 30th. Yeah, I think this is a bigger problem they have to face now. I think here's the other thing is why they may not have hedged any of the reviews. I truly think that they thought they had a winner on their hands.
Interesting.
I really do.
Well, they certainly hoped they did.
Because some of the early buzz coming out was that the movie was good from certain people. And I just couldn't believe it, but I'm like, all right.
There's a real problem when you're editing a movie that you start liking it more and more. It's just the nature of when you're putting something together like that, you lose perspective as to just what it was. You can never go back in time, right? Well, unless you had the Dial of Destiny. And taking a look at just what the first cut of that film was. You can't remember that, but you really do fall in love with what you've made. It's just the nature of the biz. So, and the thing is, you never know, right? That's the other thing too, is that the audience will have a completely different perception of what it is that you've made. You just don't know, but it doesn't look so good here.
No, that it does not. That is for certain.
Not only that, we don't even know if the people who are speaking positively of it up front had even seen the whole movie yet. Like I was saying, like if you had just seen like the opening scene or something like that from the way it was described, I'm sure you're like, oh, cool, we're in for something like, you know, they're making him look young and all that kind of stuff. I think they can pull this off. Then when you get to old Indy, I'm sure it just gets depressing from there on out. And it's kind of what it sounds like, really. And if Phoebe doesn't land, which it sounds like is the case, then yeah. And if you want to do like this last hoorah and send Indy out on a grand kind of thing, why didn't they do what we were asking for with Star Wars and just get John Rhys Davies and Ke-Huy Quan to come back and be with him in one final adventure? What was wrong with that? Why couldn't they have done that? Oh, because they all got dicks. That's why.
There's your answer.
Yeah, that's the answer right there.
But that's what people want. And hell, you can even have Marion along the ride. Like, that's the thing. Shit, people probably would have even been accepting of Shia LaBeouf being there.
But Disney isn't in the business of what you want. They are in the business of what they think is good for you and what you should want.
Yep.
Because even then, at least you could have had an opening scene or in the earlier part with like Shia LaBeouf's off doing something else, and you have a scene with him and Indy, and you can clearly tell that Shia is not going to be his dad, right? It's kind of a little fuck you to Crystal Skull. You know what I mean? But yes, everybody wants the D.
But
See?
moving on.
I know. Scott McKenzie's been a member for 6 months. Thank you so much. STR Red Wolf has another one here and says NPR's 1A show is covering Cannes next Tuesday. They should get Chris Gore on that show to reveal the real gems out of the film Carnival. If he was over there seeing the movies, he'd probably have a few comments. I don't know how many he's actually seen that are being shown over there. So, yeah.
Actually, Chris Gore at Cannes would be hilarious.
It would be.
Oh yeah,
That would be
brilliant.
I'm sure
very,
he's
very
been there
funny.
before, but I know he didn't go this year anyway. I think he's been there before.
Oh, has he?
Rico,
I wouldn't be
I
surprised.
think so. Well, he's been working with Film Threat for, forever.
Yep,
So
for a long time.
Rico Zorro has been a member for 17 months. Speaking of forever, thank you for being here and supporting us. We appreciate that. We got Dark King who says Screen Watchers Guild should go on strike. Screen Watchers Guild.
Screen Writers Guild.
Yeah.
Screen Watchers Guild. Yeah, us. We're part of the
Yes.
Watchers Guild.
I got it. It took me a second.
That's nice. I like it. That was a good one.
Jonas J. Campbell sends in this is my Tom. Oh, well, thank you so much, Jonas, for appreciating me. Thank you for that. And I'll send you a link if you're not busy. You can hop in here and you could probably give us a few bits and pieces about this Disney news we're going to get into before we're done here.
Yeah.
Because there's a few pieces to go through that we're going to try to rush through. And then we've got Mr. Tickle Trunk here says KK is like a good house painter that is a really good house painting company, or was in a really good house painting company. Today, she's running a car painting plus detailing company into the ground. Kind of. I see the analogy
Until
here.
she's
Yeah.
gone, I don't want to talk about her.
Okay.
Like she is just around like a dirty shirt.
Oh.
Won't go
I
away.
hear you. Darius Munchausen is in the house, and he sends us a red box of popcorn, and you're going to need it today, my friend. And then we got 200 Watt Studio, who says many reviews actually saying Crystal Skull is underrated compared to Dial of Destiny. That's not good.
No.
That is not good at all. We got Nick, who's a new member. Oh, you were saying?
No, just like that's as bad news as it can possibly get when reviewers come out of this movie and say, Crystal Skull is really underrated. That's
right.
Yeah.
And
Compared
thank you,
to Painful Rectal Itch, it's okay.
Yeah, and thank you, Nick, for becoming a member. And then we got Jonas J. Campbell, who's been a member for 3 months. Thank you, Jonas. Then we got Investigative Examiners, who says Disney is just doing their part in the Culture Revolution 2.0. They just erase or alter the past to usher in a new era. Indiana Jones is getting the Mao treatment, so is Cleopatra, etc. Well, the only upside to this is as long as Harrison Ford's alive, I don't think they're going to do another Indiana Jones, at least. And the spinoff has already been killed due to the writer's strike. I was doing air quotes there.
Yeah, so
I just
God
wish
for
they would
small
have done a
blessings.
cartoon with Harrison doing the voice. That would have been fantastic.
Right?
Yeah.
We've said that too. That's the other alternative, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you do it in that style of that one guy who did the animation on YouTube. That was brilliant.
Oh yeah, if I had money, I'd hire him for some cartoons.
Right? Like that had the feel of old school Saturday morning cartoon, but it was really nice quality, Disney quality, almost you could say, of reminiscent of their old classic 2D animation.
It'd be old early Disney quality or
Exactly,
90s Warner Brothers quality, because Warner Brothers
Yes.
knocked it out of the park in the 90s.
Yes, yeah, I see what you're saying there. Definitely, yep. And joining us, as we just pointed out, he was in the chat, Mr. Jonas J. Campbell.
Hey,
Howdy.
Jonas.
What a day it has been.
Yeah,
For
we're glad
Disney,
to have you
yes.
to help us cover this.
Howdy,
Yeah.
lurker.
We got Mecha J who says Crystal Skull might be bad, but at least it wasn't woke. This is true. Dial of Destiny is going to be both.
That's
That is
a good
very
point. That's a really good point.
And I guess this is where I can concede on what you guys were saying earlier about the prequel side of things and how it could be compared to that, I guess, but I don't know. It's kind of still like a little, it's almost worse than the prequels in a lot of ways. I don't know how it can be.
Well, there's degrees. Can I ask, have we got confirmation here of what kind of woke we're talking? Are we talking gender ideology woke? Are we talking, third wave feminism woke?
Well, we already know from just that one scene in particular that was out there, is she yells at, like, she says he's a grave robber and all that kind of stuff.
Isn't she playing a thief though?
She just wants back what was her dad's or something like that, and was stolen, I think, is the whole point.
I thought that her character was described in some of the reviews that she's also a thief, and
could be.
And if that's the case, I mean, that's very hypocritical, which would make the character kind of interesting in that respect. But yeah, no, there's some more information that needs to be revealed, which we'll find out, I guess, in 3 weeks.
Yeah, and I really don't.
I hear the movie has a 20-minute land acknowledgement right in the middle.
70s rock fans in the house. How you doing, Brian? Says Crystal Skull was dull, not satisfying at all, but not offensive. I don't know about that. Dial Up of Destiny has the potential to be dishearteningly bad.
Wow.
Well, I don't know. I did kind of find Crystal Skull a little bit more offensive because I knew I didn't like Crystal Skull right away compared to, like, after episode 1. I was like, I mean, I didn't get to that point where I'm like, there's something wrong with these prequels until episode 2. Kind of like with, the Star Wars sequels. Crystal Skull, I knew coming out the theater, I'm like, that was a piece of shit. Like, that, I think that was my exact words coming out.
Yeah, I have two visceral reactions to Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I hate the bangs haircut on actresses because it always looks like a wig. So they take Kate Blanchett, who is like aged like a fine wine. My goodness, how does she get better looking with age? And that motorcycle fight was actually fun and reminded me of the Indiana Jones movies. Other than that, it's just this blur of, trying to ape the old ones. The warehouse fight, too much CG. It's not believable. So there's no stakes.
See, to me, the warehouse bit was the only part that felt like an Indiana Jones movie, but it was almost like that was the bridge to the shit. Like, for me,
yeah,
because like some of that stuff I could see, but I was also having the issue then of like, he's too old to do that. He'd break his fucking hip. I was saying that shit through that movie. I can't imagine what I'm going to be saying through this movie. Anyway, we need to make a shirt, Andre, that says I'm too old for this shirt, and we put all the old, like, Indiana Jones and all these guys on there, the older versions,
all of that. But meanwhile,
we need it. Pilgrim Media says the Star Wars Hotel of Destiny. Yes.
Yeah.
So let's put a pause for real quick in the super chats for now. We'll get back to them real shortly here. But since we got Jonas, I'm sure for a short period of time, and we're getting close to losing Paul and probably a few other panelists, let's talk a little bit about this. Disney had a day from hell yesterday. They had to close down their most expensive freaking attraction in God knows how long, probably since the other Star Wars one. A $1 billion thing that Mikey did the math on last night, and you realize he said it would take them 1,000 years to make their money back at this rate. And I don't think he was being hyperbolic either.
That's impressive.
So 3023 is when they'll break even. Okay.
So he understands why they shut it down, but to me, I'm just like, how do they justify this at this point?
I don't know.
It's unbelievable. That makes sense for why they didn't switch it over to the original trilogy, because that's just pouring even more money onto it.
The only way that it made sense and still would make sense is if they did dive it into the original trilogy. That was the only solution that I had. The other way they can still utilize that giant building that sits in the back of that park area would be to create a back entrance to it and turn it into a what do you call it? A dinner theater like they had originally planned to put behind August. So,
But let's do the story from the beginning.
Yeah.
Jonas, can you take us through it? What exactly, for those who came in late and who are just listening, what exactly is it that Disney were shutting down, and why was it so bad and so expensive?
All right. Do you want this focused on the Star Cruiser, or do you want the entire day? Because I think there's 4 stories that were disastrous. You've already covered one of them.
We'll
with
do
Indiana
the entire
Jones.
day, and we'll begin with the Star Cruiser.
All right. The double whammy came out at first from Bloomberg, this ridiculously partial article from Bloomberg that was talking about Bob Chapek's pet project. There's a big asterisk on there for those who are seeking the truth of the matter. The Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser was shutting down. Chapek was the one who announced it. I'll just say that. It wasn't a Chapek project necessarily.
Someone bribed someone to blame him for it, I'm sure.
Yeah. All of this seems to be Iger deflecting, but more on that issue. At the same time, Josh D'Amaro sent an email out to cast members saying, we are no longer moving forward with the $1 billion Lake Nona campus that was going to be moving a lot of Disney employees from the Burbank area all the way to Florida, including Imagineering. That was the high profile item there, was the Imagineering campus would now be in Florida.
They got a new building they could occupy it with now, I guess.
Oh, only $6,000.
I don't think they. That's the thing, that there were only 100 guest rooms in the Galactic Star Cruiser, too.
Yeah, but you can fit a lot of employees in each one of those guest rooms.
That's right.
Yeah, 3 comfortably.
Bunk beds.
And it's got that nice Eastern European style architecture on the outside, you know.
Oh yeah, very Auschwitzy.
So this is all going down where, you know, if we're attaching the Star Cruiser specifically to Kathleen Kennedy and the fact that it is Rey and the sequel trilogy characters, this is all happening literally while Kathleen Kennedy is in the movie, probably not too far from Bob Iger, who's also over there in France, watching Indiana Jones. So they get out of here, and she finds out that, hey, by the way, this disaster is finally going down in flames.
Well, and I gotta, and before we get too much deeper into it, I gotta bring up here, because this was something we got on last night, and since you're here, Jonas, we can ask you this, and maybe you'll have an idea.
Oh, this article.
Why wasn't this shit brought up during the recent earnings call?
Because
literally just like 2 days before it.
Right, exactly. Well, and then the other thing, which we'll get to that in a moment, I'm sure. They knew that they were going to do this. They already knew what the numbers were for the Galactic Star Cruiser. I think they say now it's closing down in September. If you look at the website, they've stopped bookings for 1 week, because I bet there's a little bit of, maybe I'll get to it when the price drop, kind of interest that they're banking on for the next, 4 months. They could have announced this on the shareholders call, and as the shareholder lawsuits are gearing up, I bet this one's going to come up too. Although it was already a failure, I got to say that it was failed long before they announced it was failed.
But to me, it feels like it was. I guess what a lot of people were thinking last night, or were getting to, is feels like it was a bit of it was this, and the write downs were left out on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah, and the write downs you're talking about, have you guys covered that already?
No, but that leads us into the other bit of bad news that we had yesterday from them.
Well, there's a narrative here before we get to the right on. The closing of the Galactic Star Cruiser and the decision not to go to Lake Nona. These are decisions that are good financial decisions for the Walt Disney Company. They have done the right thing, except that they are couching this all as a political move to try to compensate for all of this stuff that Ron DeSantis is doing. Oh my, we wouldn't have had to do this if Ron DeSantis weren't saying that we have to pay our taxes. It's amazing. All of this is perfectly orchestrated, And a lot of these articles are talking about how it's Ron DeSantis is the reason that the Galactic Star Cruiser. And I think this is the article that says that this was the dream of fans. I do believe if you do a Control F on this one, that this is a fan's dream come true, this Galactic Star Cruiser hotel. But Disney is not going to go forward with it because of changing business conditions in the state of Florida. A lot of it appears to be, because Bob Iger is a master communicator, a lot of it appears to be a coordinated move to say, look at what Ron DeSantis has cost the state of Florida. While he's also doing this PR push to say, oh yeah, we're going to build in France, we're going to build in Hong Kong, all of these parks that are nowhere near as profitable for the Walt Disney Company. Oh, but I'm not sure if we're going to keep doing business in this state of Florida here with Ron DeSantis at the helm. So I think that's why this all came out at once. It was a three-pronged attack. One, it pees in Kathleen Kennedy's cornflakes. Two, it reflects poorly on Ron DeSantis. And three, they have to do something with this news because it's going to come out eventually.
Okay, so let's, Andre, where do you want to start with this?
I don't even know where to begin.
Because the only thing we really haven't touched on besides
that here, like, people are so overwhelmed with the whole thing that it's better to put it all out at the same time, because then the market doesn't know quite to react to it all, and then they'll react to, like, say, 4 pieces of bad news no worse than they would 2, because they're overwhelmed by everything coming at the same time.
You also have Indiana Jones taking the top spot of all the headlines at the same time, notice.
Exactly.
So I think the timing is
around in Disney news.
Because the other bit that we didn't really touch on, you brought up, Jonas, was the whole, like, moving to Florida deal. Now this goes back to these were the people that started the protests because they didn't want to move to Florida, and this is why they got involved in the whole parental rights bill in the first place, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now they're not moving these people to Florida, is the whole point. Now, my next question then from there is, what happens to these people? My guess is they're proud of the people that get shit canned. Because if they ain't going to move them, that was the whole point of moving the facilities in the first place, is if they moved them over to Florida, it was going to be for tax reasons and other things, because it was getting too expensive to operate in California.
Right, because there was a it was either $450 or $550 million in tax incentives that the state of Florida had granted Disney for this. Also, it was a move, I'm pretty sure, by Bob Chapek. I'm sorry, I think this was an intentional move. It was definitely Bob Chapek that did it. I think that it was an intentional move to try to reduce the cost of Imagineering and get rid of some of that upper level talent that was getting up in years and costing more money. And then if you move everything to Florida, you've got more control. You're also, at the time that all of this was going on, COVID was still part of the, I'm sorry, no, I'm not supposed to say the exact word. The coup.
Yeah, we're late enough on the show, we might be okay.
Yeah. All of that was going on in the state of California, and they were still shut down. And it was a big fight in California to try to get the parks back open, because they have this park. Disneyland wasn't doing fantastic, but it could have been doing a lot better if maybe Newsom eased off on the gas a little bit. Thank you, Mexican Iron Man.
Well, and he might pop in here, so yeah, I'm sure he'll say more. Like, yes, you're right, you're 100% correct. Go ahead.
I would love that. Also, the decision to not go to Lake Nona was made at least a year ago. The project was dead in the water. So announcing it now, I think, is a political move more than it is actually a financial move.
Okay, so yeah, because you're like, basically, like, we're kind of presenting that as a bad thing, but at the same time, they're presenting it as like a FU to DeSantis.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is this was something that was already in stone a long time ago. We kind of figured that. And joining us now, the one, the only, the Mexican Iron Man.
Hey. Maybe he's not.
He might be having mic issues. He's here. There he is.
Hey, Mike. Hi. So glad to have you here. I would love to hear your takes on all the news that have dumped out within such a limited time span while Kathleen Kennedy was busy in the theater. And we haven't even touched on Willow being removed from Disney Plus.
Yeah, I'll let you get. You want me to say something, or you guys want to keep? Because you're on a roll right
No,
now.
I want to hear your thoughts on all of this as well. Why do you think all of this is happening right now? Why are they doing like this massive like drop of information right now?
Well, I think this is bad news that they've known, and they just, their legal counsel. Look, I'm a Disney shareholder. Full disclosure, I say that on every show just so people know. But I find it fascinating that none of this was mentioned on the last earnings call. Of course, I'm sure their legal counsel is like, now, Bob, don't worry about the bad news because, Bob, you only have to talk about last quarter. You don't have to talk about what's happening now. We just shh. And although that's technically legally true, the fact of the matter is that they're obviously holding all of this until. I mean, wasn't the earnings call just? Am I imagining things, or wasn't it just like a week or two ago?
Yeah, it was Wednesday, Thursday of last week.
It was just last week before I went on vacation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and all of this bad news is jumped. You think I even know about this thing? This hotel costs $1 billion to do, and I did the math. This hotel costs $1 billion. I did the math last night, and let's just say, I mean, if you look at their, $6,000 per couple, including taxes and all that other, incidentals, whatever, and their occupancy rate, there's no way this thing was making any money. This thing is a money-losing venture, because when you look at it, it's not like you're staying at the Hampton Inn for $6,000. They have cast, they have crew, they got to feed the cast, they got to feed the crew. This thing has a huge operational cost, and I'm quite sure that as expensive as it was at $6,000 per couple per voyage for 2 nights, that their operating costs were probably $3,000 to $4,000, and that's how they got it. Remember, it's a 100-room hotel, so there's no critical mass like there is in the hospitality industry when you have larger hotels. I mean, you can have like a Manhattan Hilton that's got some very expensive rooms. You're going to get things like that in Vegas, and you have critical mass. Well, this whole thing was a money loser. But let's just say they were making $1 million a year. At $1 billion divided by $1 million a year, 10 centuries from now.
That's 4 years.
I'm curious, Mike.
5?
Longer than that.
Carry the
How
zero.
the hell?
Real Star Cruisers would exist by then.
Yeah, these numbers, Mike. How the hell could they do this? Like, do they not do like a cost-benefit ratio analysis before engaging in these projects? Do they just decide, it's going to cost $1 billion, it'll be fine?
Here's how they did the math originally. The way they did the math originally, I'm quite sure it went something like this. We're going to set, we have 100 rooms. Everybody playing at home, let's do the math. We have 100 rooms, okay? And these 100 rooms are going to be filled 90% of the time. Okay, so that's 90 rooms. And they probably thought that every single one of these rooms, if you look at how they're built out, we're going to have 4 people in it, right? So that's, that's easily $6,000 for the family, right? And they thought that they were going to be able to pull this off, 5 times a week, right?
Yeah, so you're looking at $540,000 for 3 days, and 3 times that per each week, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Right. So 2.7 million, and then you multiply that by 52. That's 140 million a year.
Yeah, they're never going to make their money back.
So at 140 million a year, if you multiply that by 10, they thought that they would have hit one. They thought they would have made their money back on this capital improvement back within 10 years. That is how the math was originally done. I assure you. That is how the
math or something.
I assure you, they thought that they were going to be able to get families of 4 for 10 years at a 90% occupancy rate, 5 days a week. And that, by the way, I only did that math at 5 days a week. I'm sure they did it at, because it's a 2-day
every day, yeah.
Right, and I did it, and I multiplied it by 50 weeks instead of 52 because you have to adjust for it's a 2-night stay, and there's only so many 2-night stays in a year. So I did it times 5 times 50. So I did it times 250 per year. But anyway, so that's what they thought. And they thought that they would spend this $1 billion, which, by the way, they CapEx that, they capital expenditure that over a 23 or 30-year period. And so they're like, great, we're going to make our cash outlay back in 10 years, in a decade. And after that, it's all gravy, baby.
But they didn't factor in even operating costs in that, though. That's the thing.
I know they didn't, but that's when they do CapEx, when they do CapEx building choices, that's what they do. They do it off of the, it's like,
they do it off the gross, not off the net. Yeah,
you do it off the gross, not off the net, because they're like, because they're trying to justify the capital expenditure of it. It's called, your lease rate.
Well, Andre, if I may, for just a moment, what you're asking there is, do they not know how to do math? No, the creatives, the studios, none of them do. That's why they need people like Mikey And then this
Okay.
is where we've had all those
I will
scams
ask
over the
another
past few
question.
years where they've actually had to do creative math. And that's why Mikey left a lot of that shit, because he was not going to do that shit for them.
That is right there the reason why I closed my office in Santa Monica more than anything. I got sick and tired of these production houses that I was doing accounting for, especially when they were trying to get financing to get into post-production, that they were asking me to do things and book things in certain ways. And I'm just like, no, I'm not, because and it was good money that I walked away from in Hollywood. It was, God, it is the most I've ever been paid to do anything. And I haven't paid pretty well a lot of times to do a lot of things that are legit. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't sleep. It got to the point where I literally couldn't sleep at night, the shit that they were asking me to do. Like I knew why they wanted me to send my staff to go do a withdrawal for 10 grand on a Friday afternoon. You think I didn't know that was the weekend below budget?
Right.
It had to be in cash? Come on.
Ooh.
You think I didn't know what that 10 grand was for?
Hookers
Mike
and blow.
obviously is a man of absolute integrity. which I
Mikey's
personally
quote
will
is
vouch for.
30 years of that, and that was it. I had it.
Pretty much.
What surprises me is that
I'm a man of
fine,
integrity.
Mike has integrity, but it surprises me that they don't have another Mike who doesn't have integrity, because you would think when they do decisions like this, they would have someone to do like, yeah, okay, fine. Now let me look at the
Well, they
scribbles that
do,
you drew
Andre.
down. Now let me just double check that the math actually makes sense here.
Oh
And
no.
I would imagine that they would have someone like that, or are they that stupid, that so isolated? So
I think it's that they get.
groupthink that they don't.
I think, Andre, that there are people that would, and that's where we had a lot of the scandals and people got busted. But that's just it. There's only so much you can do to get creative with this stuff.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, math is finite.
Well,
Mm.
except I've been in situations where I've heard an upper and mucky-do-muck just walk into an accounting meeting and just say, "This is the numbers I want. Make them work."
Yeah, I've heard
happened to me
Mikey
all
say
the-
that exact thing to me. Yes, thank you. Sorry, Mike.
That happened to me all the time. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like,
I don't care.
They're like, we're like, they would come out of a meeting and they would say, we think we can get this budget, blow it up to this. And I'm like, but that's not what the bids cost for the camera guy and the like. I'd be holding all these estimates from, the trucks, the camera guys, all this. I'm like, but that's double all of this. They're like, yeah, make it work. I'm like, I don't have any paperwork to justify that. Mike, we just left the movie. We get 12.5 million additional for post-production edits. Make it happen. I'm like, okay. And that shit happens, over and over again. I'm like,
All the time.
Yep.
all the time. Fuck. I'm like,
And they usually-
numbers are fudgeable.
They are, and they usually hide them through basically double booking the days so that they can actually blow it up more. So if they say, "Oh, it's more labor hours to do this," they can justify the expense.
Yep.
don't
That's
hide it
exactly
as-
what they did. They told me to change the dates and run it to the end of the month. That's exactly the doctor's exactly right. Son of a gun. I feel like he's reading my mind.
Well, and this is
Tom,
what I'm saying.
think about the arrogance. This company is so arrogant that they thought they could. And by the way, the capital improvement budget for this, the opening may have been announced by Chapek, but the capital expenditure was approved as part of the Galaxy Edge thing. It goes way back.
Well, and the thing is eventually what eventually when the shit hits the fan is somebody who had a lot of money and doesn't anymore starts asking fucking
Well,
questions.
there's that too.
And that's when shit starts hitting the fan, and you're like, wait a minute here, where did all this go? Where does this go? We poke fun at the $50 for a toilet seat and $200 for a hammer, but that's how they fucking do it.
The person who's desperate says bad things, and there's a saying I have, and that is good people turn bad when there's less money, or there's money problems. I've encountered that. I've lost
California's encountering that
relationships
right now.
Exactly. I was just going to
relationships with
say.
people who ran into a money problem and were no longer good people. But Mikey, my favorite line from an exec is, "Can you just move that from above the line to below?" That's my favorite line.
That's how it works. Yeah.
Well, look, let's take a step back. Let's go back to what Jonas was saying for a second. Because
Let's get back on.
because I think this is, if we were go up to 30,000 feet in the air and look down, this is what the last 24 to 36 hours have taught us, which is the following. Number one, $1 billion construction project is going to be closed and shuttered. It's $1 billion spent in Orlando
in just over a year since I believe it started. Actually.
Right. So last year we spent $1 billion, and after a year trying to make it work, we're closing it. Number two, we have heard now that $1.6 to $1.8 billion worth of product or show on Disney Plus is going to be taken off so that they can take a tax deduction. So in literally less than a day and a half, this company is writing off almost $2.8 billion. That we have gotten the news that 2.8 between the Star Cruiser Hotel being a failure with the $1 billion construction cost, and with what they're doing to their own Disney Plus by taking off these. And let's explain. Let's just understand the analogy. You're like, well, what's the big deal of taking it off of Disney Plus? It's like this. It's like you bought a car, and you've decided that car, which is now getting no miles to the gallon or 1 mile to the gallon, you are going to junk that car and take it down to the lot and write it off. That's what they're doing at 1.8 billion. So in literally less than a day, in the last day, this company has announced that $2.8 billion worth of failures are being booked.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really close to the number that was orbiting their double use of gift cards.
You think?
Yes, I was just going to bring that up. I was just going to bring that up, Script Doctor.
It was around $3 billion that they duplicated, which led to a debt of $6 billion total, and that was a big problem that Disney accountant found, and blew the whistle on. So
this is a number that keeps bouncing around, a very similar number, exactly what Script Doctor is saying is, and I was pointed that out a couple times too, because it's very ironic. And yeah, so the other thing that we didn't exactly get to yet to touch on here is the other part that was mentioned, and that is they removed dozens of series from Disney Plus and Hulu, including Big Shot, Willow, Y, and Dollface. So most of these shows are stuff that probably nobody's ever heard of. But Willow is another kick to the groin of Lucasfilm, right, Jonas?
Yes. Oh, this list is fantastic. I watched a bunch of this garbage back when I was snorting the pixie dust. I was like, oh, what's next on Disney Plus? Oh, I'm so excited. And Big Shot, by the way, is who is it? The Robert from Everybody Loves Raymond produced it. Bob Garrett, is that his name?
Bob Garrett,
yeah.
Funny guy, very funny guy.
Yeah, he's great. He's very talented. So that show had not gone woke yet, or hadn't revealed itself to be woke, and it ended up on Disney's Pride list before the show revealed that the characters were gay. So,
okay, John, to stop there for 1 second. Explain Disney's Pride list.
That was just a playlist on Disney Plus for Pride Month that they were showing off. Look at all of our acceptable content to the regime. You know, these are the things that you want to look for when you're looking for our representation on Disney Plus. So they had it clearly labeled in their internal systems as this is a gay show.
So basically, they had segregation going. Like, here's the gay section.
Yes. Now they would never put that unless they were bragging about it on a look at how great we're doing, here in what is it, 11, 12 days, they're going to, all of a sudden, everything's going to be gay again for Pride Month, June 1st. Yeah. But this show had not yet revealed that it was gay. There's another one on here, Diary of a Future President, awkward scene where one of the lady's assistants just sits down and is like, I want to make it clear to it doesn't matter what the dialogue actually was. I want to make it clear to everyone that I'm gay. Cheaper by the Dozen is the remake with Zach Braff.
And when I had 5 gay employees, that's all they said. It was just every day they would come in, talk to the receptionist, and go, I'm gay. Like meetings, it was just nonstop.
Like that character in Brain Candy, who after he takes the Moxlin or whatever it was, Demexamil, he just tells everybody that he's gay for the entire sketch.
Yeah, no one saw that movie.
Brain Candy? I own it on Blu-ray. Are you kidding?
Brain Candy? It's a great movie.
Yeah.
I mean, this list is...
I love the kids in the hall.
Made money last week.
I have to point out this. Marvel's Project Hero had a a biological boy that identified as a girl that they did a focus on, the whole documentary about this biological boy named Ashley, or maybe it was Haley or something like that. Marvel's Empower is a documentary by Victoria Alonso, all about Victoria Alonso.
Wow.
Wait, is that being canceled?
Wow.
Yeah.
It's shuttered. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh no, I
ex-employee,
didn't get a
right?
chance to see it.
Me
Oh darn.
neither.
Oh, darn.
Oh,
Well,
it's
there's a few
beautiful.
things I didn't get a chance to see on here. That this actually is a bigger list than we had last night. The list we had last night was not so bad because I was like, oh, none of this shit I'd heard of outside of like Willow and Why the
Dude,
Last Man.
Disney is going
But now it's like, look at this shit. You've got Turner and Hooch, Mighty Ducks is gone, Willow, Making a Willow, we already knew about. There's a couple Marvel things on here that weren't
their
on there last
motivation
night.
for removing these is what?
Supposedly it'll save money for a lot of things, I'm sure.
Yeah, cheaper by the dozen. Okay, so here's the ones that is actually tragic to lose. World According to Jeff Goldblum. While it goes into woke territory on a couple of episodes, there's a makeup episode, and somehow they make a blue jeans
I
episode.
couldn't get into it.
That I find Jeff Goldblum hilarious. Better Nate Than Ever. That's propaganda. But okay, Howard and Wolfgang are actually nice little documentaries that couldn't have cost them that much money to make. About Wolfgang Puck and Howard Ashman. The Howard Ashman one is really good, but a lot of this stuff is.
You mentioned the money it cost to make, but that money had already been spent.
Yes.
But here's the thing: is they have to have money to keep it on their servers, to pay the people residuals that are involved, and stuff like that. So I'm sure taking them down saves them money on that. Plus, then they can also shop them out to other places.
Well, that's
the
the one
other
thing
thing.
I was thinking of.
Well, nobody's buying
Yeah.
Empower. That's
No, I
that's
doubt
for
it,
sure.
but they can start showing them on like their affiliate networks and stuff like that.
Or
so I
foreign
wouldn't be
international streamers.
or
yeah.
foreign international streamers and other places. Yeah.
And to me, that is the really interesting question. So they've taken this down. Have they given any kind of official reason why they've taken these shows down?
Tax
Is there
write-off.
some kind of common thread linking them, or is it just that these are the stuff that no one is watching, so it's not worth the bandwidth?
Can I offer some financial expertise? If I were in this meeting,
Right there's your answer, Andre.
Go
but
for
yeah.
it.
what is it? What did you highlight, Tom? I can't read it.
This move comes with content impairment charge of 1.5 billion to 1.8 billion. Was announced during the recent Disney earnings call. So basically, what this does allow them to, this is like basically the tax write down shit. I
Right.
guess.
So all of these things I think signal one of two things. They're either shows that no one's watching and or shows that they spend an F load of money on that no one's watching. But what all of it indicates to me is that no one is watching Disney Plus.
Yeah.
And what we it's interesting because I wonder what are some Disney properties that they're not taking down, that because that'll say whatever they're not taking down is stuff that they think people are watching that keeps them there.
Well, I mean, Mike, didn't Iger just recently come out and say right after the earnings call that there were a lot of programs they produced for Disney Plus that weren't driving content, or weren't driving subscribers. The content wasn't making people interested in the service or
This
keeping
is
them.
They
such
weren't advertising it properly either. That's the other part. They were relying on the brand of Disney Plus to bring people in instead of actually the specific shows. The only shows you really saw anything that were heavily advertised behind were Marvel and Lucasfilm related.
Netflix has a great habit of affecting all of the streaming market by just changing their front screen. Flushed Away. There was no advertisements for Flushed Away. But all of a sudden, this old Aardman, lovely film starring Hugh Jackman as a stuffy rat that gets flushed away, but that hit near the top of the streaming charts because Netflix just put it right on the front. Disney, I think, thought that they could pull that, and
I was a victim of that last night, Jonas, and that's why I didn't get so much sleep because they put Hateful Eight back on Netflix, and then they put it up in the top thing, and I'm like, oh, it's back, and I'm just gonna watch one episode.
I don't think anybody does that on Disney Plus. They only release things on Wednesdays.
4 hours later,
What were you watching?
Hateful Eight again, because they put the extended cut on Netflix again because they took it off back in April. So a year ago almost, they took it off or whatever it was. So now they brought it back because it hasn't been available, but now it's available again. But anyway, I got suckered in just because of what Jonas said. They put it on the front page.
Now there's a possible interpretation here that they're getting rid of woke content. I don't think that that's the case, other than the fact that I don't think a lot of people are watching a lot of this stuff. Like Little Demon, the Hulu show, is about somebody has a one-night stand with the devil.
That's that Danny DeVito show, yeah.
Oh, Danny DeVito's in that? I didn't know that.
I think so, yeah, if that's the one I remember correct.
But I get asked if I'm going to review that one. I'm like, I don't have time. And it's kind of labeled right there on the box what it is. So, you know, I'm probably not going to go for that one. I also get asked to review like gay teen romances. I'm like, what? I want to be adding to the conversation.
Hint.
So, I think that this is just they're trying to get as much money as possible off of their tax bill, and they're trying to lower it as much as they can. I don't see anything here that they're just trying to get rid of. There is getting rid of the Victoria Alonso thing. There is the cheap shot at Kathleen Kennedy in there with Willow, which it sounds like nobody ever watched, but it's just something that probably had to be done, and they want to do it to save a little bit of money.
Well, and Jonas, as you said, the only thing they ever really put anything behind, or somebody did on the panel, I apologize if I'm getting it wrong. Basically, the only thing they ever put anything behind was Marvel and Star Wars shows.
Mm-hmm. And this is I had even everything said before, but Pixar.
Yeah, and I had said before that was the one thing that this was probably most damaging to those two franchises, is because up until they were a big part of Disney Plus, there was still a large swath of the general public that had no idea that Marvel and Star Wars were any part of Disney.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, and that's where I had argued that I think that, at this point, people have really looked at Marvel and stepped back and that's why I think Guardians had a softer opening, is because people are now associating Marvel with Disney more so than they did before. And Disney has damaged their brand so badly with middle America and families at this point. And I mean, I guess that's really the effects of what we're seeing here of all this shit at the end of the day, going back to, the woke aspect of it. Because really, I think that's the most damaging thing to their brand in the past, 2 years here, is the fact that families can't trust them anymore. And most families don't even have Disney Plus at this point, because over 50% of the people that have Disney Plus are adults without kids.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's Disney's only market right now. And I hope they don't misread that by saying, oh, well, we're loved in this market. No, it's that the rest of the market has abandoned you.
That's one way of increasing your quotas and stuff right there, getting all of the undesired masses to just bail on you. That'll do the trick.
Is it? Wait, I saw Maggie on there. That's not the Arnold Schwarzenegger Maggie, is it?
Let me bring it back up. Was that on Disney Plus?
I would be shocked.
Oh, it was on Hulu. It was on, I think it was. I think you're right.
And then I just want to point out, I see in the comments here that Dr. Sleep is pointing out that Deadline just published an update to this article. Lots of backlash for removing LGBTQIA plus material. Why am I not surprised?
Yeah,
I'm looking for that right now because I was on Deadline.
Yeah, I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it here. So yeah, send me the link here.
Howard is going to stay, it looks like, which good call, Disney. I mean, come on. It was good work, and it seriously.
Oh, here it is. Okie dokie. Disney receiving backlash over Howard removal. Yes. Amid backlash. Yeah, well, especially considering The Little Mermaid is on the cusp of coming out. And this is actually one I did want to see, was the Howard Ashman documentary thing.
And the thing is, let them scream. Like,
you know what fascinates me about this is that from a financial standpoint, they're taking this write down in order as a preemptive measure for their fiscal year, because they've got to hold on to their cash. Because here's the deal. Their parks are generating taxable income. And what this tells me is that they need to create as many tax deductions as they can so that they don't have a tax hit at the end of the year. And they're starting to take down write-downs in order to book paper losses so that they can hold on to what cash they do have, so that they don't default on their debt, and so that they can hold on their cash for operations, because they don't think they can borrow more money and ride this thing out. And I think they're bracing for impact because they've got to have as much cash as they can, because let's keep in mind, I think they got a ticking time bomb. What are they going to do? Spend $9 to $12 billion on Hulu culture, give or take?
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous how much they're spending in streaming.
So where are they going to get that from? It's either got to come from the bank accounts, or they got to what? Borrow more money on top of all the money Iger's fucking charged up the last decade.
Probably, yeah.
So I mean, Andre, I think they're doing.
Billion.
I think they're doing all these write downs now because you got to remember they don't run January through December. Their fiscal year is up.
Yep.
In September 30th.
Yeah.
That's only 4 months from now. 5 months from now.
God, their next quarterly is going to be ridiculous, Mikey.
So I think what they're doing is they're stacking losses right now, paper book losses, so that whatever cash they do generate from parks, attractions, and family operations, they can hold on to that cash, not pay any taxes, and report a loss, and hopefully when it comes time for Hulu, be able to survive the fiscal year and borrow more money in order to pick up the Hulu share. That's what I think is happening.
That's a good point, because being able to book profits against previous losses is almost like cash in the bank.
It is. Yeah, right. Paul, if you were the president and I was your CFO and we were in charge of this thing right now, that's the convo I think we'd be having right now.
Oh, yeah. and the farther you can push that out, the better. I mean, we were in trouble several years ago because my president put us into $150,000 loss. And while that was terrible, once I dug the company out of that problem, we put all future profits against that. So it was actually a real bonus later on down the road. It was a bonus, but you have to be profitable.
I'd be marching in your office like Bob Iger / Paul Chato. Look, no one's watching this crap anyways. Let's take the write down. Let's book the loss, and then whatever cash we collect from the parks the next 6 months, that's money in the bank, and we don't have to worry about paying taxes.
Not just 6 months. I don't know what's the tax regime in the United States. In Canada, you can go for a good 10 years.
Yeah.
On one specific tax loss year.
Yeah, it's a carry forward loss. Is that
we can carry forward, but I'm just saying that their fiscal year ends not in December, it's ending in September.
Right. So they need to do it now.
So they got to do it now.
Yeah.
So the Galactic Star Cruiser will be closing before the end of their financial year.
That's why it's closing.
I was just going to say, and that's where September comes into play again. Yeah, there you go.
And so what you're really doing is they're writing up. So most of the stuff that's on that list of shows are things that Disney has already canceled in production. They're done, so they're not going to invest them anymore. So they're easy to justify the write-offs to anyone that's questioning it. It's the ones that are still in production that they're canceling away that is going to cause any controversy to certain degrees. And you're right. The September deadline is what they're trying to do. If they're trying to write all this stuff off before the end of that fiscal year, then they're hopefully trying to bet it against whatever their strategy is that they have for 2024 in order to make profits, so that they can essentially break even, or at least break even on one form of books that they'll be reporting to their stockholders.
And we are such smarty pants on this show here.
I'm just going to throw this in here. That $12 billion that they're going to have to pay for the final slice of Hulu is as much as they have paid for the entirety of Disney Plus so far. Probably more now, but
that's insane.
They're fighting for cash flow now.
And not only that, they will be paying it. That's a pure straight cash gift to their biggest competitor, Universal, who is kicking their asses in parks, box office, and everything. And now they'll essentially get like a free gift of $12 billion for Hulu. And honestly, I believe that those $12 billion, that's paper value. In no way that Hulu is actually worth that.
Oh no. Well, it is, but it's not worth that to Disney, Andre.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, is that a better way of putting it? Oh my goodness gracious. We have another special guest joining us right now who can really add to this. Like we didn't have enough going on already. Andrew of Legal Mindset, who was supposed to be here last time, but he finally made it.
It's 1 a.m. and it's 1 a.m. and I heard tax year, so I obviously
Why are you still awake?
It's 1 a.m. I must be lonely.
Yeah, Andrew can replace me. I gotta go.
Oh,
before Paul goes, I think we got a couple of quick super chats here.
When you reach a certain age.
6. If you got them handy dandy. 3 supers for if you've got a real quick
I love listening to Andrew. I wish I'm not leaving.
You don't want to hear me at 1:39 a.m.
No.
It's all incoherent.
You say is fascinating. It's just so good.
So what do we got for Paul here? We got Tommy Reviews, thank you, Six, who says the spear is the spear of Longinus. Yes, that's what I was trying to think of. Longinus, thank you.
Yeah.
Tom, Chato would know since he likes Neon Genesis Evangelion.
No, I did not
like
like Neon Genesis Evangelion.
I think he was
You are
being
not a
nuts.
man of culture. You are a pleb, and that is why you're leaving right now, because you do not
wow.
like Neon Genesis.
Sorry,
Evangelion.
I
Sorry.
cannot
That is why you're
stand the
leaving,
lead
really.
character.
He gave us a full
Cannot
Canadian
stand it.
sorry.
Get
I like
your act
Indy 4
together.
due to the ancient astronaut theory. There you go. Thank you, Tommy Reviews. That was for Paul. And then here's another one from David March for you. He says, Paul Chato, the best MacGuffin available was the Spear of Destiny, believed to be used by Hitler to come to power. Have Indy steal it before the invasion of Normandy. Perfect movie.
Yeah.
Well,
believe
as
that
I
was
said,
the
yeah, that was the better
Wolfenstein
MacGuffin,
Part 2, I think, was Spear of Destiny too.
Yeah.
I think the
you're right.
best MacGuffin is the gum stuck under the table.
I like
Wow.
Blueberry.
That was
I think
exciting.
I like a McMuffin.
I like McMuffins too. DCB Titan says, Paul, can you start writing Rick and get him to get History Bites on DVD already?
I there are some rights issues with History Bites getting it on DVD. I'm sure he would love to, but he can't. I love History Bites, one of the best shows of all time.
I hate that when rights shit gets in the way, but I think that's all we have for you, Paul. So
Okay.
thank you.
No, thank you very much, gents. This is really, really interesting. I'm more to me. This is out of my bailiwick, but I love listening to it. It's fun. So you guys go on, go forth and multiply, but not in those words. Bye.
Yes, and I think we're also losing culture as well. If I'm not
Yeah, I
mistaken.
hate to step out. I mean, this is
Do we
like,
have any for culture here?
this is my jam. No, there's nothing for me. Are you kidding? Nobody likes me.
You never know.
They're just surprised he's still here since I showed up.
See, look at this. Thank you, Six. Twilight Hope says, why don't we have a culture casino emoji?
I don't know.
My idea is a King of Hearts with a background that has a red glass. What?
Red
Well,
wine
let's
glass
make it
in
happen.
hand.
Yeah, I agree.
Gigantic
We
red
need the
wine.
culture
Yeah,
casino emoji.
I sent Tom one. I don't know that it's exactly to spec here. But, there it is.
That looks weird.
Yeah,
We'll make it happen.
maybe that's not it. But I do have to go. I got my own show starting out here pretty
All right.
quick. But I'm
Well,
not.
thank
I'm,
you, culture.
I'm going to tell you, I had a really good time today, and I love it when we get all these amazing minds together. It's a good time. And yeah, speaking of minds, I can't wait to hear what Andrew has to say. See you guys soon.
That was disturbing
What?
in a weird way. That picture.
I'm sorry. What do you want? I'm leaving.
Why do I hear the song Fancy playing with that?
Stop it. I'm so fancy.
And he sings it on the way out. And this is for Culture Casino. Now get out. And he got out. Thank you, Mr. Tickle Trunk. And Andrew, welcome to the program. Wow, what a day for Disney yesterday.
It's been insane. You know, when I wake up, because as you guys know, I'm in weird hours, right? So I wake up at the end of the news day, right? So I'm seeing all the news that happened in the day, and I'm like, where do I start with Disney? Like, do I start with Indy 5? Do I start with the Galactic Star Cruiser? Do I start with their bullshit about like Nona, which is complete? Cover fire. You know, where do we start here? Because
Start
there's so
where
much.
you want. I want to hear your take on it. So begin in whatever order you feel natural, like the children are around the campfire and we are listening for your take in your story.
Well, I want to start with something that's more in you guys' wheelhouse, which is, did anybody not expect Indy 5 to suck? Like, was anybody actually holding out hope for it not
No.
to suck? Seriously.
Not here.
Like, yeah.
No.
I think everybody who knows. I talked to one normie, one like regular normal person who said, well, I heard it went through a lot of reshoots, so that must mean it's good, right?
Ooh.
That's the intention of reshoots, to make something better. It's not always the results. It depends on who's ordering the reshoots, why they're being ordered, and what the goal is with regards to those reshoots. I mean, again, they're not doing it to intentionally make it bad. It's just whatever the perspective is of the person ordering it has to be in line with what hopefully the audience needs and wants from a movie. And that's a shot in the dark almost every time, because there's so much conflicting data to really understand that. And to try and please everyone, you most often than not please nobody.
Exactly. And that's something, I think that's something people forget, is it's almost better to piss a certain segment of people off. First of all, because the haters will actually still watch it. because they hate it and they'll just hate watch it. You know, but you also have that dedicated fan base that's going out there, they're buying merch, they're you know, subscribing to your service, whatever else you want them to do. You know, it's almost better to fully commit, but Disney hasn't done that in a long time.
Well, Disney's always had a pretty poor reputation for hitting an audience outside of the children market. Like, that's just the way it is. I mean, in the 90s, when I was even starting out in the early aughts, Disney was not considered a very powerhouse studio. They weren't even like the little studio that could. They were just like, oh, it's the kids brand. They have their you know, Mickey Mouse Club and a lot of patronizing aspects to it. It's when they started buying properties and then running them into the ground that when people thought, oh, wait, Disney's actually got some money somewhere. and then they finally started getting that money when they got the success with Marvel. And then it took them a long time to run that into the ground because it had an infrastructure inside that kind of kept it afloat for a while that they were slowly chipping away at. Because one thing that Disney is quite known for is it doesn't really come up with original properties. It always takes existing IPs outside. I mean, even the original Disney cartoons, aside from Steamboat Willie, was fairy tales, public domain, Brothers Grimm stories. They never
hold on about that public domain. I mean, Disney has made sure to extend the definition of public domain.
They've co-opted it,
times.
so it's no longer public domain. Essentially, I mean, again, it's technically Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is public domain. However, the names of the dwarves are owned by Disney.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's also like the secret behind their success, because as you said, public domain stories, but these were stories that people would know. These were fairy tales. They were essentially like doing remakes, in a sense, of all those tales that had been told for like centuries already. And their music was also like the popular folk tunes that everyone would also know. That's what Steamboat Willie was filled up with.
I need to throw this bit of Disney history in here. Whenever Disney is in a slump, they have to return to fairy tales. There was a slump before Cinderella. Cinderella was a return to form. That's why you get that huge castle in Walt Disney World, Cinderella Castle. The Renaissance, Little Mermaid. The second Renaissance, Rapunzel. They've got another movie that's coming out that's a princess movie, but I don't have the faith in them to pull it off again.
Well, they do the best when they stick the closest to the source material. Look, I'm not expecting them to, you know, have the wicked stepsisters have their eyes pecked out by crows. But I mean, the closer they tend to be to it, I mean, I don't know, like the Little Mermaid kind of looking Danish, the better they tend to do.
I still say it was the clamshell bra.
The thing is that's what Disney's has been in its inception and throughout the 60s, 70s, and 80s, is it was a niche market for children and families. And the instant that they tried to grow outside of that is when they've started facing all the troubles that we're seeing now. It's one of the times where literally when other studios were kind of subtly nudging Bob Iger to stay in his lane and get out of the action and adventure industry stuff under the Disney brand and not through like Touchstone or any of the subsidiaries, is when you know Disney started, no, we're doing this. We're making Disney the brand, and they managed to take over Hollywood for quite a while, and now they're losing that power. And just like with anyone that gets power that they didn't earn, they're never able to hold on to it.
Right. No, that's exactly right. That's actually a very astute point about, you know, taking power without doing the work to build that power, right? When you inherit these studios without knowing what it took to build them in the first place, you have no assessment of the value or appreciation for the value of the properties. And if you look at what they've acquired, whether it's Lucasfilms or Pixar, you can see how they clearly have disrespected the hard work it took to build those franchises.
My analogy, Andrew, is that as well. If you just look at Star Trek, when CBS just got handed that in a corporate split, not to take things away from the Disney discussion, but again, star example, it was certainly on the hands of people that never had it before, didn't understand its value or how to manage of it. Something similar, of course, happened with Disney, but only by loss of institutional memory and change of management. Mm-hmm. And of course, also some behind-the-scenes stuff with different priorities coming in, with taking on ever more credit lines, which were increasingly ESG-linked credit lines, and the changes that were required for those. And also, Iger, he bought so many other things that weren't Disney, but that became Disney and was given more priority than what had always been Disney, like Mickey and Disney and Goofy and stuff like that, were all put firmly in the back seat to newly acquired things like Marvel and Star Wars. Of course, the company's going to lose its soul that way.
And Disney's never been very good. I mean, Disney has never been very good with acquisitions and executions of them. They got, at the time, they purchased one of the biggest new brands of the 20th century, which was Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And they burned it to the ground to the point where Haim Saban got a deal getting them back and then was able to license out to other companies.
Did they know what they were getting when they got? Did they just happen to realize that they bought Power Rangers, or did they set out to get Power Rangers?
They set out to get Power Rangers because they wanted the boys market.
Okay.
And here's the thing. Disney has this terrible habit of hiring people that only know how to sell to girls, because that's what was the reliable market there. They did Zorro with the Family Channel, and that was just a happy accident. And the reason that it didn't get Disneyfied in a terrible way is because Disney at that time left the Family Channel alone. They let it do its thing. It was its own thing, and that worked. But what ended up happening is that they really wanted to corner the boys market. Boys loved Power Rangers. It was the biggest new franchise to hit in the 90s and dominated. And when they got it, they thought, oh, the boys will come. But they didn't realize how to do Power Rangers, even though they had the basic formulas of, oh, we'll just take the Sentai stuff, we'll reappropriate it for American audiences and work around. They just didn't have the skill set there for it. And they ended up losing money. But Bob Iger wanted to double down with that. So when he purchased Marvel, he said, okay, well, how is Marvel succeeding in this? And they saw, Ike Perlmutter, Jon Favreau, and co. set up what was called the Marvel Writers Room. This was a group of people that were experts in the IP that were helping to shepherd and shape what the movies were going to be, but they were doing it one movie at a time, kind of with a little bit of an idea of what's going to happen ahead, but not too much. It was just focused on trying to make the best movies that they could. When they had that and they saw how it worked, they said, oh, well, now that we've got Lucasfilm, we're going to copy that formula and put it over to Lucasfilm, because Lucasfilm was such an independently run studio that it literally had no real proper infrastructure. It was really at the whim of George Lucas. And that was no way to really run a company, especially for something as big as Disney that requires structure. So they basically did a copy and paste of the structure into Disney Lucasfilm, but they filled it with all the wrong people.
Okay, I have to comment on this because, first of all, the Eisner era was beautiful in the parks. You'd have the Ninja Turtles and Barbie and Power Rangers.
I wasn't talking about like the
so
parks.
Weird.
I'm just talking about their actual media content. Yeah.
But the acquisition of Pixar, one of the things that Ed Catmull and John Lasseter did was they overlaid the Pixar structure onto Disney Animation. And so they moved the Brain Trust from Pixar and they created the Story Trust in Disney Animation. So it sounds like he thought he could do it twice.
Yeah, and you want to do that for every media aspect of their department. And listen, the structure could work in theory. You just have to get the right players involved. But that's with any system. The right players involved will give you what you want. The problem is that Hollywood is so impatient because things take so long to get done that they don't even care about getting the right people. They just care about getting the popular hot ticket item people that are good in a room, but not necessarily good at making money.
Just look at how much Bob Iger's hands are tied when he can't just go out and buy somebody else.
Yeah,
that's the analogy that I gave, Andrew. To me, Bob Iger's acting like your
trophy wife,
your girlfriend with your Amex Black card at the mall.
I have never given my girlfriend my Amex Black card. Let me tell you that right now, Mike. That's a you problem, not a me problem.
Okay, you know what? Don't judge my life choices, Andrew. Legal mindset. You stop that right now.
That's why you're still mowing lawns. Okay, you're paying back that Amex Black card right now.
Hey, don't forget about my pool service business.
But listen, you guys are exactly right. I mean, that's the classic franchise problem, right? I mean, in fact, I remember I was watching The Founder on a plane from Korea to Thailand.
Oh, yeah.
And when they were talking about the issue they had initially, the McDonald's brothers initially franchising out their franchise, was that the people they gave it to just sucked and they had no quality control and they would just ruin it immediately. And that's why, franchises often exercise a high level of control over their particular franchise, because they know it's not just the system, the business system, it's the people. And if you get bad people, it doesn't matter how good the business system is. The business system can be fantastic, but bad people will screw it up. And we've seen that, especially, by the way, woke folks, because as we know, woke folks are the worst because they have no idea of what real value is. They have no idea of the value of the economic value of making money, right, versus making a political statement or pandering to niche groups. They frankly don't give a shit about any of that.
No, well, they actually think more importantly of the idea as opposed to whether it's viable or not. And that's the other part too. It's like, it's just a fallacy of an argument. the thing that was, because one of the things I really liked about the founder is the fact that in its early days I was actually doing research for the writer that was for it, just getting basic notes and whatnot. Because oddly enough, my parents worked for one of the earlier McDonald's that set up in Canada, so I actually had really good access to how they did stuff back then.
Yeah.
But the brilliance with regards to Ray Kroc was he learned through the team that he formed that if he controls the land with which the franchise is on, he then controls the franchise.
Right.
And that's kind of how he was able to keep McDonald's into the quality it was through the 60s and 70s, which was pretty much at peak McDonald's quality. Like, even though the original one in California was still good and many argue better because it's still owned by the original McDonald brothers, the actual restaurant chain itself was very, very popular. It's when things got more accessible, more cheap. They could outsource things a lot more in the 80s and 90s. That's when the company essentially just kind of went down to the crapper, and you're questioning whether you're eating real meat or some sort of animal byproduct that poses as meat.
Allegedly.
I stand by the fact that McDonald's is actually good, not in America, but that's my personal.
In Europe they have strict laws, and that America can't.
There's this
here.
Shanghai burger.
Yeah, it's local meat.
Yeah, there's this Shanghai burger in Korea. It's fantastic. I actually go get that all the time. But I just go in and get that and get out. But, that being said, no, I mean, I think that quality is clearly fallen. We've seen that happen. And we've seen that with all their franchises, which is why, people who are banking, and I'll actually segue to Hulu. I don't know what you guys think and speculate is going to happen when they acquire when they exercise that option, right? And they acquire that last part of Hulu. But to me, it's just going to be another thing they're going to screw up. I don't see that ultimately working out in the long run. I know that there's going to be some short-term gains. Like you said, there may be some ability to write it off as a loss. I know Valiant was talking about some sort of shenanigans with the dividend, right? Mm-hmm. And how they're going to have to pay out the dividend, which makes sense to me. But ultimately, long-term, I mean, they're just going to put more bad content on it, and people are not going to subscribe. I mean, to me, that's the long game. Whether or not that takes 5 or 10 years to play out, we'll see.
I have a theory.
Right now, things are going to go into it. Sorry, Andre, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to say that I think that whether they want to or not, it's going to end up very much the same way than when they acquired Fox, which is they'll keep a couple of the things, but beyond that, it's going to end up with them buying Hulu to shut it down. Just like what happened with Fox.
If not
with
shutting
Fox,
it down,
as Tom said on Wednesday, they would have been better off just paying $15 billion for Fantastic Four, X-Men, Alien, Predator, because they ain't doing anything with anything else. Everything else, they just released what was in store and otherwise shut down.
Yeah. The thing with Hulu is it's yet another instance where Bob Iger has messed around and lost yet another CEO replacement. Kevin Mayer, that was the head of Hulu, he left and went to TikTok. That was a disaster. He also left TikTok. But Kevin Mayer and Tom
So
Staggs,
you're saying the communists have him now. Got it.
Yeah. Well, I think he got out while he still could. And Tom Skaggs, whatever his name is, from Disney, and Kevin Mayer are now at the same company together. So you have two Bob Iger former potential CEO replacements that are at the same company. So everyone's going, are you going to buy that one, Bob? Are you going to buy that one, Bob?
Well, here's the thing that's going to eventually happen with streaming, and it's not going to be good because the wars is just changing from competitive of who's going to win to now it's going to be a shell game where they're each going to be licensing out their media to other competitors in order to try and make money, but essentially break even or basically just be trading punches to see who's going to be able to endure longer. The one streaming service right now that nobody really watches but actually has the formula that's probably going to save the industry and essentially kill Netflix, because Netflix pulled the rug over everybody because they recorded profits and popularity, but now that there's more transparency with how that company is run, you realize that they're never going to ever make money. But they're a great place where you can license out to them and take their money so that you can stay afloat. But that's not going to last forever. The only thing that's going to save and change the streaming wars into something that's still is happening now, which is called the network wars, which has been in existence since the three networks debuted, and then when Fox came into play in the late 80s, is basically the on-demand network model. That's it. They have to get eyes on there, and they have to start selling ad space to companies in order to get a third-party income. It's the next logical step. A lot of studios are resisting it because they want to be the next Netflix, but Netflix was never making money to begin with anyways.
Mm-hmm.
They were just ringing in attention and creating value by subscribers, and that's not how it works. And the fact that they pulled the wool over a lot of people in Hollywood, especially myself early on, until I realized, well, wait a minute, this is essentially just another version of a cable access package. And that's what the streaming thing is going to be. And if that's the case, the only way you make money is if you sell advertisements. The only way you can sell advertisements for the most amount of money is if you have very good quality shows that draws lots of people on there. And the biggest convenience, and this is something that actually Netflix didn't bank on, and I learned this because I took a part-time job for an internet service provider and cable access provider during the original writer's strike of 0708, is that video on demand was the thing that saved cable service providers when Netflix debuted. It was the one thing, because people were like, oh, it's not so much that it's not on Netflix, it's that I have the convenience to not have to schedule my life around either the news hour, a favorite show or something you want. I can actually just do DVR recording, or I can buy it on video on demand for a very low price and watch it at my own convenience. And because the cable service providers did that, they were able to stay afloat because people stopped cutting the cord as quickly when on-demand content was readily available. And that's basically like the telegraphing of what all these other studios should be doing with their streaming packages. They should be saying, okay, it's just on-demand network television. You can have multiple tiers. NBC's Peacock has the best one. They've got a free one. They've got a slightly priced one with minor ads. They got one with like skippable ads, and then they got one with zero ads at all. Like you pay a high premium. And the only thing that sucks is that NBC hasn't made anything good since Friends ended.
Well, and of all the streaming services, Peacock's the one that's at least within a stone's throw of achieving profitability versus Disney. Jesus Christ.
I need to point out here, David Zaslav, May 5th, there was an article that said that Warner Brothers actually made $50 million from their streaming recently. So I think they're here. They're at the point where they're profitable. Meanwhile, Disney is doing all this shenanigans to try desperately to get there. They're also about to debut their fast option with if that's going to be separate from Max or a tier of Max or whatever. Zaslav is saying he wants bundles, and he's doing all these old boomer moves with new technology, and I think it's the right call because it's unpopular, but it's going to make money. Meanwhile, Hulu has no fast option yet, although I can see that coming down the pike if they really want to do that, or they can experiment with Roku and with Tubi or whatever comes down there. They also have Hulu with live TV, which is a internet-based cable replacement. And they already have, obviously, their own foot in the door with a lot of the stuff that they own, the Hearst stuff that they have with A&E and ESPN and all that. I think that the next generation, especially because they're making moves now to make ESPN a full streamer eventually, I don't know if any kind of cable survives the end of ESPN as a cable network.
No, the only cable companies that are going to survive are the ones that have a dedicated internet service provider for those streaming services. AT&T was in an excellent position when they had Warner Brothers, but they screwed that up because they got too involved. They would probably had the best formula for stability, but again, they screwed it up. They didn't know what they were doing. They appointed the wrong people. They got in over their heads, and then they ended up having to separate themselves of sorts with a Discovery merger. And the funny thing is that AT&T is probably one of the few companies that if they so wanted to, they could probably buy back into Warner Brothers in 5 or 10 years and actually own the streaming market, because people will be able to get, say, discounts. Like that's one of the things that happens up here in Canada. Some of the internet service providers provide discounts with certain streaming services because they're using their network to broadcast, which means that if you are an AT&T service customer, you would get, if they still own Warner Brothers, you would get a massive discount on HBO Max.
Don't be surprised if that were to happen, what you just said there, because we've constantly heard rumors that Discovery and Zaslav, they only got Warner to essentially flip it. Maybe to flip it back to AT&T after they
That's the only one that could survive. I mean, AT&T is one of the few companies that
and they still have a minority stake.
They do, but they're also one of the few companies that if they wanted to buy a majority stake, it wouldn't be a conflict of interest on the monopoly side of things with the law. Other studios can't buy into it. The studio market in itself is under double digits. There's only a handful of big major studios. I would be only a compromised judge would allow any one of those other studios to buy another.
Well, you
there's
haven't met Disney. I mean, come on now.
No. I mean, Disney definitely knows how to get that to
Yeah.
work in their favor. However, they
Yeah.
just don't have the funds accessible to pull that
Right.
off. The other part too is that it was a miracle that Amazon was able to get MGM. Like I didn't think they were going to pull it off, but they did. And now I think because of that, any judge worth their character, at least the reputation and wanting to hold on, would be like, oh wait, if I get put on my desk that, say, Apple, which is now a major studio, in addition to its phone and digital technology, wants to buy another studio, it's like, well, that's reducing the essentially 5 major studios now to 4, which means that each major studio is 25% of the market, which means that it's very, very close to a monopoly. And there's no chance of any other smaller studios rising up to that power with that much control split among those 4.
But I'm sure we only have Andrew for a limited time here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And we have to move on to like some of these other Disney news beyond Hulu as well. Mike, did you have any final words on this particular topic before we move on to the next?
Nope. Let's go to the next one.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, Andrew, it's been quite the week for Disney, has it not? With lawsuits and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, what stands out to you in particular, other than Hulu?
Other than Hulu, let's hit on the couple. Let's do a speed run of this stuff right now. So, we had a motion to dismiss the state case. That is the district suing Disney. There was a motion to dismiss the state. From the state point of view. By the way, there's 2 cases. There's a state case, i.e., a Florida case, which is the proper one, which is the one that will proceed, and then there's a federal case. Of course, Disney, in their delusional pixie dust world, tried to say that the federal case was the only proper case because, of course, no Florida law is necessary here at all whatsoever. We can look at pure federal law, right? Yeah, no. They filed a motion to dismiss. It's going to get blown out of the water. It's going to get denied. Of course, the Disney folks were, jumping up and cheering and parading for this literally procedural necessity of a motion to dismiss. Procedurally in Florida, if you're going to file a motion to dismiss, you have to file that before what's called an answer. So before you answer the complaint, i.e. like respond, if you're going to file a motion to dismiss, you have to file that. So they did that. So that's kind of checked off their list. It's going to be turned down. The state case has the fundamental questions which undergird the federal case. So actually, and I've talked with folks who also are Florida lawyers on my channel. Steve Godsey is a great example. They're going to have to stay either by essentially pausing the federal case or dismissing it without prejudice, which means they can refile it pending the state case. Disney knows that. Disney knows that most of their standing is based off of those development agreements and restrictive covenants, which is what the district's case is about, to kind of void those. So that's something going out there. There was also that shareholder suit, which I thought was quite interesting. I do agree with the assessment of my good friend Valiant, which is these are very common. Shareholder suits are very common, seeking a settlement, particularly when there's a giant loss. However, I do think Disney has been, how can I say this politely, screwing up enough that there's enough meat on the bone for that to survive a motion to dismiss. Particularly in California. Thank you, California. And there will probably be a settlement on that one. That's related to the comments made on by Bob Chapek, talking about the millions and millions and millions of subscribers they're going to have on Disney Plus and how they turned out losing subscribers.
I have a question about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because this lawsuit was aimed at Bob Chapek.
Yes.
What was mentioned here was his restructuring into like this distribution division, which is also why they had Kareem Daniels, his partner in crime, in that as one of the other who were mentioned in this lawsuit. However, as we know here at Midnight's Edge, this was a restructure that was done on paper. They shifted the desks around and everything, but very little actually came out of that restructuring. It wasn't that it had anything to do with the content that was already released during that. It had nothing to do with, it didn't affect in any way everything that was in development. The only things that were affected by that particular thing are things that haven't been released and won't be released for years yet. The only thing that comes to mind that I know that was greenlit under that thing was Deadpool Part 3, which ironically appears to be the closest thing to a sure thing that Marvel has going for them right now. How can something like this hold up? It should be pretty easy enough to say that, look, yeah, that was on paper, didn't mean jack shit in practice. The one you want to sue here is actually Bob Iger. Where's Bob
Well,
Iger?
and the funny thing is, Andre, is that in the lawsuit, they act as if Bob Iger totally disappeared from Disney. They act as if factually he was just gone and Bob Iger was out of the house. When we all know, and we've talked about this, he still had an office there. He was a very high-paid consultant.
Down the
He
hall.
was still on the paper. Yeah, it was down the hall, and clearly he was influencing things, in Disney writ large, right? So he was still puppet mastering, much like Vladimir Putin in Russia, right? Just kind of puppet mastering things, even when they're not sitting in the seat. So to write off Bob Iger, I thought was one of the big deficiencies of that complaint. However, I think in terms of the structure, it's an on-paper thing. But all they've got to do is survive a motion to dismiss. You got to understand that once you survive the standard for motion to dismiss is to assume the facts in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. So that is the person that filed the complaint. So you do have to view that in the light most favorable to them. So taking that and viewing it in that way, I think there may be enough meat on the bone to survive that motion to dismiss, and then Disney just settles it. They're like, okay, go away. Particularly if Bob Iger looks at this and he's like, look, they didn't attack me, right? They attacked the other Bob, and nobody likes that Bob. We're blaming that Bob, and if they settle, it makes it look like Bob Chapek is culpable. So this is a great way to just shift that blame onto Bob Chapek, to say, look what he did, he ruined this, and to point over there at Bob Chapek. And by the way, Disney is a master of this. Look at what they tried to release with the Lake Nona news, with the Disney campus in Lake Nona. And this is an excellent segue as I forcibly segue us into another topic. They tried to push out this deal where, we're not building this campus in Lake Nona. And the Disney shills, the pixie dusters, they tried to make it sound like Central Florida is still currently this undeveloped swamp that nobody wants to move to, that isn't gaining electoral votes, like they're going out of business, like they're selling out like hotcakes. Lake Nona is an extremely developed area. It's extraordinarily wealthy. I represented, in addition to representing the communities all around Disney, I also represented many in the Lake Nona area, many of which were extremely wealthy communities that sell at very high prices. All around that Disney campus are fully developed businesses, the VA, the UF institution over there, other hospitals. So Disney's real estate there will be bought out. Those 2,000 jobs that they were going to put there were a bunch of woke Imagineers that really didn't want to come to Florida anyways. So nobody's really missing those, at all. And by the way, all of that money they say they were going to spend there, that's money that they say they plan to spend there. But much like Amber Heard planned to donate money, but never actually did that, that's worth absolutely zero to the state of Florida. So they tried to put that news out and tried to pump that. And I noticed that was that was trending on Twitter, trending on social media. As Galactic Star Cruiser failed, as Indy fails, as these lawsuits roll, it's no mistake. They always try to make you look over here so you're not looking over here at what's burning in the House of Mouse. So I think that was the big one, and particularly when you couple that with the failure of the Galactic Star Cruiser. I think to me that one is the real big plank in both the eye of Disney as an institution, but also KK. Sitting there watching Indy bomb and then Galactic Star Cruiser bomb based on this flawed theory, which I talked about, and I think you guys have talked about as well, that this needed to be a park comprised of entirely new things, right? This needed to be divorced from the original trilogy. I think this is just a sign of the failure of that business model, and also the non-sustainability of marketing to the elites. I think that's something that maybe might fly for a few Californians, but for most Americans, $6,000 is far too much for a simple vacation.
That is a really good point.
Yeah,
I bet if that thing was in California.
A shitty version, I'm going to say in a very shitty version of dinner theater, right? Which you can go to on iDrive for $60 and actually have a good time. I went to a murder mystery on iDrive, had a fantastic time. You can do that. Food is questionable, but it's actually really fun.
No, but I bet if they had that thing in California, if they only have to get 100 people per or 100 rooms per, it's in the wrong market. I don't know. 6,000 for a Star Wars experience doesn't appeal to the Star Wars crowd.
No.
But it might appeal to the endless supply of people in Hollywood that have too much money.
If you were going to do a LARP hotel, you know, you have two ways to go. You either go the very, very small, super expensive. I mean, we're talking like you would in a boutique 6-star resort that, you know, is just doing, you know, villas only. We get the private butler. You have a, you know, Twi'lek slave. I mean, you're pretty much living the Jabba the Hutt life, right? Like, you know, just literally call it like Hutt life.
You go on an actual like Death Star trench run. You know?
Yeah, I still think they should have made it like Jabba's palace.
I mean, that's
like,
a genius idea right there.
You get like casino, you get like slave Leias, and you get like, I don't know, like as much food as you want to eat. I mean, you're pretty
I
much
would
just
say
sell
for
out.
$6,000, I better have my share of slave Leias. I'd expect nothing less for that price.
You get called into the throne room, and you're like, oh,
You get to
no
fight a
matter.
But yeah, no, or you can just do it cheap. I mean, like I said, get some cheap boffer swords and you like color some of them green, color some of them red, and have the kids slap each other upside the head with that. You know, do it for $100 for the same price as, you know, Art of Animation or the movies hotel, and that thing sells out all day, every day.
Yeah, I was brilliant spending of shareholder and investor money right there, and also some credit lines just to sink them in even deeper.
I did really appreciate though you guys talking, especially you know, Mexican Iron Man, who when he's not busy mowing lawns is actually busy auditing people's financials. I did appreciate the tax year thing because it's actually kind of brilliant to think about that, and shows, you know, the expertise that you guys have on the panel, which is that being able to expense that off as a loss, and then, you know, whenever the tax year rolls over, decide whatever the hell they want to do with that, whether that's cannibalize that and turn it into something else, whether they're going to do it as a dinner theater, whether they're going to, you know, rebrand that or kind of remake that. That'll be very interesting to see what they ultimately.
It'll be a new residential employee apartment for the Disney cast members.
So it will be a prison then.
I mean, the fact that they call their staff cast members is very insulting to them and what they do.
I mean, if you guys don't know, they effectively treat a lot of those, especially the foreign employees, kind of like prisoners. I had to, when I was living in Orlando, literally sneak people in and out of those complexes. It was very, very, very intriguing how they dealt with their employees.
Yeah, it's impressive what they are able to do with that. So, was there anything else that really stood out to you over in this most recent of Disney's most many weeks of hell? And Lord knows there's been a few of them.
Yeah, no, I mean, those are a lot of things. I mean, I think that it's just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. I think that Bob Iger, in the last couple weeks, not shutting up and just he keeps digging it in. I'm literally waiting for like him to make another statement tomorrow, because at this track, he's just, I mean, just to get up there and be like, yes, we committed fraud. We did that. Yeah. Next question. Just to say it at this point. I mean,
you know, and no one, he doesn't realize the mess he's stepping in, because as you and I talked about we didn't really get into it on your channel too much, but you know, the IRS did step into a bond scenario several years ago back, and they determined that the way those bonds were issued had to get paid. Do you remember that case, Andrew? Were you around for that?
Yeah, it was the Villages, and then he cites the Villages as
right.
a prime example, and I was like, you clearly don't know what you're talking about. If you chose out of all of the districts, literally, he could have just said Bonnet Creek, which is he could have just named Bonnet Creek. That would have been a bad example because they're a coalition of businesses, not one business. But there's others he can name. He can name, you know, other developers in Central Florida that have a majority stake. But he chose the Villages, which literally got audited and got hit with a bond call, where they had to call the bonds and they had to make them taxable bonds.
Because the bonds were previously written as municipal bonds, which are tax-free. Yes. And the IRS stepped in and said, whoa, wait a minute. And what Bob doesn't realize is that he's not just committing potentially municipal and state. He thinks that this is just some kind of woke-ass battle about kid sexuality with DeSantis. In reality, He's risking their bond rating, and he's risking having that converted over to taxable bonds, which is tax fraud. That's a whole other game of wax.
Well, and Andrew, you know, because I've been asking you questions, that I'm doing a lot of research into special districts, and I'm a layman here, so obviously I'm going to have some weird questions every now and then. But the bond issue, apparently Roy Disney was the first one to do bonds. That was fascinating to me, and it was a Reedy Creek drainage district, which I can understand why they changed the name there. This issue is not going to go well for Disney. There is no point at which they can say, okay, we've won, we can all move on. He has to make peace here, or he has to wait out until somebody more favorable comes in. I have a source that I've just recently come across here, and he was saying that maybe Disney is struggling so much with this issue because all of the lawyers in the area that have expertise, I guess you would be included in this, Andrew, although I don't think they would reach out to you.
They would never reach out to me. They hate me so much.
Yeah, that none of the lawyers in the area are dumb enough to try to take this case on. And that's why Disney has to go outside of the state of Florida to people who don't understand Florida's special taxing districts. And so they're using this Chewbacca defense about some First Amendment violation. Oh, and also that the legislation that Ron DeSantis put forward about dissolving special districts, it affected 5 special districts.
Six total, so inclusive of inclusive of our city. So 5 others, right? So
can't even say they were singled out.
No, they can't. That argument doesn't exist. So this whole Hail Mary, which they threw in their last count to try to nullify the acts which overturned that, they can't do it. It didn't single them out. So they've got to come out with the fact that there was animus against these 6 districts, which have nothing to do with one another. They're just older districts which are being aged out because, hey, that's within the parameters of the legislature to do. And ultimately, look, these are all creatures of the state. The state is going to do with them what they will. And frankly, even if they were to throw that one out, they could come up with another way to do it. And as long as it's not completely random, it's valid. That's the standard which government actions are reviewed in the United States, for better or worse, by the way, because a lot of times government actions are crazy. We saw that during COVID, right? But the standard is it not completely random? Is it not completely capricious where they're 100% just hating on you with no other reason? If they're hating on you and there's a reason that's valid, that's okay, right? And that's what they're not getting. Something that hurts your feelings or them not liking you, that doesn't make it presumptively not okay.
And he's playing it politically as opposed to as a business person. And it is a political argument because I think he sees this as he wants some political actor that has government power to come in and save his bacon. And I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that works out for him.
I think the best case scenario is he manages to, in the PR war, kind of salt DeSantis a little bit. I think he could bloody up DeSantis a little bit, just because they control so much in the media narrative, and the normies might not get it. But and that's only, by the way, because there's this weird, freaky libertarian fringe that somehow is like, Disney pro-business, so we gotta side with big corporations. There's those weirdos, so maybe take a little bit of support from DeSantis, maybe, but I think those people, when they actually look into it, and by the way, I see these people on my channel day after day just getting educated on the issue, they actually turn around and they're like, wait a second, the law says this is not right. And look, my good friend Robert Barnes, when he didn't know about it, he had one take on it, but he watched my videos, and he said, no, I watched Andrew's videos, and I turned my position around on it because he knows Florida law, right? And I understand. Look, it's a really complicated thing.
Yeah, which I think many probably wonders, because obviously Iger is partially manipulating and partially he doesn't know. When is he going to face the music? What time frame are we looking at until there is some kind of legal process where the parties are in there and Team Iger is like, Disney were so mean to us. This is a First Amendment issue. And the judge is like, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You need to go and prepare better. And when is this going to happen?
Well, here's the thing. I think if you're hoping for Iger specifically to face the music.
Well, not Iger specifically, but him too, because that will be the fraud thing. But yes, carry on.
No. But I think this is a good point, because I mean, we all cover these issues, and you guys have been dealing with this with KK. And before I even had a YouTube channel, I think I was watching you guys talk about KK, Kathleen Kennedy, and trying, to everyone was waiting for her to get her comeuppance, right? When is KK going to get hers? But there's this ability to deflect, this golden ability, particularly of the woke, to completely deflect any responsibility, right? They take all the authority, but they deflect all the responsibility. And you're going to see that happen with Iger, right? He's going to take 0% of the responsibility for this and deflect all of this on others, throw everybody else under the bus. He's the godfather, right? And he's going to let the capos take the fall, let the foot soldiers take the fall. Everybody else take the fall, outside counsel, blame everybody before himself. I think Iger, we know the truth, right? Just like we know the truth about Kathleen Kennedy, but they are the last people that are going to take the fall on this personally. Now, when is it going to happen to Disney at large? I think they're going to have a reckoning within the next 6 months. I think there's going to be some things that are going to happen in court, particularly regarding the federal case. Once that is either stayed or dismissed, I think a lot of their narrative is going to blow up.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
And we have a number of super chats here, and I know many have been really, really patient. And I want to start with one for you. Tennille89 says, "Hey Andrew, unrelated, but as a fellow 40K fan, have you seen Astartes, not the group, but the eponymous video? It's an absolute must-see, if not."
I have seen the Astartes short fan film. That is fucking awesome. The way they did the psychers in that was amazing. I just hope that 40K and whatever iteration it's done is not wokeified. I don't want to see a female Space Marine. I don't want to see female Primarchs. They need to take that and throw that out. I by the way, never played 40K in my life. I've only read the books. So, but I think the books are amazing. I think they're fantastic. And, much like the Star Wars books, even if they were to wokeify 40K at some point, I view all of that other stuff as fan fiction. And I view the stuff that I grew up with, like the Timothy Zahn novels, I view those as canon.
Yeah. And then slightly more on topic, ActionCom wonders for $10. Thank you, ActionCom. Legal, has anyone done any reporting on the former CIA agents Paul Halliwell and William Wild Bill Donovan, who were the architects of the Disney Florida land purchases?
So someone brought this up to me, and I actually had to look that up, and that is very true. They were some of the folks that put up the shell, the kind of the shell entities, right? The idea to do kind of straw purchases, which is, by the way, something they would do in other places like Guatemala and other countries as well. Now, you can go with these things. You can go full tin hat. You can go like partial. You can go, sip the tea. I tend to think, perhaps there's a little bit more going on there than meets the eye. But I haven't gone full tinfoil on that one. I'll just say that. But it is very interesting, right, that they use these tactics both abroad and at home.
Well, why change what works?
There was a financial incentive there to use counterintelligence officers to keep the price low.
Yeah. And then to Neil89 again, says for another $5, when Peltz re-enters, I'm waiting for this, I hope one of his first mandates is for Iger to wear a dunce cap for the remainder of his tenure. Jonas and Andrew, what do you think are the chances are that Peltz is going to come back? How long is he going to stand for all of what's happening right now? Or could it be that he's the architect?
That's something speculative. Now, I don't know much about Nelson Peltz personally. I will say that, but I will say there's a certain point at which the shareholders get on the phone and are like, "What is going on?" Because when they're facing all of these things and incurring all of these costs at the same time, it's not sustainable, right? Now, if it was just one or two of these things, Disney is big enough to take them down. But I think people really have this hubris regarding Disney that it's sort of like too big to fail, right? But that's what they said about Lehman, right? I think these Disney stands and shills, they give them way too much credit for being, Laffy Taffy and just everything bouncing off of them. And I think that's going way too far. But
yeah, absolutely. And then one more before we move on to another topic. Doug1985 says, "Hey Andrew, loved you in Primal Fear and American History X."
Edward Norton is an amazing actor, and I really like him a lot. So I have no problem with that.
That's why you're so bitter. You weren't asked to come back and play the Hulk again.
Yes.
You need to grow a goatee.
Yes.
Just
I mean,
really
I
sell
did
it.
not get to smash, to Hulk smash Scarlett Johansson. That's why I'm really mad.
And then we have something relatively breaking, some rumors here. Maybe someone can fact check this for me, but I would love to hear your take on this. It's still on Disney, and this is not necessarily bad news. Kelechi OK asks for $10. Rumor, someone mentioned it earlier, that Avengers Kang Dynasty writer Jeff Loveness is leaving the film. Thoughts? And for those that may wonder, Jeff Loveness, he was also the writer of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. And yes, he is one of the Rick and Morty writers that have done so amazing for Marvel. Now we have a rumor that he is being asked to leave Avengers Kang Dynasty. And I do not know the accuracy of this. If someone wants to fact check this, either on the panel or behind the scenes, or even in the chat here, because you
looks
guys
like
are great
Snyder.
fact checkers.
Snyder from the Hot Mic is.
Okay,
is
it's
the source on
Snyder.
this one.
Probably it's true then. So yeah, let's see what you guys think about this. Let's just assume for the moment that this is true, that Jeff Loveness is leaving Avengers Kang Dynasty. Why would that be? Andrew, what say you? You're muted.
That's what I get for coughing off screen. No, honestly, I don't know much about Jeff Loveness, so I don't want to speak outside my box and outside my scope of personal knowledge. Unlike those lawyers that talk about the Disney issues. But that being said, look, there's a lot of reasons to want to abandon ship. So I could pick one of very many. From financial to political to personal. There's tons of reasons I could think of just off the top of my head. But I'll let you guys speculate.
Script, we haven't heard from you in a while. Why could this be true?
Well, it's true for one very important reason, is that he's not able to work. There's a WGA strike. He's got
That's
to
one reason.
halt on it. And so, and this is the other part too that comes with strikes. The longer they go, the more likelihood that any deals you have will eventually become null and void, and you'll be out of a job. And that's quite possible. This is that we're now in closing out week 3 of the Writers Guild strike, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of people have already now realized that they've lost jobs and potential shows and film deals because time is money, and when there's too much of a delay, you can't get your window and you're out of a job. I think that possibly could be the case here with the Kang Dynasty stuff. I also think that I suspect that there are some probably people behind the scenes who are not happy with the performance of the recent set of Marvel films, and they realize that they have to change gears.
Sorry, I did not interrupt. I just want to chime in there.
Sure.
That Loveness' previous movie is going to lose at least 125 million.
Ooh, that's on the favorable side too.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Disney is in a position where they're like, we can take advantage of this writer's strike and change gears, and get people back that could probably right the ship. I suspect that part of the reason why they want to do all these write-offs is not just for the basic aspects for the company as a whole to get some liquid cash, but also to justify that, we now have given ourselves a little bit of a margin to spend money on some actual talent that's going to save this franchise that was the biggest thing of the 21st century. And that's what they need to do. They'll have to start paying very competent, effective writers, get actual directors that have a proper vision that can make things familiar to Marvel, but also something that will stand on its own and be fresh for audiences. And I think it's a long shot, because a lot of things have to go right for that to be pulled off. And I suspect that they're going to try and do that with the Avengers. But I mean, again, it all comes down to who do they get to replace these people, and how much control are they willing to give up in order for them to gain that popularity and that status that Marvel helped build for them over the, in the first 10 years that they had the company.
Is Michael Waldron still attached to Marvel properties right now?
We haven't heard anything that he isn't. He is still set to write Avengers Secret War.
So that's 2 Rick and Morty writers still with
writing 2 Avengers movies, yes.
And this again is all on hiatus now, because again, that the WGA strike, they they can't work on it anymore. So everything is on pause, which means that even Waldron could eventually, I would not be surprised if the strike goes on maybe 2 or 3 more weeks. We might start hearing rumors that Waldron will be out.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind
Mike,
it.
anything you want to add to that, or Jonas?
No, I'm okay. That's outside my wheelhouse.
Yeah. I just want to say I desperately hope that this is true, and I agree with Script. I'll go even further. I sincerely hope. I don't think it's going to happen, but I sincerely hope that there's someone is going to take a deep, hard look at the numbers of all of Phase 4, the start of Phase 5, where they expect this to continue, and trash everything that isn't already filming and freaking start over with talented people. My hope is that that this is true, and that it not only means that someone else is writing Avengers Kang Dynasty, but that Kang Dynasty is no longer happening. They'll do
That would
another
be
Avengers
great
instead.
news.
Yeah, that would be my hope.
It would be the
That's
strongest signal
optimistic.
that they're going to change the quality. I think if they want to send the message that Marvel is an event again, they have to do something big. And right now, while they're admitting failures left and right, hey, why not? Go ahead and do it now.
Well, it's not so much they have to do something big. They have to do something that creates a pattern of trust again. Guardians of the Galaxy, for all it was, and even with its very soft opening, and it's still actually getting quite well received reviews and commentary from people. It's good. The problem is that Disney has nothing to follow up with this to maintain that new established change of direction. So it's going to be a very rubbernecking effect for audiences when they're like, oh, look over here, we have a really good Guardians movie, and then, oh no, the Marvels, what the heck happened over here? And then whatever comes after that. I mean, the whole reason that Echo is being dropped all at once is really audience retention, because Disney has this huge pattern with their Disney Plus shows that, oh, audiences are dipping out within the first 3 episodes, and therefore we're losing watch hours from the audiences for the remaining duration of the show, when dropping it weekly is supposed to actually garner more watch hours for people and more longer subscriber windows. But at the same time, they're like, well, if we can't retain the numbers to show to our investors, we're not doing anything of value for the streaming service. So that's why they're dropping Echo all at once. They want people to get to the end of it. They want them to do the binge, so that hopefully if they have another show that is going to be weekly, they'll stick around for that, completely ignoring the fact that in order for a show to be viable weekly, each episode has to be very good and stand on its own to garner interest to come back again.
Just to point this out, Loki 2 is definitely releasing on a weekly model, according to their the same announcement where they said Echo was coming out all at once. So apparently they have more faith in Loki season 2.
People
I would
really
imagine
still love
so.
Tom Hiddleston. So
Yeah, absolutely. And also, we have a lot of super chats to go through, so we are now going to go back to the beginning and do them in order, because some of you have been waiting for more than 3 hours here. And in the very beginning, we spoke about Indiana Jones, to which end 200 Watt Studio said Lizzo plays the rolling boulder when they go back in time. Yeah, that would be like a good place for her cameo. And James Villanueva made a similar point in his member chat, saying Indy would be running from Lizzo as she rolls down hill towards him. Indeed. Tennille89 says for $20. Thank you, Tennille. So the most positive reviews in the trades, again about Indiana Jones, can be boiled down to a tepid meh. And occasional, at least it's not The Room or Plan 9, but even those come off as shillish. What are the implications here? Seems kind of dire. And yeah, Andrew, well, we still have you here. Were you surprised by these reviews?
I'm sorry. I take very umbrage to watching to The Room being degraded here.
You're tearing me apart, Tennille.
During law school, I would maybe imbibe some illegal substances and watch The Room, and I thought it was fantastic. So, no, I mean, look, I think when you look at the trades, I mean, you really have to think about the financial incentives, right? And that's something I always think about. It's like, where are the financial incentives? Where's the purse strings? And also, when I see a split, between, obviously we've seen this time and time again, the split between the audience and the critics. Certainly, what's going on there.
Yeah. Anyone else want to chime in on this? We covered this a little bit earlier, but Jonas, you weren't here at the time. Were you surprised by the reviews?
I shouldn't have been surprised. There was part of me that was thinking maybe they'll pull this one out, but no Spielberg. And even if they had Spielberg, he's kind of gotten away from the person he was when he made great Indiana Jones. Also, congratulations to The Room on its 20th anniversary.
Time flies. Yeah. And then Garfield's Bizarre Adventures is for $10. Thank you so much. If the studio did decide to go with the Indiana Jones Erased from Time ending, how much of a backlash do you think they would have received if they went that route instead of reshoots? So yeah, Andrew,
I mean, look, I think, look, this is the thing. I really don't care. I was never planning on watching this ever. I mean, they lost me at Crystal Skull. I was never going to get back in a theater for an Indiana Jones movie, no matter what. And the second I see a clip talking about stealing from indigenous people, I don't give a shit about the ending. I don't care. It literally is it's moot, right? So, to me, whatever that is, whatever the ending is, I could really care less. I think this was destined for failure either way. I think it's not going to be a backlash solely because of the ending. I think it's going to look at the substance of the whole, and the substance of the whole is hot garbage. And by hot, I mean dumpster fire hot.
Yeah. Jonas, would you have been excited for Indiana Jones Erased ending?
Well, he would have been erased, and then presumably they would have done that Disney Plus series starring Fleabag. So I would be excited as a content creator, but not as a fan. I'll say that.
Yeah. You know what would have excited me? If they had actually gone the way through with it, and it would have ended with Fleabag standing there, grabbing like a can of Bud Light, saying, "I am Indiana Jones now," because that's exactly what would have happened to Disney afterwards. Ain't nothing that would have sped up their demise as quickly as that. Like, the audiences would have fled, and I would have been here for it.
That's great.
I wish they would have done it just to see it burn.
Salty Andre is the best Andre.
A Bud Light and a bar of Dove soap, if you saw that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Dual
exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Mike and Script, what say you?
Well, if they kept with that supposed original ending, I can predict there'd be a lot of people with a knee-jerk reaction that would start burning or throwing out all Indiana Jones merchandise, which would be silly because the good stuff is still good. The thing that Disney is trying to do to any of the franchises that they purchase is so diluted and separate from the original that there's no point in trying to even say that it's connected to what the IP was originally. Its value is still there because it's technically still untouched. Anything that Disney tries to add and do is irrelevant because if you had the physical media of it, you have those memories, those are yours. They can't be taken away. And don't let a company like Disney that doesn't get what they're doing steal that from you. That's not power that you should give over to them. And like I was disappointed when I saw a lot of people melt, destroy, burn, sell off their Star Wars action figures from the 70s and 80s. It's like, those aren't Disney's. Like they may claim ownership to it, but it's not. It's yours. It's your memories. They're your things. They help shape you. Don't let the bad decisions of a terrible company.
In so doing, if I may, you're actually letting them win.
Yes,
then
you
they
are.
will have successfully been subverted.
Exactly. If you just say no, what you're doing is terrible, expensive fan fiction, that hurts them more than anything else could, because you won't, one, you don't buy into it, and two, you're showing them that they can't compete with the very thing that they purchased and that they're actually frauds. And that's the truth. They are fraudulent creators.
As long as you stay from keep from giving them money on anything new, right? When you're not injecting any money back into the system. I think that's the one thing that has been very effective lately is starving them out. And if you're not buying their new merchandise and you're just, let's say, buying stuff from the 70s, 80s off of eBay, for example, yeah, I mean, that's never gonna hurt. That's never gonna hurt you or the fandom in general.
Yeah. Mike, anything you want to add to that?
No, I just want to note that Andrew has to leave in 10 minutes, and we got 70 super chats.
It went up. How did it go up?
It hasn't moved.
Do we have any more for Andrew specifically?
Oh,
Stop
God.
making insightful comments, Andre.
I'll go and check that.
I'm scrolling and looking. Let me see.
Yeah.
I see one from
Well,
Hillis
we have
right down there.
one that we certainly are going to highlight right away, and that is Hillis Melody, who sent us $50. Thank
Holy
you, Hillis, saying, first thing Marvel needs is the icons to come back. Iron Man will come back with the slowed healing of the Extremis Fix. Gamora and Black Widow will be pulled from the soul dimension by Adam Warlock, and T'Challa will revive from the spirit world. That would help a little bit, but they need to get the magic back in order. They need to get their creative team, or actually they need to build a new creative team, because the creative team that made the original success of Marvel, that's all long gone right now. They need someone else that can bring the magic back. You guys think they can do it, Andrew?
I think this would be lipstick on a pig, right? If they CGI everything. I mean, yeah, sure, but I'm still not going to do it. But it's.
But I mean, the magic needs to be brought back behind the scenes.
Exactly, and I think doing this boilerplate thing, I think they knew that this is only gonna last so long, right? People will eventually get sick of it, and even with the formulas they were going with, people were saying, hey, look, a lot of these movies are kind of sounding like they're the same, right? It's kind of a rinse repeat thing. People were getting fatigue. So I think, yes, that might be like a temporary bump, and that might be something they do out of desperation after their woke agenda fails, but it's a Band-Aid. It's not a solution.
Yeah,
exactly. And here's the other thing too, is that in Hollywood, franchises don't die, they just go dormant. And someone someday, whether it's in our lifetimes or not, will reignite the franchise again. It's eventual. It's always an eventuality. It always will happen. Whether or not we see it is irrelevant. It's someone's going to crack it. And that's just the nature of the game.
Indeed.
So, in 40 years, Star Wars could be saved, and people could just be like, "Oh yeah, the original trilogy. Maybe there's a little bit with the prequels, and now we have all these new Star Wars films that are great too, and maybe under the same Disney ownership, maybe under a different one, but it will happen one day."
In 40 years, I'm Mexican. We don't live that long. I'm going to be long dead by 40 years.
Unfortunately, yes. But again, listen, people
those chimichangas are going right to his heart. Come on, guys.
Exactly.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. People didn't think characters like Hercules would ever have a resurgence, but Kevin Sorbo's had that hit show in the 90s, and nobody thought it was ever going to happen, in the 60s and 70s and 80s, but it did. And, it could happen again in another 20 years.
Yeah, maybe Marvel can do it. Like they already tried the end teats of Thor: Love and Thunder.
I would just say for now, just hold on to what you have, like you mentioned earlier, right? The good stuff you have, and the memories you have, and the sentiment you have, and then if it happens to be remade, that's a pleasant surprise. But don't keep that candle burning, waiting every waking hour for it to be saved.
Indeed, have other motivation, like Warachi says. Gentlemen, time to bathe in the blood and tears of the enemy, because we know what is best in life. And this is, I think he wants me to say, to crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women, which I guess would be Bob Iger's wife. So, yeah. And then, how much longer we have you for, Andrew?
Like another 5 minutes, and I'll
okay, yeah. I'm going to run through a few back to the top again. Ben Mudek is making some more Indiana Jones comments. Alien and UFOs have a huge connection to religion and the supernatural. I've studied a great deal of the occult, etc. It fits. Pagan /Jewish /Christ /New Age. And yeah, there are absolutely some interpretations which make that consistent. I personally never ever minded the aliens in Indiana Jones myself. I know many people do, but I certainly was not among them. Adam Wofford says for $5, it would be better if they made Indiana Jones the quest for the Excalibur, or Indiana Jones in search of Thor's hammer, City of Gold. Ooh, I would have watched Indiana Jones and the Cities of Gold. Hell yeah! What say
that'd
you
just
about
be him
that,
going to El
Mike?
Dorado, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be real good.
that'd be amazing. Why? Disney were giving you ideas here. This is what they should have done. This is what they needed to do.
Well, no, but they had so many layups, and they chose to pass on every single layup they could have made.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
some more good suggestions here. Skeptrum says for 20 Norwegian krona, Alexander the Great's remains. Yeah, there's one.
He was an
And-
evil colonialist, enforcing Western values on the peaceful indigenous people of the East.
Yeah, and 200 Watt Studio says Stargate SG-1 did a Crystal Skull episode in 2000. Yeah, that scam goes way back. And then I like this one. Anthony DeAndrea says for 22 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much, eh? Indiana Jones and the Secret of Scientology. Yeah, go and battle Xenu. That'd be something.
Yeah, we'd all get sued for that one.
Yeah, well, I do believe that David Miscavige may have bigger fish to fry right now. Last I heard, he was like on the run from the law or something, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I need to check out Mike Rinder's blog for more updates. And Michael Nemo says for $5, if the indie film does too poorly, it will be blamed on toxic fandom sabotaging it before release. That spin may buy KK more time. You look like you agree, Andrew.
No, 100%. I mean, this is like I said, she's a master of deflection, right? It's the evil fandom over and over and over again, and they've used that button time and time and time again. So why wouldn't they use it again? It's going to be people who are just sexist, misogynist pigs, and that's the reason why this movie failed.
Well, it's the reason nobody watched Willow, right?
Yes, of course, yes.
Yeah.
Indeed. And then Tennille wonders, what's better, Crystal Skull or the Lone Ranger?
I'm going to say Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger. Yeah.
Lone Ranger.
I agree.
But by a very small margin.
I liked it.
I like it too.
Thank you, Mike. I love the Lone Ranger. It's awesome. It's a little bit too long.
I like
too
the
sad,
old
but
Lone Ranger, not the movie.
Yeah.
I was shocked that at the
I
end
had
of that
a lot
movie,
of fun with that.
I think
they
I have
end
it on
with the Lone
4K.
Ranger theme.
But it
they
doesn't
put that in
fit with
4K?
the set piece, though. That's the problem.
You know what? I got to take when my ancient peoples were represented at some level. That was as close I'm going to get recently.
I enjoyed that one. I enjoyed it a great deal. I gotta say. And Mike Nayers says, how is Ray expected to headline an IP when she can't keep a hotel open? Yeah, good question. Let's see what happens with that.
She's a single mother, so she can do anything, right?
Exactly.
She can do absolutely anything.
She's stunning and brave, and she's a boss babe, and she got her own lightsaber, and she don't need no Jedi man. Right, Andrew?
Yes, that's literally
She don't need no
precisely
Jedi
right.
man.
I am cringing so hard.
Girlfriend got her own lightsaber. You go, girl. You fix that Millennium Falcon.
And you know who's gonna raise the child as the stepdad?
Jabba the Hutt.
Finn.
Yeah, Finn. No, he'll take off before any responsibility hits.
No, it'll be Poe. Poe will be forced in the Will Wheaton role. So that's basically it.
Yeah, it'll be Poe. We need a beta ass simp. It'll be Poe.
No, didn't you see the new canon release? They actually said what Finn's last name was. It was Finn Friendzone.
Yeah. That's a good name for him. And this is a great observation right here. One I am in 100% agreement with. Jonathan Burrell says for £2, indie makers forgot the 1930s is a character.
Yes.
Gripped, I bet you're feeling this one.
Well, not just the 1930s, but like even if they were to explore some of the stories in the early 1940s, that is also a character that the time period for any indie film has to be a character of itself.
Yeah.
They kind of got that sense of that in Crystal Skull. They just didn't know how to really translate that into a proper indie formula. I think they let that part of the character kind of just meander and be more of a set piece as opposed to something that contributed to what was going on socially with the characters at that time.
Yeah. And then Andres F says for 90 Argentinian Sol, I believe, I read the dial is the Antiquetera mechanism. That would be cool. I wouldn't mind that. That is, for those that do not know, that's one of like those mysteries in archaeology where you have like a device that's a little bit too advanced, more advanced than it should be, and you don't really know what it is and what it does, only that it shouldn't be there. So yeah, I'd be all for them using that thing. Too bad about the surrounding movie with Fleabag and what have you. Matthew W suggests Indiana Jones and the Hunt for KK's Golden Parachute, and its spin-off and the Hunt for KK's blackmail material. I'm sure some think that there has to be some of that. And Blue Tiger says, look at the posters. Dial looks like girl. Maybe I haven't noticed that, but we'll have to look for that later on. Andres F says for another 90 Argentinian Soul, they could have used Excalibur or the Spear of Destiny. Yeah, that point was made. And call sign Alucard says actual name Indiana Jones, women do it better. And based on the clips released, that appears to that it might as well have been the case. And the DCD Titan says for $5.50 Canadian dollars, Uncharted and Last of Us were good games back before Naughty Dog became Neutered Dog. Yeah, they weren't always what they are right now. It took some ESG money to get there. Tennille89, aka Dislikes Pun, says for $2, Indiana Jones 5, the Sabotage of Forlorn Congo.
Congo!
Maybe Tom should read that one. Yeah, there we go. And Snell's World, I believe, is commenting on 1989, saying Batman was the biggest movie that summer.
Yes, it was. This is when we were talking about 89, yep.
Exactly. That was Batmania redone. Yes. I remember that. Gelfling says for £4.99, Dial of Destiny making a profit is as likely as a 2-hour car chase through the streets of New York.
Ooh.
Oh, that's good.
Well, if it's a slow car chase.
If it's a matchbox car.
I mean, listen, I've interacted with a lot of New Yorkers that are too stubborn to get out and walk sometimes just to get to a place faster. And it's like, screw it, I'll be late. I'm already paying for the cab or the Uber.
Yeah. And Anthony Dandria says for $5.50 Canadian dollars, Dial of Destiny sounds like some silly gimmick on the TV show Get Smart, just like the Cone of Silence. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I always refer to it as the pick of destiny because I can't help it. Like, I just hear it and my mind goes pick of destiny.
Because it's the pick of destiny, child.
Exactly. And then we had Jesus Davila, who's been a member for one. He gifted Midnight's Edge memberships. Oh, thank you so much for that. And call sign Alucard also says Indiana Jones Sudafed keeps me sharp. Says call sign Alucard. So yeah, we do love those sound bites, don't we? And Jack Hudson has been a member for 25 months at the Midnighter level. Congratulations. And Snell's World also points out Ghostbusters 2 came out right before Batman.
That's what I was saying. That was like June 9th, and then Batman was like the 29th. Because that was the whole thing is Ghostbusters actually moved their date to try and avoid Batman, and it still didn't help all that much. But anyway.
Yeah. And then we had another member chat from Neil, who says, "Hey, Midnight's Edge, it's karma for Kennedy and Lucasfilm for Indiana Jones 5. They could have left Indy alone or have him in Japan. What a waste." Yeah, they could have done so many things, even done nothing. It would have been better than what they are.
Well, and just
doing.
think they could have built
Certainly.
like the fact that Ki Hu Kwan had his big comeback at this time. It's like, how did you not cash in on that and have him in the film?
Because Disney's a bunch of morons.
Because I haven't even heard a
Because
leak
it's the
about a
same company
cameo.
that didn't reunite the original trilogy characters on screen even once.
Yeah, that was so silly. That was the opportunity to print money, and
Right?
Disney constantly takes a pass on that. Anyways, guys, I've got to crash because I'm dying.
That's 'cause
here.
I'm back.
But yes, it's specifically because I am targeting you and retaliating against you, Tom, specifically, and the 5 other people on this panel. But seriously, guys, thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it. Always love
Thank you
coming
for
on
hopping
talking
in,
with you guys
Andrew.
at all random
Yeah.
times of the night. By the way, I see Nina in the chat. Love you, girl. Got to get on your show soon and have you on again. But yeah, guys, literally subscribe to all these people on the channel if you haven't already. Oh, great people. Love talking with you guys. I'll be over on my channel sometime whenever I wake up and become conscious again. So appreciate y'all. And
Sounds awesome.
Thank you,
Thanks for
Andrew.
joining us. Link will be in the description. And with that, let us carry on with the super chats.
Go,
Dinner
Andre,
Chase
go!
Helicopter. Yeah.
Did we
Dinner
read
Chase
that last
Helicopter
one?
Tours, says for $2, begging Midnight's Edge to interview S. Craig Zahler for years. Yeah, well, we have a backlog of interviews. And actually, I have an interview next week here, which I look forward to greatly. Chato's going to get pissed, but well, I'm sure he'll manage. And call sign, oops.
I don't think we ever read this one.
Yeah, no, this one is for you, so you do it.
Let's see here. It's from Valentine's 2. But I apologize about the Twitter DM. Didn't mean to upset you, Tom. I thought the video was cool. I wish they had Blondie, but they did have Pale Rider. I'm trying to remember which one Valentine's 2 because I get a lot of stuff sent to me specifically here. I don't think you would upset me or I would remember. It takes a lot to actually upset me.
Maybe he gave a hint further down here. He also followed up with this one.
Which one? Let's see here. I was looking for his thing. 1977 and 1994. That's the 80s, Tom. Outside the numbering years, Pulp Fiction was the last movie of the 80s. Superman and Star Wars: A New Hope was the first. I don't know if that has anything to do with what he said before, but yeah, and actually, I think you've probably heard me say it before that I say probably the best era of films is like 1970 to 1995. Like that's probably the key areas. I'm trying to remember what you would have sent me. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what he sent me though, because I don't remember anything upsetting though. I apologize.
While you think about that, I'll continue the speed run of super chats. Call sign, because we have so many. Call sign Alucard says Indiana Lawrence, the rise of the first action hero.
Wow.
Oh, that's another version that might be done.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and Duke Argento points out that Roadhouse came out in 1989 as well. Yes, it did indeed.
Packed year.
And then a tipping bond asks a very dangerous question here. Are BlackRock totally out of touch? Why supply Disney with money for the message when no one likes their crap anymore? I have to be really careful about how we say this because this is like channel shutting down stuff territory we go into here. So the only thing I'm going to say is that they are not interested in entertaining you. They have other motives that go beyond that, and that's all we're going to say about that. That's a rabbit hole. I will leave it for you to dive into. And if we ever talk about that in more detail, it'll be on Rumble and not here. Machi-chan says for $5, I honestly think Indy 5 was rated so early to spread word how bad it is, so people will go see it for themselves. Yeah, sometimes I hear the people say this, but I don't think that seeing something for how bad it is has never ever been a winning strategy. I mean, yeah, it'll win you downloads illegally on various torrent clients, stuff like that, but not in theaters. So I don't think that is I don't think that's a priority.
That's a good strategy when you're talking with a micro budget film.
Exactly. but not for something like Indiana Jones. That 70s rock fan says for 550 Canadian, Tom, I checked and it's true. My granddad will not go see the new Indy. But again, he's been dead since World War II era, so he may be in the movie. Well, one can hope.
Yeah, that's an interesting twist.
A tipping bond says for $1.99, I remember the Chuck Wagon Purina Atari game. This must have been for Chato, because I have...
These are the product placement video games, yes.
All right, yeah, there we go. And then Marcus Merler says for €5, great, the Three Musketeer movie out in France that fails internationally. Why do Americans always need their own versions and ignore good European movies? Wait, there's a new Three Musketeers movie in
Yeah,
France?
I think I remember hearing.
Yes,
about
it's
that.
in Yeah, and the trailer looks awesome.
Yeah, it looks really, really good. But
Fuck, I have to see this. I love the
It's
some
part one of
Alexandre
two,
Dumas.
so.
Yeah.
I love me some
Is
Alexandre
the movie
Dumas.
out already?
I thought it was supposed to come out in a few weeks. I didn't know it was already out.
I'm looking it
It's
up
not out in Norway, that's for certain. And when it does, I'm there opening day. Love the Three Musketeers and the Count of Monte Cristo. So yeah.
Well, it was funny
Can't wait
because
for that.
they just released the Cellkind Three Musketeers and Four Musketeers in 4K, and I thought it was just because they did the Superman films at the same time. Sometimes they tend to do like, film companies or directors, all their stuff at the same time, producers, whatnot. That probably is more a reason why they got re-released.
Probably, yeah. They're trying
Yeah.
to capitalize on this. But
Yep.
still, yeah, I'm here for it. Thanks for the tip. Thanks for letting me know. And everyone should check that out. As for why do Americans always need their own versions and ignore good European movies? Well, I can, as a fellow European, I would just hazard to guess that it's a foreign movie, and foreign movie that is foreign from an American perspective, and that instantly makes it niche. Really needs to be something special to take off that way. That's
Three
like winning the lottery.
Musketeers in the U.S. have never, like, outside of
Well, not
like
just
one-
the US, but a foreign version, like a
Yeah,
French
on top
movie
of
the
that.
French story.
Yeah, add that on top of the fact that what I was going to get to is like, it seems like once every 20 years or so, 10, 15 years, maybe we'll have one here that'll do anything. But we had one, gosh, not even 5-10 years ago that flopped. I'm trying to
the
remember
one
who-
with
What you
Logan
mean, like
Lerman?
the one
Yes.
with Mila Jovovich? That's 10 years ago.
Is that
Well,
that long
more.
already?
I
it's
forget if the
15 years
Logan
ago.
Lerman one was the same as the Mila Jovovich one.
I'm trying to remember now too. Yeah.
I have to
Yes,
go
that's the
look.
one I'm
the
talking
Paul
about. The
Anderson
Jonas
one.
mentioned. Yeah. The one he's
Mads
mentioning is what I'm talking
Mikkelsen,
about.
airships and everything.
And that thing flopped because they tried to make it look like a Marvel movie.
Well, it was done by the same guy who did the Resident Evil movies, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Paul Anderson, basically Mila Jovovich's husband.
They even
Then
managed
yes,
to
that's the same
somehow
one.
get a laser hallway sequence into it using technology of the time or whatever.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah.
So weird.
I never watched it. I just know it flopped.
It had a really good 3D opening, though. I will give it that.
Honestly, I'm surprised I didn't get it because if it's a 3D title, it's one of the few rare ones I probably must not have ever come
Yep.
Well,
across.
the only good thing about the 3D was the opening sequence, but that was really good.
Well, no,
All
I
the,
just-
like, map and everything.
I just had a
2011
time
though.
period there where I was picking up anything 3D because they were phasing it out. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so this would have been like 2011, 12, thereabouts.
Yeah.
That's when that came out.
Mhm.
But
But anyway.
moving on from there, Armchair Troop wonders, do you foresee a streaming service crash similar to the .com crash of the 2000s? Or we're already seeing it, aren't we?
Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to be to that extent.
Not exactly like that, but a version of it.
We're seeing a retraction in them, right? Like that's the next move and this is where Script Doctor, I didn't get a chance to read your Patreon yet, but I know I gave you some ribbing online because I'm like, you just got to prove me wrong, don't you? Because I said, I think the streaming wars are done. They're done and we all lost. And they lost.
I mean, they're just changing
and everybody
form.
lost.
I mean,
Yeah.
again, I compared it to the fact that there's still a network war right now. Networks are still competing
That's
for
more
time spots and
true.
stuff.
Mhm.
And it's never going to end until the networks die, in which case they're going to change form and it's going to be a streaming service. And the streaming wars will always continue because they'll always have to have one that dominates over the other. my Patreon article addresses that fact that essentially what's happening now, based on some of the rumors and some of the strategies that have been revealed by certain heads of studios, is that it's going to eventually become a shell game where they're going to be licensing out content to various other streaming services and buying content from other streaming services back and forth to the point where one company is going to end up footing the bill for all of them. And I think the strategy is going to be to make it Netflix to crush them and eventually have the main studios have their individual streaming service that follows the traditional network model. And there'll probably be another third-party set of services, smaller ones that'll act as basically old affiliates, TV affiliates, essentially, but just for online, where you can subscribe to them and then you get a selection of their hit shows that are most popular, all at your access at your computer or phone or what have you.
Yeah. And then moving on from
I actually got I know what Valentine's Tube is talking about now. No, you didn't upset me at all. The only thing that upset me is I don't got the money to buy those kind of things. He sent me videos of the Clint Eastwood sideshow figures. It's like more stuff I can't afford. Yeah, that's what he was talking about. So no, nothing about it upset me. The only thing that upset me is I just don't have the money to afford it.
And then we got a member chat from Monkey Jeebus, who's been a member for 15 months. And Pinochet Helicopter, first Sailor Mercury says, I just want young Indy Jones with Chris.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's at least a handful of guys that I think you could have picked. Like you even said, even back in the 90s, there's probably a few.
I mean, Chris Pratt today, it's too derivative of a choice. He's basically striking while the iron's hot and getting everything he can because he knows his career might not last beyond 10 years.
Exactly.
He is a flavor of the month and a justifiable one. Like he's earned it because people loved him on Parks and Recreation. That's what made his career.
Yeah.
So yeah, but someone else, there's definitely other contenders out there that you haven't heard of that could probably be a good successor to Harrison Ford for that character. But I don't foresee Disney doing that while Harrison Ford is still alive because he is very possessive of that. And a lot of actors and talents don't want to upset Harrison Ford.
Exactly. And then Pinochet's Helicopter Tour says Whedon's best role was in The Guild with Tom Conkle. Script, do you agree with this?
Yeah, I saw The Guild. I thought it was a pretty decent low budget web series show.
I remember that now.
Will Wheaton does play a masculine version of himself, almost convincingly, but not quite. And I believe that's written by Felicia Day. And Tom Conkle and his little boy are featured in an episode at a convention. It was pretty fun.
Yeah. And then that 70s rock fan says, my favorite Indiana Jones movie is King Solomon's Mines. You know, I agree with that. King Solomon's Mines is underrated. It's not up there with Indiana Jones, but it's a very good thing to add.
That's the Alan Quartermain series. I think that's one where they shot two movies back to back, but the first one didn't do so well, so the second one was just straight to VHS.
Yeah. And then we've got a couple of back-to-back Conan questions here. First, Canon Falderal says for $5, Conan, destined to wear the jeweled crown of Aquilonia upon a troubled brow. Plenty of room for a great movie in there. Indeed, but the problem is that you can no longer do that movie with Schwarzenegger. He's aged out of it. So you could do such a movie, absolutely, but no longer with Schwarzenegger because he is now a Conan at the end of his life. What say you, Script?
I say if someone tries to jump kick him in the back again and he takes it like he did the last time, I think he's okay to play the role.
Yeah.
Because
first he needs to get the funding and everything. But we're dealing with someone that's already been king for like 40 years.
Oh, absolutely. I think I think there's enough in there that you could still do something with Schwarzenegger, but it has to be right. It has to have a proper vision behind it, and it has to fit within what Conan is. But
you know how I think you do it? If you want to use Arnold, then you have to do it the same way that they did the adaptation of The Hour of the Dragon in Dark Horse Comics, where basically you have a framing story with a much older Conan who thinks back to the days of the Hour of the Dragon, and then you de-age him or something like that for that.
Mhm.
That's how
Have
you
a stand-in and then do a
I think.
deep fake or something. Yeah.
You could do that,
Yeah,
or you
yeah.
could do Conan as a warrior mentor to another character that is not to continue a franchise, but just to close it out as like it's about Conan's last big
Right.
adventure.
Well, the biggest problem
Exactly,
here.
but again, then it's no longer about like destined
Yeah.
to wear the jewel crown, because like
Mhm.
because then it's no longer about him being destined to wear the crown, but it's like destined to eventually come to an end. That's the story you're telling then.
Well, and the bigger
So you've
problem
missed the
here,
mark on this story.
and I think that you pointed out in your video, Andre, which I wish more people had gotten a chance to see, and this is probably one of the reasons why there's so many. I don't know. I don't think the algorithm's holding it down so much as just I think people missed it. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think the bigger problem here when it comes to Schwarzenegger and Conan, as big of fans as we are, it's one of those things that Script Doctor has referred to a lot of times as actors want to do shit that most of us don't want to see on our characters do on screen. Like,
That you
look
do,
at
yeah.
Picard and some of these other times. For every Mark Hamill we get 10 guys who want to make their character look like crap. And they want to do it
Unfortunately,
because
yes.
it's a way they can dig deep into their, recesses of their acting and shit. It's like, no, it's bullshit, dude. We just want to see fucking Picard be Picard.
It's an
We wanna see-
opportunity to explore current day's events, but through the lens
Yeah.
of someone from the future.
But
Exactly.
Schwarzenegger's
And
not
look,
that type of
Arnie,
person, though, that's
And
You're
that
not that
actually
fucking
brings
complicated,
us-
dude. Yeah.
Yeah. And that brings us, you said that not too complicated, Tom. That brings us to the second question from
Yeah.
Conan the Barbarian, who asked for $10. Script, how fucking hard would it be to just adapt Robert E. Howard's Hour of the Dragon, the Conan novella, or Phoenix on the Sword? Howard had a ton of great stories. These Hollywood people are idiots. What say you, Script?
The adaptation stuff, I mean, it's really just how you want to format it. Because the stories are very good, and I really quite enjoy it. In fact, I'll be reading Hour of the Dragon in a couple of weeks. Because again, I'm rereading all the classic Howard Conan stories in publication order. So yeah, it would be relatively fine to use it as a source material. It's just figuring out the framing device. So like, okay, are you going to tell this as a feature film? Or are you going to tell this as part of like a couple of part mini series or something? Or is this going to be part of a long form story, like a streaming series? That's the real trick. And then the other part too is, well, how do you nail the most prevalent information on there? Because one thing that I enjoy about Howard's writing is that he does have a lot of commentary around the things that go on that not always can be easily translated to the film medium. So yeah, every adaptation has its own challenges and tricks, but I think the plot beats for those stories are definitely things that could hold up and translate well. Listen, the other part too is that a lot of writers don't want to be hampered by the fact that all they do are adaptations. They want to be able to say that, yes, they can write original things themselves and even play in the sandbox with original ideas. And that's what it is, because otherwise what you've got is a bunch of Akiva Goldsmans. And even though he's got his Oscar and he has his power, a lot of writers don't want to be compared to him. Because
I have a
the only
better
way he's ever
comparison.
gotten any attention is from his Oscar from The Beautiful Mind.
Dumb and Dumber, who did Game of Thrones and did
Oh,
amazing
Danny
as long as
Elfman
they had books that were straightforward.
Yeah.
But we are unfortunately losing Jonas here before we move on with the super chat.
Yeah, thank you
So I
for
just want to
hopping
say
in.
Thank you, Jonas, for being here.
It is always a blast, and I got to go watch more Conan stuff, read more Conan books, and I've seen the artwork, and if I look at it for too long, it might awaken something in me here. Talking about the female characters here.
Of course.
It does confuse your genitals a little bit.
Always a pleasure, and man, what a conversation. Always a pleasure to be on Midnight's Edge. I appreciate you guys, every last one of you, and hope to see you soon.
Take care, Jonas. Love you.
Yeah, take care.
Check out
And,
Jonas's work on that Park Place and everywhere else.
and,
On the whole
links
Arnold
will
thing,
be added.
the thing with Arnold thing, and this is one thing, and I hate being the guy who has to kind of say this, is the fans need to let Arnold go from Conan.
Oh,
I think that's the bigger thing, is that we just need to understand, and he'll always be there in some capacity. And I can't say much about what we know, obviously, but what I do know from our conversations from Frederick that I think I can say is that he is aware, very much so, and he also is a fan and wants Arnold to be a part of this. And even though Arnold threw him under the bus the other day, I still think he will possibly be a part of this going forward. But we cannot, be so hung up on this idea of Arnold Schwarzenegger playing Conan again, or, script. The obvious thing here is we need to find a new, younger actor who can play this role.
You know what? I got to interrupt before script says anything.
Please do.
Say this. Arnold, you can fuck your fucking Conan freedom.
Well, the funny thing is, Mike, is this is all built upon him. I know, but he's apologized for it directly.
I don't give a shit about his apology tour. F him.
Fair.
I was in California at the time dealing with shit left and right, and that was one of my Hollywood role models. He can go F himself and F his apology tour and F anything he wants to do. Stay away from my Conan. F you, Arnold.
Well, on that note, in that tone, I was just going to say he did kind of use his apology tour to throw a lot of people under the bus. But go ahead, script. Anyway.
Well, first of all, he didn't throw Frederick Malberg under the bus because Hollywood speak doesn't work the way normal people talk. And that interview actually kind of mocks Netflix more than Frederick Malberg. But
the way the statement comes off is he's going after
came
Frederick.
off by the way of the writer conducting it, because this is the understanding of what it is. Arnold confirms that he's been talking with Frederick Malberg regarding Conan for a while. And then when he says, when I go to Netflix, they say nothing about that. That doesn't make Frederick Malberg a liar. That makes Netflix the liar in that situation from the Hollywood perspective. Because he's the one that's having the conversation with someone who's a rights holder of the character, and they've been trying to work together on projects for over a decade. Now, Frederick Malberg is not really of the Hollywood type. He's an outsider, so he can definitely easily interpret that in. A lot of other people that read that article interpret that, but having worked in Hollywood for 16 years, I understand the exact perspective. He is making fun of Netflix in that. He's not making
That's true, but you're overlooking the bigger part here where he threw him under the bus, and that's not exactly what I was talking about.
How did he throw him under the bus? Please.
Universal. He had plenty of time and opportunities to make a Conan movie and didn't. And then it was his movie of the Terminator coming back that got in the way of it happening again, because Universal took one look at that and said, Conan's not nearly as popular as Terminator. We are not sinking that kind of money into an Arnold Schwarzenegger Conan movie. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
You mean the fact that Arnold Schwarzenegger was not happy with the scripts that were proposed for the film for that time after he returned from governorship?
Not only that, the Milius script that he's touting about is owned by Universal. Andre, help me out here.
No, that's owned by Warner.
That's Warner. Yeah. I mean, sorry. Yeah. He doesn't even have that one. Right. Like that's what I'm getting at. So a lot of this shit he's kind of putting on Malmberg when it's not. It's his fault.
But he talked about Universal in that article. He didn't talk about Malmberg at that point.
Yeah, but that's where he brought up, if he just sell the rights. He had the rights. That's my point. But anyway, it's in the video, so yeah.
Yeah, that's something that we can discuss at a later date, but we have plenty more super chats to go through right now. And we have a member chat from Morgan King, who says Six needs a raise for all the great work she does. The same with the other mods, and keep up the great panel. Yeah, our mods are
let's double
amazing,
their income again.
Yes, we will double it one more time. We will double it. I promise. And ActionCom wonders, script, what is it with this broken character fetish that Hollywood has? I don't believe this came out of nowhere. Someone succeeded with this idea. Who are they trying to emulate? What say you, script?
Oh, it's all about character conflict, and a broken character is the laziest form of character conflict. It's just low-hanging fruit for people that want to get movies made. I mean, one of the things that I kept on getting pushback is the fact that when I was pitching as early as 2006, I was saying we've had a gap of years of movies where the heroes of those films and stories are not role models that we would want ourselves to become or our children to look up to. And that's a problem because that's what stories are for. And they'd be like, yeah, but it's not believable. I said, well, it's fiction anyways. It's not supposed to be believable. Like, that's the point. And that's another aspect with my generation and the little bit of the previous one and some of the succeeding ones, the following one, is that they want movies to be real, and movies aren't supposed to be real. They're supposed to be fun, fantasy of a sorts, and they're supposed to be something that stimulates thought and introspection and questions and debate and all those things that are valuable, because stories are the first form of education. It's how we learn things. It's how we understand. It's how we connect and relate to things and see other people's interpretation of the world. They've been trying to break that down and getting it more and more to documentary styles, but fantastical. And the fact of the matter is that anyone can make a character broken. It's very easy. Give them a vice that's debilitating, like alcoholism or infidelity or any type of addiction, or just bad behavior. It's boring because it's an internalized conflict that's great for actors to explore and get in their heads with, but it doesn't always facilitate something to a character's actual motivation in relation to some of the plots that are going. Like, it does not matter that you have a detective that's got a heroin addiction on a murder case that is action packed and stuck within like a contained location. That you're throwing in a red herring just for the sake of having the actor get a dramatic moment, or the producer wants to have fun with the idea of like having an anti-drug or a conflicted drug message. It's boring. It's not necessary. Sometimes what you really want is you want to have a moralistic hero that gets challenged by the outside world to doubt their morals, but they have to find a reliance on why they're valuable and why they're important and persevere over that challenge to prove to the audience that, yes, sometimes bad people can get away with bad things, but if you hold steady and you stay something that is good and true and honest, it always has more endurance than the evil. And that's what you're supposed to get to, but Hollywood doesn't like to do that.
Yeah. And then Actioncom also says, I found out they made an Encyclopedia Brown movie, and again, he's a grown-up alcoholic who's on the verge of destitution.
What? Are you serious? I didn't even know there was one that before this that was that. Okay, I didn't know there was a new one that did that.
Is it a comedy? Like, just curious. If it's a comedy, that'd be funny, because then you're making fun of the
like
fact
adult
that
peanuts and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at, like, you have the Venture Brothers. If you want to talk about vices and whatnot, that's a show that is deliberately a comedy to take an honest approach that sometimes a boy adventurer's life is actually horrific and not really adventurous. And it comes with a lot of blowback. Encyclopedia Brown has been involved in a number of mysteries that could traumatize people.
Right.
And if you play a comedic angle on that, you can have fun with it. But if you're trying to do it serious, again, that's lazy, because now you're not having fun with the fantasy anymore. You're not trying to make it more reality. And Encyclopedia Brown was never about reality. It's about fun, mystery, and fantasy.
It's a kid's book. Yeah. And I get what Script's saying. I agree 100%. If you're doing it as a parody, as a shtick, fine.
It can work. Absolutely.
It can work. Like, you're doing like he's old and you're doing it in like Encyclopedia Brown and film noir kind of world. And he's just dealing with this shit since he's a kid. And you're like playing on the humor of that. Totally would work. But if you're trying to do this as super serious, like Zack Snyder's Encyclopedia Brown, give me a break.
Yeah, that would be funny for all the wrong reasons. Yes.
I know, right? Exactly. Like, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And then Matt P says, for £5, Indiana Jones and the Omen would have been a great story. Probably not a PG, though. Yeah, Indiana Jones against the demonic possession. That'd be something. Or Satan. Just give them time to run out of ideas.
Well, he already had Shia LaBeouf. Isn't that close enough?
For $2, Nike's Force shirts had swoosh logos. KK's didn't.
Nike's Force shirts.
Actually, they did.
That's like the Force is female.
Yeah, those things they did. They were on the back part of the collar. I've seen those shirts around. Actually, there's various versions. There's the baseball shirts that have the Nike logo on the front, and there's the ones that KK wore where it was on the back. Those are Nike shirts.
Indeed,
not hers.
And a tipping barn says for $4.99, seems like bad news for Disney Daily. It's like a weird advent calendar. Yeah, but it does make it easy to come up with thumbs and do the morning show, so I'll give them that. So, yeah, it's always an upside. And Little Miss Marshall says, Hail Midnight's Edge and panel, thanks for all of the great shows. So thank you, and thanks for being here. Bucky Cat points out that Chapek turning into the fall guy. Yeah, there's no end to all the stuff they'll blame on him. So
Yeah, did you guys even talk about the? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, just like saying, very convenient for Iger to have someone to blame for all of his own mistakes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you guys even get into the lawsuit?
Oh yeah,
we did.
Okay, I figured as much.
We did cover that.
Yeah.
And then we have a member
Mikey
from this dude called Mexican Iron Man. Who
That's
says,
me.
Star Cruiser. Assuming that they were able to net $1 million per year, which they weren't since they were losing money.
I told y'all.
With a build-out cost of $1 billion, break-even happens in 1,000 years. Yeah, we spoke about this. And as I said, it's unbelievable to me, but hey, that's Disney for you, I guess. And then Kenneth LaRocque has been a member for 24 months at the Edgelord level, and he says 2 years already. Hi, guys. Yeah.
That's how long this show has lasted, yes. Exactly. We've been going for 2 years. This show has been going now. I mean, the one that we're actually on live right here. That's how long it has been today.
Yep.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding. Anyway, Stroop.
Yeah, carry on, Tom.
Sends in $6.99 Canadian. Says, Script Doctor, is the WGA strike affecting game development? Is it a different type of contracts to write for games?
Yes, and only the writers that are union based are prohibited from writing on games. Unless, but here's the other thing too. The strike is primarily against studios. So if the studio is a struck company, they can't write for that. If the studio has a game development subsidiary, they can't write for that. If the game development company is not affiliated with any studio, there's no conflict of interest. So if you are curious about video games, research the studios that are research the studios and find out if they actually have a Hollywood connection or not. If they don't, your game is fine. If they do, sorry, your game's in trouble.
You'd be surprised how many actually do have some connections tangentially to something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then we've got Adam Mulford here who says, by the time Star Cruiser makes a profit, would be the time battle tech would become real at the start of the first session. Word 3031. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Around that time. And now let's see here. We got Grand Admiral Adam who says Disney has probably lost more potential money on Star Wars than they have on actually made on Star Wars. Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
They can't even, because they can't even boast anything about like merchandise sales, because even the merchandise, I'm sure, has taken a huge downturn since they have taken over. I mean, there wasn't a ton of merchandise before Disney had taken over, but outside of maybe during the Force Awakens and some Baby Yoda stuff, I don't think they have anything to write home about. Maybe Rogue One stuff.
They don't even have their own stores to sell their own crap.
Well, why? They closed all the Disney stores?
Yep.
Really?
Almost all of them. Almost all of them are closed.
Wow. I should check if the one near me is closed. Well, near.
There's a few, but
like
not many.
But yeah. All right. Well, there you go. And then we've got, I already got this one from Stoop. Thank you again. It just didn't go away. Mario Trillo says, Mikey's story reminds me of taking a corporate
talking
sorry.
to corporate.
Go ahead and read.
Okay. Mikey's stories reminds me of talking to corporate about where all the franchise holders spent the repair money. No, sir, I don't know where those millions went. Yes, the boss did just buy a new house. And yeah, again, that's why.
Kind of reminds me of other people saying like, oh, I have to fire all these people and I can't afford them, but I just bought my new camper. How is it? Nice? Yeah, never mind. There's a specific person I was referring to, so I'll be nice. But yeah, what were you saying, Andre?
Yeah. Mikey, of course, relates to this. This is why he left Hollywood. And then McGonagall says for $9.99. Thank you so much. What in the crikey was Disney thinking by allowing Indy 5 to be screened and reviewed this early? The rule of thumb is whenever KK is highly confident in a project like The Last Jedi, it's destined to be shit. You know what? I think that probably they all saw it, and I don't think that any of them thought it was that bad. I think that people in Disney, certainly at the higher echelons where these decisions can be made, they were probably thinking, wow, this is a fantastic movie. It is so woke. Look at Fleabag. She's so good in it. She completely steals the show. And we give a send-off to Harrison Ford and everything. People are going to love it. We're going to open it at Cannes. They're going to get so much prestige. Everyone is going to love it. We're Disney. But yeah. And it just didn't work out. That's what I think. Script, do you agree with me?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much on point. They just wanted to do it that way. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I have nothing. I can't really think of anything to add. I think you.
Andre
Like
just
those-
recounted what happened right before the release of The Last Jedi. Good job.
Yeah. No, and that's kind of what I said earlier. I think they actually thought they had a winner on their hands, and now they're going to learn that's not the case.
They thought they had a winner because we kept hearing the movie's pretty good. Well, obviously that came from the studio because they thought it was a winner, and obviously it wasn't.
Well, and my
so
other
I
thing is,
think-
I think some people were just seeing clips. I don't think they were actually seeing the whole movie at the same time. That was the other thing I was
Yeah,
going to say.
maybe. And Neil89 says, not so. Chato knows because he met Longinus. Yeah, sorry we didn't get to this when Chato was still
It
here.
might have been after.
Then we did cover this one already. Kelechi Oke, who said for $10, rumor Kang Dynasty writer Jeff Loveness is leaving the film. We did cover this before. And the Down Under has become a YouTube member. So welcome and thank you again, Kelechi Oke, for the support. JM says for $10, maybe Disney lifted embargo and allowed reviews one month out. Iger wants all cards on the table to start process of dumping Kathleen and or shelving Indy before release to possibly save stock from dropping more. I don't buy the second one.
Yeah, there's no way they're shelving.
Yeah, they're not shelving. Ain't no way, because shelving the movie is going to cause the stock to drop.
It's also a foreign entity film technically, and I don't think Disney has the means to write that off like they can with their Disney Plus shows.
Yeah. And as for him wanting to remove Kathleen Kennedy, if the movie fails, that's going to be all the easier. But we'll see about that. I mean, she's proven to have more lives than a cockroach and a cat. Ethala says for $10. In my opinion, Howard's removal was strategic. They're changing TLM lyrics. A big part of the late Ashman story was him fighting for his songs to be included as is, and it saved the movie. He can't fight it now. Tom, what say you?
That could be. I want to see this. I did not get the chance to see this documentary before it was removed, so I'm not aware of this part of it. But I don't want to mess with their stuff, and I don't think he would either.
Yeah, no, I think that's on point. Anyone want to add anything else?
Nope.
Then we moving on, and this is something that I agree with completely. Machi-chan says for $2, Mexican Iron Man, thanks for being you.
Yeah,
Thanks, Margie. Thanks for all your comments on my page.
the best YouTuber in the world.
No,
And Miskatonic Madman has just become a member. And
Thank you.
He also loves his Lovecraft, which is awesome. I love my Lovecraft too. And Mecha J says for $5, some good news on the CW side. They just axed the live-action Powerpuff Girls show that has been in development.
Again?
Also not completely insane, but I thought it was dead already.
It's been in development for like 4 years.
Although what they did was they shot a pilot.
And shot 2.
And I was just going to say, and then they revamped that. And so it's not being picked up again after the revamp. Okay. All right.
Well, it's also, I mean, the one that they reshot was during the pandemic restrictions. And by the time they got to the completed final product of it, they're like, no, we're not doing this. I mean, it was always a bad idea in the first place. Age up the Powerpuff Girls to like late teens where they're sleeping around and having sex and drugs and all that stuff. It's stupid. But then again, it's the CW.
Yeah. Kind of the equivalent to the whole Encyclopedia Brown thing we were talking about. I mean,
Yeah, and theirs isn't funny at all.
I was just saying, and that's the problem, is I think you'd have a harder time pulling that off than, yeah.
And Powerpuff Girls is a comedy cartoon show, so the fact that they were trying to CW it, make it serious, dramatic, and jeez.
Yeah,
I mean,
dumb.
I have the original pilot TV script. It's trash.
Yeah, I think you tried pawning that off on me. I'm like, no.
Or
Or you may have sent it to me, and I'm like, I'm not reading that shit.
You're like, no, you asked me.
I think I sent it to somebody else, but like, yeah.
You asked me if there's really a script for it. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, you sent it to me. Yeah, and I think I just like, I'm not touching that fucker. And then like, I sent it to somebody else, so I can't even remember who. Snell's World says Indiana Jones and Solomon's Gold. Yeah, that would be better than this shit.
Yeah, it's exactly as we said before. So many things would be better.
Angola82, it reminds me I need to get this up for a Congo video. Tom, stop eating my sesame cake. Sesame seed cake? Is it sesame seed cake or just
sesame seed cake? Yeah.
Is it okay? Yeah. CC Karaoke says another super chat for the backlog turtle. Thank you so much, CC. And we got Mr. Buttcrack Media has been a member for 6 months and gifted 1 Midnight's Edge membership. Thank you so much. Alejandro Diaz says, any thoughts on the Creator? New IP. I have not heard of this yet. What is this about?
Oh, it's a Terminator-esque science fiction film where humanity is evil, AI is sentient, and they're oppressed species. And in order for them to win this war, he has to kill a little girl AI robot.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with it.
Trailer is visually interesting, but the concept seems something derivative.
Valentine's Tube says, why couldn't Arnold's son do it? Genetics, mate. Well,
Which
is he
one?
a decent
the
actor?
One with Driver or the one with his
Which
mate?
one? Yeah, exactly.
The one that looks like him. So the Mexican. His Mexican.
The one
son.
that probably is his real kid? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
But to answer the question real quick, because you don't want to be trapped in the image of Arnold Schwarzenegger any longer, that's why. Conan has existed since the 1930s. Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he was really, really good in that role, but he was good because John Milius tailored everything for him. He already had a script by Oliver Stone, and he already had Arnold Schwarzenegger pre-cast. So when he spoke with him and everything, he knew, okay, I need to do this. I need to shift everything around in the script. I need to have a narrator to tell the story because this guy can't portray it. I need to give all of the character building scenes and all of the story moving scenes to the supporting cast so that he can just be there and look into the scenery. Because really, if you look at the movie, that's most of what he does. That is why he comes across so well in that movie, because he's able to sail on his charm, because he has a director that knows he's dealing with an inexperienced actor, which he was at the time, and he tailored him for the movie. But he's just an actor that came around, that was the right actor at the right time in 1981. You do not want to be burdened with that for now 40 years later. What you want to do right now is go back to the original source material from the 30s, the books that were popular from the 50s up till the 70s, and the comics from the 70s up till the present day. And you want to make a movie in that image, as opposed to the actor who played Conan in 2 movies in the early 80s. That's why.
Yeah. And I mean, if I may, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, yes, you could argue that Arnold is kind of like Christopher Reeve was to Superman. But again, there was a lot of other people who played Superman throughout the years, and there's been a lot of people since. And I don't mean just Henry Cavill, right? And sooner or later, you're going to come across somebody who's going to be like a Henry Cavill for Conan again, and we need to allow that to happen. And the impression I'm under, and I don't know how you would put it, Andre, but it seems to me that even though, like I said, yes, Frederick knows they want to have Arnold and how important he is to the franchise in some way, shape, or form involved.
Oh, yeah.
They still want to do some kind of uniformity with what they have got going on now in the game and what they will have going on in the comics, because it does want to all be on the same timeline in the same universe, it sounds like. So I
It's
think
want
in
to be a
that
cross-platform adventure.
exactly.
story.
So they're
Yeah.
going to want to try and find somebody who fits that role that they've already gotten kind of pre-established in a way. Now they're not going to obviously try and find somebody who looks exactly like he does in the video game, like I'm saying, but they're going to try and find somebody who kind of captures that. I bet. Same thing with the comics, and we are so hung up on the thing with Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's why I brought up with Christopher Reeve. It is tough for some of us sometimes to get away from that, but Christopher Reeve is the gold standard for Superman. I think we're in what I'm getting to is I think we're in a weird way putting that mantle onto Arnold Schwarzenegger when it doesn't really belong there, going off of what you just said. Exactly, Andre, is because Milius tailored that movie for him. It wasn't the other way around. It wasn't like, boom, he just existed and this was perfect role. Because like you said, there's a lot of caveats in that first film.
I mean, the love interest in that movie does a lot of work in this story. They relegate Arnold's stuff to more physicality, and James Earl Jones does a lot of heavy lifting in that film, and
right.
But it works for him because it allows Conan to be this minimalist and an air of mystery to him, and it works for that point.
But I don't know if there's a better way than that to
Conan the
put it.
Destroyer, but I mean, it worked for.
Well, what's weird is because Conan the Destroyer is actually closer to the book. Go ahead, sorry.
Milius was the master filmmaker who was able to see exactly this is what I need to do to make this work. And the reason it didn't work so much in Conan the Destroyer, I submit, is that John Milius wasn't there to tailor the script and direct it for Conan's abilities. What happened there instead was that Roy Thomas and Jedi Conway of the Conan comics, they basically wrote a story that could have been published in the comics.
Right.
And then this was micromanaged by Dino De Laurentiis, and then he gave it to Richard Fleischer to basically like, well, here's a script that I'm happy with, shoot that. But at no point were there anyone who looked at what Schwarzenegger could do and tailored the script for that, which is what John Milius did. That's one of the big differences.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah, it's like,
Schwarzenegger did not have the skill set for that script to make it work.
And I think we're artificially hanging that mantle on him when we shouldn't. And I don't mean like he's not worthy of it. I'm just saying is like, it's not the same as saying, Christopher Reeve is the gold standard for what Superman should be as an actor, right? Like he fit the role perfectly. This, we're trying to make Arnold Schwarzenegger fit into this mold when he's not exactly what we should be looking for right now is what I'm trying to say.
Exactly, he isn't. But moving on from there, Snell's World says for $5, Style of Destiny sounds like a 90s Nickelodeon game show. Yeah, it kind of does.
It kind of does.
That. And Truth, Hope, Love says for $4.99, will Phoebe be so bad it'll be like how Velma made Scrappy Doo look better? She'll make Mutt, Willie, and Short Round look better.
How would she make Short Round is so beloved.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand that one, but Mutt and Willie maybe. Yeah, Mutt and Willie maybe. Like I just said earlier, I did say that earlier, Truth, Love. I'm like, maybe this will she makes Willie look not so bad. But no, it's sad. Yeah, it's sad. But I don't know about it being Velma level. We'll have to wait and see on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't go quite there. And then Arcane Stark says, one more super chat. Why not? Oh, well,
that's why.
$5 and for the support.
There's more.
We do appreciate that. Even if it runs late, that's kind of a delay that we don't mind because it helps paying the bills. And then Duke Argento says for $4.99, on the topic of Robert E. Howard, are there any updates on Red Sonja as well as any news on a possible Solomon Kane adaptation? Well, 2 questions there. The first one, Red Sonja has, as far as I know, finished filming. So the movie is in the can and it's being edited and it's not affected by the writer's strike in any way, shape, or form, unless they suddenly need to do reshoots. We don't know anything about that.
From what I heard, the problem with Oh, go ahead. You
Yeah,
might be
carry
saying
on,
what I was
Tom.
about to say. I was just going to say they can't find a distributor in certain places, it sounds like, more than anything. but-
Exactly. I have not heard that they have a distributor because this movie has the exact same problem as the Solomon Kane movie. It was made without there being a distribution deal in place for America. And there needs to be a North American distribution. If there isn't, and you really should have that before you film it, ideally, otherwise you're in trouble. This movie right here, last I heard, still doesn't have distribution. If anything, we can
Yeah.
hope that the writer's strike is going to help it along, because here's a movie that's ready to go, that'll be ready to go in a time frame when suddenly no one has movies. So that actually could play to its advantage. What say you, Script?
Oh, yeah.
I would say that the WGA right now is giving Solomon Kane a pause needed before it can be adapted.
Well, yeah, we hadn't got to that,
Yeah,
but
but
we were
Red Sonja.
Red
Oh,
Sonja.
Red Sun.
That's pretty much done.
It's pretty much done, and as you said before, unless they have to do some reshoots, in which case that they're going to be in a very tight situation if the writer's strike is still going on.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think they're
don't know,
past
I'm
that
looking
point
forward
if
to it.
they were, but yeah. No, the problem we were just getting to, you must have got distracted there. That's all right. We were saying is that they were struggling to find a distributor right now. And what I was going to say, Andre, I think the strike will help the chances of the movie going from being what was probably going to be a straight to streaming movie on Hulu or something like that, or Amazon, to now this might actually get a theatrical distribution through some distributor, maybe, if they have nothing else to distribute at that time. That's a plausibility.
Well, if the strike goes on and there's a window that opens up as a result of
Yeah.
it, then they'll be able. Then if their movie is complete and it's in a good position, then yeah, I can see a distributor that has lost a window for another film that was in production now, saying, "Yeah, we'll buy your thing or we'll whatever deal and put it out in theaters for you."
Otherwise, I think best case scenario, it'll wind up on like Amazon or Hulu or something like that, Netflix.
Yeah, and I hope it actually looks really, really good and not like a straight to DVD movie.
But yeah, as far as
I hope
Solomon
so,
Kane
too.
go,
And
I would imagine that's like until the strike's done and they get further along on Conan. That's probably where that's at. It's just kind of sitting there.
My educated guess where Solomon Kane is concerned, this is something that they were always developing internally, and it wasn't going to get kicked into like proper development and production until after Conan was out and a hit. Because of the snags at Netflix, the clock has been pushed back on Conan, and that then it would be similarly pushed back on Solomon Kane. Their priority is Conan. You can't really blame them for that. So assuming that Malmberg is able to sign with the new party that they're working with in the next few months here, and hopefully they'll be able to get rolling on the movie shortly after the strike here, then maybe in 2-3 years we'll start hearing more about Solomon Kane. But that's at least 3-4 years out.
And to be honest with you, I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, Conan, this is all a big." I know some people are kind of doom and gloom about this, but no, I think this is a blessing in disguise. I think is what we're trying to say is this is a good thing they're getting away from Netflix, and the timing of it couldn't be better because the game is very popular right now. So that's going to help them probably work out a new deal with whoever it is they're talking to. And I have no idea on that, but again,
and remember, even if the show was a hit on Netflix would still cancel it within 3 seasons. So then we wouldn't even get a good long running series. So I think it's great that Netflix is no longer involved in this.
Best thing that could have happened.
Exactly.
Given how it ended up, like the way that we're about to reveal this in a video that's coming soon here. What I will say is that given the names that were involved early, Netflix would have been fantastic. Given the names that were involved later on, when Malmberg left, not so much. And and what matters is who was there in the end, not who was there in the beginning. So yeah, this is the best that could happen.
Yep. And with that, Justin B asks, "Why such a short stream today?" Well, we didn't have nothing to talk about, Justin.
Yeah,
that's all.
And no one showed up on the panel, so yeah.
And I'm sorry I had to dip out there for a bit, but duty called. And I want to thank Nina earlier for having me on her stream for a bit there. And thank you guys for showing up here today. Thank you, Andrew and Paul and Culture and Script and Mikey and whoever else showed up that
Jay
I'm missing.
Jonas.
Jay Jonas as well. That's right. Jeez. Thank you so much, guys, for showing up here. Check out their channels. I'm sure Andre will update everything accordingly in the descriptions, as I'm sure the mods have been sharing their links as well in the meantime. But with that, Andre, anything to plug as we get going? Script Doctor, I know you need you got your Patreon. Is there anything else you want to plug at all?
Not at the moment. Just working on some other stuff. Trying to get together some people for another fun conversation to drop in the coming weeks. So yeah, just follow me on Twitter, and if you're so inclined, follow me on Patreon, where I just posted an article about the streaming wars yesterday. And I'm going to be talking about if you want to be get your feet wet with regards to making movies, some helpful tips and stories to take heart, so that you don't make mistakes that I made way back in the day, and that some of my other colleagues have been making for years to come. So look forward to that next day or so.
All right, Andre, anything?
Yeah, I have 2 videos in development. One where, as I said a couple of times, we break down exactly what went wrong with Conan at Netflix, and a follow-up to the Bud Light, Miller, and now Dove situation. So all of that should be dropped.
You can add Ford to that now too. Although theirs wasn't as cringy. Theirs was just like there's 2 trucks going through like mud and stuff like that, and then when they get splashed with water, and one of the trucks is rainbow. And yeah.
Oh, Pride Month. Warming up for Pride Month. There we go. Yeah. Fantastic. And then we got one more towards the end here. Brett Cohen says, how many Andres does it take to change a light bulb? 1, to tell Tom to do it.
Well, that's not totally true. Andre does more than his fair share of work. Right there, I do some heavy lifting, but if it wasn't for Andre, there wouldn't be any heavy lifting to do in the first place. So it takes a lot of heavy lifting to get to my point, and Pablo as well, who also does a lot to help us here at the channel. So, and of course, all the mods and everybody else, and Mikey, and everybody has their parts to play. And if it wasn't for everybody doing what they do, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. So thank you so much, guys.
Yeah. And with that, it is time for some koalas
in the rain.
In the rain.
Koalas in the rain.